All right, welcome. Good morning. I see that 10 of our 11 members are present in person here this morning. And Member Lewis is participating from a remote location. We can see her on our screen. Welcome, Brenda. Consistent with the laws governing our meetings, I must ask, Member Lewis, will you confirm that you are present?
Yes, I am present.
That there is no other adult with you in the room?
There is no other adult with me in the room.
If your grandchild comes running in, that's okay. Seeing that board members are now present, I hereby call the May 2025 meeting of the State Board of Education to order at 10:06 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Member Oken, can you please lead us in the pledge? Okay. I'd like to welcome board members, staff, and members of the public who are attending this board meeting in person. The proposed waiver consent items are W1, 2, and 4 through W8. The proposed regular consent items are items 5 through 8. In terms of changes in the agenda, items 11 and 12 were withdrawn from the agenda on Thursday, May 1st. Those items concern the consideration of a notice of intent to revoke and revocation of academia events charter. Staff from the CDE will be in contact with the school regarding the scheduling of any further meetings on those items. We will reopen item 1 later today to take action on the preliminary report of actions draft March 2025 meeting minutes, and there will be no closed session today. Public comment will be accepted either in person or by phone. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number, entering a participant access code, and following each of the operator's prompts. Those will be shown on a slide. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. We will also ask callers to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they are following the live webcast to avoid an echoing effect. Members of the public wishing to provide public comment in person should sign in using the binder at the table just outside the room. The binder is on the table with separate pages for each item number. This will help ensure that staff is able to track the in-person speakers for a particular item. Public comment is limited to 1 minute per speaker. Where speakers require interpretation, 2 minutes will be provided. Item 13 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. I now will open item 1 and turn it over to State Superintendent Tony Thurman to provide his report. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President, and board members, to the public. I want to start by acknowledging that May is a month of celebrations. It is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we're grateful to the members of this board and to our public and our educators and the many public servants in the AAPI community who have served us in our schools, not the least of which is our Attorney General and our State Treasurer, and all of our educators across our 10,000 schools. The California Department of Education will host an AAPI Heritage Month celebration on May 27th at 11 a.m. That is open to the public. It will be a Zoom streaming across school sites so that students can hear from speakers and hear about the contributions of those in the AAPI community. In the month of May, we also celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month. And on yesterday and last week for the official Yom HaShoah ceremony recognizing the 6 million Jews who were killed in the Holocaust, there were a number of ceremonies that took place to promote Holocaust awareness and genocide awareness in our schools. I've had the good fortune of serving on the Governor's Council on Holocaust and Genocide Awareness, and that council has commissioned a study to help us pinpoint where we can get better in what we teach our students and how we teach our students and how we provide professional development to our educators to be able to teach our students about the Holocaust and about genocide. I'm pleased to tell you that the council and efforts of legislation have led to what we call the California Teachers Collaborative on teaching Holocaust and genocide education. And to date, that collaborative has provided training for more than 3,000 educators all across the state, and is be hosting its next training this summer. So anyone who's interested in a chance at professional development, please reach out to the California Teachers Collaborative on Holocaust education. I also want to share that last week I had the opportunity to celebrate National Apprenticeship Day by visiting a school that has created a hands-on lab where students learn about all of the trades and construction, as well as robotics. And I want to thank the folks at the San Mateo Union High School District for hosting us for National Apprenticeship Day. And we had the chance to host the California SELPA Association, 300 SELPA directors here in the Capitol, representing more than 136 SELPAs and 796,000 students with disabilities in our state, advocating for ways for us to get more teachers and one-on-one aides and to create more opportunities to serve the students with disabilities in our state. I want to call out many of those who help to support our students with disabilities, like one-on-one aides, as we are celebrating the Classified Employees of the Year on May 22nd. 9 heralded individuals who were nominated by their peers from districts all across the state. These are the staff who keep our schools clean, who provide our food services, who provide school security and maintenance, and of course the one-on-one aides who work with students with disabilities. We're excited to recognize them next week. And we're excited that on the end of the month, on May 30th, we will recognize the California Distinguished Schools, more than 336 schools that have been recognized and selected for excellence in academic achievement and for positive school climate. Additionally, in this month, we celebrated the Green Ribbon Schools Awards. And last week, I had the honor to celebrate with the 29 school districts of 29 schools, 7 LEAs, and 3 county offices of education who were recognized for their efforts around resource conservation, environmental literacy, and health promotion. I want to extend some other good news. Obviously, these are very difficult times with decisions coming out of the federal government that threaten funding, threaten to close the Department of Education in Washington, D.C. And as many of you know, we have joined with many other states through our Attorney General and others in lawsuits to push back on many misguided policies. And on yesterday, we received notice that the courts have upheld our injunction to preserve funding for our schools that they have received for COVID relief, and that they're given more time to complete the allocation of what would be billions of dollars all across the country. And so while these are difficult times, and we've seen challenges like Homeland Security officers showing up at elementary schools in LA Unified School District, we continue to push back and support California students. We continue to provide messages to California educators and administrators and students and families that our students will receive a quality education despite any of the consternation coming from the federal government, and that the courts have upheld our calls to protect and preserve funding, and that we have legislation like SB 48 that continues to move through the legislature that says that there is no room for targeted immigration on our school campuses because of the disruption that it creates for our students and the potential loss for ADA revenue in our schools. And so happy to provide that good news from the court, and I'll let you know that we are just continuing to march forward on our efforts to promote student proficiency. As I shared with you in previous meetings, we continue with our work with what we call the cohort to move the needle in math and literacy proficiency. These are the 250 school districts that have received grants like reading coaches, expanded learning grants, educator effectiveness, and the Learning Recovery Block Grant. And they are braiding these grants and leveraging them together to create ways to help our students improve their proficiency in math and literacy. Recently, the cohort met and had a focus on neuroscience and how the brain affects how we learn around literacy. We had distinguished panelists like Dr. Mary Lou Gorno-Tampini from UCSF and others share more about the neurosciences and how our students learn. I note that today the board will hear the presentation for the literacy roadmap, and we hope that you will find it helpful in our conversations as we continue to help students improve their literacy proficiency throughout the state. We also continued our conversation on how to expand dual language immersion programs for our students and convened our 5th webinar in a series where we talk about how learning another language helps our students, how it develops the brains of our students and creates global thinkers of the world. We have set an aspirational goal that eventually every California student will learn another language. And we know that we have a multilingual literacy goal of students learning another language or two by the year 2030. And we will continue to work with the legislature and the governor and the state board and others to expand dual language immersion programs because we know that they're beneficial for our students. And in a time when our districts experience declining enrollment, it is something that many of our families are deeply interested in. We see it as a path to helping many Californians to reinvest and reconnect with California schools and give districts a way to offset the declining enrollment that they experience. Finally, I want to acknowledge that today the board will be voting to approve community schools grants. I want to thank President Darlene Hammond, the members of the board, the governor, and the legislature for this latest $618 million to support 458 school sites. Contingent on the board's action today, that would bring us to a total of 2,500 community schools in our state, nearly 1/4 of the high-need schools in our state. I want to thank you for your commitment to this program, to the schools that are implementing it and providing the deep wraparound supports that help our students to have their needs met so that they can have academic success and be on great career pathways towards the future. With that, Madam President, this concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions from you or members of the board.
Thank you so much. You know, I really want to thank you and all of our colleagues at CDE for the enormous amount of work that's gone into all of those areas of progress. It's a lot to take stock of, and you know, we see ourselves making continuous progress even in the face of the challenges that you outlined. I would just want to reinforce the point that Superintendent Thurman made about the challenges that we're encountering from the federal government at this point, and note that there are now 3 courts in the last couple of weeks that have declared the effort to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion illegal, and California was one of the first states to provide guidance to districts in that regard and to reinforce the commitments we have in this state. As those court decisions come down, it becomes clear that the path that we're on is, you know, continues to be not only viable, but, you know, really inspired and expanding. So I also want to note that it's been about 4 months since fires destroyed or significantly damaged about 8 schools in Southern California. And all 8 are now open again. The 8th one reopened just this last month. Palisades Charter High School is inside a former Sears building in Santa Monica. It's a temporary location for them, but we have, in just 4 months' time, the state has managed to rebuild the capacity for education in that part of the state. And it's a great example of what can happen when the state officials, the local officials, the school community work together to get things done, you know, safely and efficiently in an extraordinarily rapid amount of time. And hopefully we'll soon see everyone in their traditional regular school sites. We're aware of the fast-moving fire in Tulare right now and keeping the community in our thoughts, and thankful for the first responders who are working to address that fire and protect the nearby structures. Right now, it's about 50% contained as of last night. We're hopeful that it will be under control soon and that there will not need to be, loss of opportunity for students to be in school. Also in the last month, in addition to all of the wonderful accomplishments that our superintendent just listed, the governor officially announced the Cradle to Career data system. If you are a data geek, this is exciting. It's an informational tool to help students and families better understand their options for career planning and education. It will allow the public, educators, researchers, and policymakers to access detailed information on education and career outcomes, workforce trends, broken down by region of the state and by the demographics of students to address areas of strength and needed growth. I am sure some of that data will find its way into our deliberations soon. And by linking data from multiple sources, the system illuminates the gaps and identifies the opportunities throughout students' education experiences so they can ultimately achieve their goals for their life and careers. So we look forward to seeing the positives that come from this new tool. Moving on to all the other things in May, in addition to the celebrations, which I really appreciate us celebrating, this is the month when we learn a bit more about the state's fiscal projections and how that impacts the proposed budget for the next fiscal year and beyond. And we know that they are not as rosy as we would want them to be, but the governor has been a strong and steady advocate for education programs. We'll see the May budget revision shortly, and we'll be looking at how the continued support is made. We do expect an ongoing commitment to the major milestone items that are happening this year. This is the year when all 4-year-olds will be able to attend universal transitional kindergarten. This is the year when full implementation of the expanded learning opportunities program, providing before, after, and summer school opportunities will occur. It's the year when, as Superintendent said, implementation grants for the California Community Schools Partnership Program will be fully dispersed, and we'll be hearing a lot more about this later today. And those schools are supported for at least 5 years each, and then with extension grants. So our task in the coming years will be to take advantage of the successes that are going on in the field, and there's some wonderful stories of how the community schools are making a difference, and be sure that that becomes instantiated and becomes part of our system. All educators will have access to the literacy roadmap that the department has been working very hard on. That will be exciting and I think very, very helpful in our work in literacy. All kindergarten through second grade students will be screened for risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia, ensuring that they get early identification and support if needed. So it's quite a basket of accomplishments over these last couple of years that are all coming to fruition now, and we want to be sure that we support the strong implementation of all of those, and we expect continued support from the state for those initiatives. I want to thank the governor for his continued work to protect the key education investments that are helping our schools become places of deep learning for all of our students. I also want to add my thanks to our teachers and our classified staff. I'm so glad that there's a recognition opportunity for classified staff as well. While we take time to appreciate the hard work and dedication and impact that teachers have on students and families and communities, I think it was Henry Adams who said, "A teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his or her influence stops." Teachers, of course, work long hours. They invest their personal resources. They go beyond their job descriptions to support students academically, emotionally, and socially. The job, as we know, is enormously rewarding, and I would want to acknowledge the teachers sitting on our board right now, Gabriella and Ide, who are doing this work day by day, and yes. And of course, many others have done this work over the course of their careers, but we do need to recognize and invest in our teachers. Teaching is the profession on which all other professions depend. and we need to recognize that. This administration has worked hard to try to be sure that there's a smoother pathway into teaching with supports from Golden State teacher grants and residency programs and classified staff supports, and to recognize teachers through their career with supports for national board certification for teachers in high-need schools. We just want to continue and deepen those appreciations and supports for teachers. And of course, I know we all join in expressing our sincere appreciation for all our educators and appreciating the trying conditions in which they often do this heroic work. So, speaking of the wonderful work that teachers do, over the next several weeks, we will get to see our wonderful seniors don robes and caps for graduation ceremonies, including member Clausen, who is to be congratulated along with the class of 2025. And we've heard that you've made that tough decision and you'll be going to Yale in the fall. That is my alma mater, and so I'm particularly pleased that you've made that choice. No pressure. There was no pressure. They're so lucky to have you. And while we're celebrating our current student board member, the government did make a key appointment to the board last month in our next student board member, Vanessa Ajike, and her term will begin on August 1st, 2025. Vanessa's from Cerritos. She's currently at Whitney High School. She has a very impressive resume, as do all of our student board members, which includes service as the National Partnership Director for the High School Democrats of America and the Local Affairs Director for the California High School Democrats. She was an intern for Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva in the California State Assembly in 2024. She is the sole student representative in the ABC Unified School District's Legislative Policy Committee, the president of her school's Key Club and National Honor Society, and vice president of the Black Student Union. So we are looking forward to seeing Vanessa join us for her first official meeting in September, and we look forward to meeting her. And with that, we have a busy day. We got a leisurely start to the day, and now I want to say we need to pick up the pace. And we are going to lose at least one of our board members shortly after 4. So we're going to dive in and take up all of our business and go on to item 2, which is the update on the implementation of the Integrated Local, State, and Federal Accountability and Continuous Improvement System. And we are really here this month to provide guidance on the work of the Accountability Work Plan, which is ginormous, if I could use a technical term. And we are going to take this in chunks. So there are 6 chunks that we will hear about, stop and ask clarifying questions about, be sure we're deeply understanding them, make notes, so that when we come back for discussion, we'll be able to provide guidance on all of those areas. And Cindy Kazanas, please take it away.
Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Thurman, and Chief Deputy Wilberson. I'm Cindy Kazanis, the Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. I'm happy to welcome you here today and lead you to the board item that we're going to present. I'm going to be joined in just a moment by Kimberly Munhank, who's going to cover the first couple of topics. But just to get us started, in May, we typically would say, like, who's your favorite? Recognize a teacher, and currently it's my middle school teacher, my daughter's middle school teacher, who is guiding her through those formative years and getting her to love math and do a play and all those other things that you get to do in middle school before you really have to dive into more serious things like getting ready to go to college. So congratulations on that as well. We have quite a bit of things before you, and we're going to walk through each of the attachments as President Darlene Hammond mentioned individually, stop for clarifying questions, and then turn it back over to President Darlene Hammond on how to proceed. So again, 6 different topics, and with that, know that today you are not making any formal decisions. You are providing guidance. We are this is the 3rd iteration of this work plan that we have worked on with you this year. in an effort to be as transparent as possible with the public and give them an opportunity to see your deliberations firsthand. This meeting is really a lot of digging into analyses that you've asked us to do, policy considerations that you have asked us to complete this year, and then all in an effort to come back to you yet again for a fourth time in July for a series of decisions. So with that, I will turn it over to Kim.
Good morning, Chief Deputy Roberson, Board President Darlene Hammond, and Board. I have a stack of papers here. I'm sure you have a stack of papers on your computer or other way, or printed out, as I like to do. However, we have a lot to get through today. First, I will share my teacher shout out. It is on behalf of my freshman daughter who wanted to shout out to her kindergarten teacher, Miss Ingram, at Bridgeway Island K-8 in West Sacramento, for being inspirational even through today. So that is the direct quote from my phone. So thank you so much for that, and for instilling a love of reading that has a Kindle list that just keeps going. She was reading this morning before she left for school, so that's a great thing to be doing. We are going to start out with our most robust indicator, the College Career Indicator. And as we started looking at this year and added this task to our work plan, we wanted to review both the existing features and functions of the College Career Indicator, along with the addition that the board has been looking at since back really in 2018 of career measures. So we're going to go through all of those, and I would request that you look through the item because it is a much more robust section than the slides provide today. But next month in July, or next board meeting in July, you'll be able to walk through and consider formally the following decisions with regards to the College Career Indicator. It will be an action to modify existing college career measures if you so choose, specifically the removal of course code 9227, college credit other, from consideration and of the list of approved college credit course codes within the College Career Indicator. Modifying the advanced placement and international baccalaureate measures to include the completion of coursework with a C- or better, in addition to passing the exams. And then also removing the Regional Occupation Center program, or ROCP, participation from the state and federal jobs program measure of the College Career Indicator. Additionally, we would request at this time your feedback so that we could pursue action in July with regards to the continued review and collection of proposed career measure data. So that's what we'll consider at the end. Through our various meetings, we did not talk about this at the last meeting. So that is why you've seen a robust set of data in front of you, because we've been spending all of our months preparing and getting to this place so that we can have this conversation today. We will also be seeking feedback on these same measures with the CPAG in June next month. And so they'll be able to provide that feedback, and we will share that with you when the July meeting comes around. So for those of you who are not familiar with the various components of the College Career Indicator, there are lots of ways that LEAs can show us that they have prepared students for college or career through various avenues. One of those is through the completion of college credit courses. And the current criteria lists that you need to have offer a course in a designated course code area. Students take that course, and within that course, they receive a C- or better, or a pass. That is the designation for us that an LEA has accurately prepared a student with regards to these state board adopted criteria. However, what we've shared with you in January is that this, by far, and my inbox this morning, sometimes I feel like I'm talking to another being because I put something out in the universe and then the emails just come in. And just this morning, 5 emails at the top of our dashboard inbox with regards and questions around what counts for college credit courses. So within the state, we consider at CDE 5 different categories of college course taking within our course preparation. So different grant opportunities, right, and different classifications of opportunities for students to take things. And we call them all different things across the state. They are listed with a various terminology, and they mean different things to different people if you're talking to them in the North State or the Central Valley or the South. The terminology is really, really wide and varied. So when we talk about college credit, we really are just talking about, again, courses offered through an opportunity for students to receive college credit. And so that's what we were trying to do in looking at the data and evaluations that we shared with you, was to clarify some of these questions. And what we happened upon within our review of this data is that we found that the most robust offering of college course credits falls into this bucket of other within our academic course codes. And when examining the local course code names within that larger bucket, we found that there were a lot of courses that don't fit under what we would consider a robust academic college credit course, such as career and life planning, public speaking, other elements of public speaking, nutrition. There were also many physical education courses here, which are exempt from us providing credit. However, they were guised under this course code. So moving forward, we are going to, with the additional data provided and continued looks at, and questions with the field, we are going to be encouraging the board to modify the state course codes being permitted to use within the CCI. We also think this may just be a data entry problem. A lot of these courses should be labeled as mathematics courses, right? And this might just be a data entry that these courses are ones that should be in the other course codes. So we've provided those numbers and that course taking for the 2023-24 year for your review within the item. The next robust section that we decided to look at was assessments within the College Career Indicator. And assessments take up a very large portion of the current ways that LEAs can show that their students have been prepared. So the first is obviously through our CASP and through a demonstration of achievement on both the English language arts and mathematics smarter balance assessments. And the reason for this is that the CCI was approved by the board to include the components and test taking activities of all of our high school students in 2017. And then in 2018, the ESSA state plan went through approval process, and ESSA came back and said that you also needed to include state test scores within your academic indicator because they weren't in our original state plan. We were only going to look at the academic indicator for grades 3 through 8, and then our high school test scores were going to be in our college career indicator. We thought we'd created this really cool new way to measure academic progress. It turns out that didn't fit with the guidelines passed by Congress, so we needed to add them. And that's why they're duplicative within our system, and that's why they show up there. But it is by far the reason why most LEAs do show progress and achievement within the college career indicator is through the test achievement of their students. In addition to those smarter balance tests being included, we also look at test performance on the advanced placement and international baccalaureate tests and exams. So presently we're using those outputs that we get and we receive directly from the test vendors. So we're not asking schools to submit that information, we actually receive it direct from the source and from the course taking. And what we wanted to look at is to see if we could provide an actual, a more equity-based lens, because we knew anecdotally from the field that more students take courses, both AP and IB, than actually go through and pursue taking the test and the assessments at the end. And that can be for various reasons, but one of the largest ones we know about, again, is through funding mechanisms, right? And students who are unable to, even through test waivers and fee waivers and such, unable to pay for all of those exams. So we wanted to look and see what was this spread, right? And our the new course data that we've received since 2020 really allows us that vision that we didn't have prior when we were developing this measure. And we went in and found out that it's quite a difference of almost 50,000 students who take and pass 2 AP courses versus the students who we've received pass the AP score of 3 or better. It's a pretty wide variance. And so in looking at and speaking to the field, we've heard a lot about this. So we wanted to make sure we could provide that evidence to you to see if that is a modification in the criteria for the CCI that you would consider including. The passage of those classes, again, with a C- or better, similar to our college course taking requirements, versus just the passage on the test. We could definitely include both of them. We have that data, or we could replace them. So that is an opportunity that the board could consider for affirmation in July. We also did the same for IB, and there are fewer students who engage in the IB curriculum in the state of California versus the AP, and fewer students, again, who we see passing with the requirements that we currently have with a score of 4 or higher. So there's only around 3,000 students who do that in the state. However, if we looked at course taking, we triple that number and get over 9,000 students. However, IB course taking and AP course taking are not synonymous. Students engage in IB course taking prior to actually engaging in the tests. So there are many courses that are completed and taken that are not directly associated with a test. So it's not the same parallels there. So while we've provided that information, we consider to look at that and see if the course taking patterns that we've applied with the AP and the understanding of that mechanism are the same for IB, or if there would be a different way we could look at things moving forward. So that information is also provided for your review. The final current method that we were looking at was for our ROCP programs. And we walked through this. This was a measure that the board adopted in 2020 as part of an expansion of career measures for our dashboard alternative school status schools. And we suggested the removal of this specifically because of the redundancy in CalPADS. And this is really a technical change that we're requesting for the board to make because the collection for data has changed with regards to these programs. The programs are now embedded within the collection course taking. However, the lovely flags that we utilize on our end have disappeared from the program collection. And they did so in the 23-24 school year. So as of this year in the 2024-25 collection, which I do believe opened yesterday for our folks, there's no way for them to tell us or indicate directly in a way that we would know that these programs are happening. So that is why we are requesting the technical change for the removal for that from the CCI, beginning with the 2025 dashboard. All right, now for the new data. You were able to see for the very first time, and all of us were able to see, student level data from the Seal of Civic Engagement. So we have been offering seals and awarding seals to students throughout the state. However, that process was simply schools telling us, how many seals do you need? And we sent them out, right? And we recorded the number of seals that were given per school. In the 2023-24 school year, we changed that process. They still request the seals and go through, but in addition to that request process, we asked them to, through a separate data process, not in CalPADS, to tell us who those students were so that we would know their SSIDs and we could link up that achievement with the rest of the record that we have within our data collection process, and to learn more about who these students are who are completing the State Seal of Civic Engagement. We were able to learn in the 2023-24 school year that 14,552 students completed the state seal. And we've provided breakdowns of what those students look like per their demographics. And we also wanted to look at, specifically, as this has been mentioned, as a possible new component for the College Career Indicator, what other things those students have done. Because, I mean, this is a pretty impressive collection of activities that are necessary to complete the state seal. Are these students already showing that they are prepared, Or is this a new cohort of students and perhaps a new slice of students that would be able to be, this activity or achievement would assist us in showing that LEAs have robustly prepared these students. And we were able to see through the data that 3,298 students are not being shown as prepared by their LEA. So that's an important new number and new cohort of students, and we will continue to monitor that number through the collection that also opened recently with regards to how those students can, if there are more students this year that are also going through. We welcome your comments and feedback on how and or if you would like to include and or ask CDE to include the state seal within the college career indicator. And finally, we have been collecting a lot of career data based on feedback from and robust community feedback from creating additional career measures. And I believe the ask came from the board specifically in 2018. So this is another one of those things we've been working on for a long time. And specifically, the areas of data that we were requested to collect information on from LEAs are internships, student-led enterprises, simulated work-based learning, as well as Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Assessment Results, or ASVAT. And we have provided for you in tables 8 through 12 in the May item, the number of students that have completed all of those things from the 2020-21 school year through the 2023-24 school years. I will note the largest participation within these programs was seen in the 2021-22 school year. We've continued to collect the data because we thought that the 2020-21, 21-22 school years were anomalies based on, as these are all career measures, we thought that the low data collection points were due to lack of participation or opportunities to participate due to the ongoing pandemic. However, we are not seeing increased participation and or data submitted by LEAs with regards to these programs. So I do want to make sure that we note that as the board has requested we continue to collect it. We are seeing, obviously, as I said, dips and downturns in the data that's being submitted by LEAs. So as we wrap up with all of those questions that I've provided to you, the final questions we have are if there's an interest in continuing the collection of this data beyond the 24-25 year. We've opened the collection, we're getting it this year. And or if there is interest in looking into creating and adding career measures, specifically these 4 that we've been collecting data on for future dashboards. So with that, I will turn it back to President Darlene Hammond for discussion.
Thank you so much, and I'm going to see if there are any clarifying questions now that people would like to ask about this basket, or, yeah, let's just leave it at that, clarifying questions now. And just FYI, I'm going to try to take maybe about 15 minutes on each of the 6 so that we don't, and then we'll have public comment, then we'll have our discussion. And so lunch will be when we finish all of that, just keeping that in mind. Clarifying questions, yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
Thank you, Kim. Just 2 clarifying questions. First, regarding the college course codes, I just want to be sure that I understood that the English and math courses that were being coded under that other, I believe it was 9227 or something along that line, that those courses, in just kind of the review of the data, are probably courses that should have been coded with either the English or math. They're not something different that wouldn't have been coded under those.
Correct. So, I mean, for instance, we had, so you can look on table 2, I believe it's page 3 of attachment 1. It lists a lovely table of all of the academic college course codes. So there's college credit courses in visual arts, dance, theater, English, world language, history, social science, other, mathematics, music, and science. So if we think of courses offered by colleges, we can pretty much figure, if they're academic courses, they're fitting under these categories. They've been mislabeled, right? So we saw a lot of social science courses that were within other, so people just they saw history, maybe they didn't see the / social science. So political science courses and other things were not labeled appropriately. So I think that's a data entry problem that we can resolve. And again, this would be a future year's solution. We're not backwards mapping, but people would be able to go in and be able to adjust their, make sure that they appropriately labeled things.
Okay. Question number 2. As it relates to the AP courses, AP IB courses, are there students that take the AP and IB exams that do not take the corresponding course?
Yes, there are. Yep. Did I turn it off?
There are certainly students who take the course and don't take the exam, so.
Correct, correct. So there are students who take the exam. I don't know if I asked the question correctly. That I did. Okay. That take the exam but do not actually take the course.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And my last clarifying question, I said 2, but there really are 3. So my last clarifying question is in relation to, do we collect any career data related to military preparation similar to the ASVAB, or is the ASVAB, does that kind of serve as that career measure determination?
No, so we do collect data. I'm just going to talk really loud. We do collect data on for military science preparation. So for ROC, oh my gosh, not ROC, JROTC. Thank you so much. Here we go. So we do take leadership military science. That is actually an offering that is available to show participation. So that is 1 year of that, along with other like A through G completion. That shows that a LEA has prepared students. So there is leadership military science already incorporated within our criteria.
Other questions? I have a couple. One is back to the courses that you were talking about, like public speaking, nutrition. Those are legitimate potential courses, right? But are you saying that they should be fitting under, like public speaking should be under English and nutrition should be under science? Or are you saying that they would be eliminated from consideration? I just want to understand.
So when the board adopted the measure, it was with regards specifically to dual enrollment, right, and opportunities for students to achieve, robust course information that would logically fit under within A through G and or through, right, and to be synonymous with that. The most frequently asked question that we receive, and it hurts my soul, but it is the most frequently asked question, is what's the minimum number of units that a student needs to the course needs to complete? We have been requested, someone submitted that a 1-hour CPR course be submitted as a college credit course because it was being offered by a college. So the clarity of the robust opportunities offering for students, we would really welcome that from the board to as was adopted in 2018, and have that opportunity for the board to signal that any courses, if other were to continue, that those courses are of robust offerings, a minimum course code level as such. This other has been, as we are seeing through, like I said, the data, walking is a course code. We saw at least 15 different courses that included walking in the title. There seems to be, as I said, folks entering information in that college course code that are not college credit courses that we would see or expect to be evident of an LEA preparing a student for college or career.
So there's 2 questions that you're asking. One is about the minimum number of credits, or the substantialness of the endeavor itself to sort of rise to the level of a course, as opposed to a 1-hour CPR or something. And then the other has to do with titles. I don't know that we'd want to be restricted to just A through G silos, because you could be taking a course, for example, in nutrition on your way to becoming a nutritionist, to becoming in a health professions academy. And as we're thinking about career academies and pathways, we don't want to
So CTE courses, all CTE credit courses that are offered dual enrollment, they all count.
So
All,
anyway,
yeah.
the point I'm making is we need to figure out a way to allow for titles that may be legitimate areas of study that might not be obvious to A through G, while also being sure that it's substantive and so on. So that's just what I'm trying to, and there's two issues, it sounds like, for us. One is the degree of substantiveness, that it's a deep enough dive into some of the content area, and then that we see a rationale for that area of study, right? Did you want to speak to that, Member Escobedo? I won't wait until. Okay. And then the other question I have is on the career measures, and there were 4 of them, and I caught 3. There was the internships, there was simulated work-based learning. I don't know what that is. There was, anyway, if you could help me with those 4 again, because I think the question on the table for us is, do we continue with that category? And if so, what is in the category? Is that right?
Correct, with the data collection of that. So at page 11 of attachment 1 walks through student-led enterprises. So that's the development and operation of a revenue-generated business operating from the classroom. So goodness gracious for those students. A lot of those are like web-based opportunities, right? And where students have the opportunity to learn and walk through that very legitimate business that we, all see working through as far as student-led enterprises. And then simulated work-based learning is another one of those opportunities that are presented on campus and or through, partnership academies that allows for students to engage in a simulation of work that is not necessarily perhaps a direct internship.
So those are 3, right?
So, yep, and then ASVAB, the battery test are the others.
And so if we decide we want to continue that category, we might adjust what's falling in that category? Or the question we're being asked is, do we continue the category? And then if we continue the category, are we also being invited to say what should be in the category?
I would say that is, if any of these 4 areas that we have been requesting LEAs to submit data on an annual basis, if there are some that you do not think we should continue to pursue because you don't see a likelihood of incorporation in the CCI in the future, we would welcome that response to assist LEAs in lightening their data burden in submission moving forward.
Gotcha. Thank you. And so who else has any clarifying questions? Okay, Vice President Glover Woods, you're allowed to have questions.
Regarding the ASVAB, this is a question similar to what I asked about AP and IB courses. Are there students that take the ASVAB that do not take the Leadership Military Science course? Do we know?
I do not know that, but I'm happy to do that to include that information for the July item.
Thank you, that would be helpful.
And just so that we're tracking your thinking, can you unpack that? Like, what are you getting at?
So what I'm getting at, I believe, is ensuring that we don't leave students out by eliminating one measure, thinking that it incorporates both. So I'm trying not to leave students out by leaving out a measure that may capture students.
Gotcha, that's helpful. Yes, Member Patillo Bronson.
Could you actually just maybe help refresh a little on the seal of civic engagement? I remember we had lots of conversations around sort of what would count as in scope and out of scope, but could you refresh a little on how much, for example, of like government class gets connected into that? And I'm thinking of it in terms of it's hard to think about a learning project, for example, that's about learning about separation of powers, for example, or whatever structural pieces we would want to make sure that students have a strong foundation in the learning side of the ledger as opposed to activity-based projects.
So we are not the program, right, who assisted with the criteria for approving the state seal. But could I ask if there was some analogous data that you would want to see that we didn't present within the seal information, that we could assist with in helping out. Because as the board's adopted criteria for the seal, right? I don't believe that's up for reflection or change moving forward, but we could, again, assist by bringing in other data to help see that within the CCI if there's anything else you'd like to see, if that helps.
I don't have a concrete suggestion as to what additional types of data might count for that, but obviously I'm just thinking, as many of us are, about what robust civics education might look like to make sure that that is built into the fabric of how we think about that seal of civic engagement, having a base level of understanding of the Constitution, of how the different branches of government work, and making sure that civic engagement is grounded in something textual about how our Constitution operates as well. And that may be just the types of projects that students can work on that reflect that base of understanding. But maybe I'm raising it as a flag as we think about additional considerations for how civic engagement might be measured to incorporate an understanding of our source documents.
And we do have a required course in government that does require all of that content. So it's kind of, how do we make sure that those are speaking to each other is the other thing. Any other clarifying questions? All right, let's move on to part 2. And thank you, Kim. This is like a marathon for you.
I only have 2, and then Cindy gets the rest. So we flip-flopped it today. So I get to take time, and then Cindy gets to rush. No, we're good. So attachment 2 is the incorporation of growth data for grades 4 through 8 in English language, arts, and mathematics into the dashboard. We have 1 meeting to go, and I can consider this fully past the finish line. So in July of 2025, you will consider the following: setting performance standards for student-level growth results. That will be inclusive of the total number of categories that you would like for these performance standards, as well as the names and labels for those performance categories. And additionally, you will consider whether or not to incorporate the growth results into LCFF eligibility criteria. Now, this is a very recent memory, right? We just spoke about the growth data in March. It seems like a long time ago. But the opportunities for us to be able to release that data were prescient. I've seen the growth data shared by so many schools already. It makes me smile, and I'm really excited that we get over the finish line, as we have a lot of in-between questions right now coming from the field, like, what does it mean? What's it going to go? And I'm like, I don't know yet either. Stay tuned to July. And so we'll all get to be present to find that out. We did have, and I printed it out here, the robust April memo with, let me just make sure I get through how many tables we provided for you. 28 tables, all presented and prepared, sharing the information from the release of the dashboard. So this memo in April was our opportunity, separately from the item, to give you, we didn't want an 80-page item, but separately to be able to really show what is in that growth results that we shared on the dashboard. What does growth look like, and the various ways that it's presented. So if you do have any questions and you're clarifying questions about the memo, I have that here so I can answer that as well. And then again, CPAG will also review, we'll have a robust presentation for them. They haven't been caught up. So the last time we talked to them was December. So we have a lot of information to help assist with them and prepare with them so that they can provide feedback in preparation for your decision in July. So again, we did release that information on January 31st, 2025, updating the dashboard to provide visualizations and growth score data for all schools, districts, and student groups with students in grades 4 through 8 that had enough students to be able to show a growth score. And We also provided for general reference for folks, because the last time we released a preliminary set of growth data, we just released numbers and people were really confused by the numbers. And so this time around, we decided prior to the board adopting things, we'd provide a general bit of clarity to make sure that people could bucket the scores that they received. And those three categories were below typical growth. And what that meant was the overall growth score for the school, LEA, or student group, and the precision range, aka the range of error around that score, if it felt entirely below typical, meaning that the range of the score never passed 0. If it was typical, and that just meant it was inclusive of typical range for a student, and then above typical growth, which meant that this growth score in the precision range was entirely above 0 or typical. We provided a robust memo for everyone to read, during spring break, for all of your information on how both the students, schools, districts, and student groups performed on the dashboard, in addition to how those metrics on growth compared to our existing academic metrics that we released for the academic indicators on both status change as well as performance levels or colors. So we wanted to provide that look into the data. If you are able to dig through all of those tables and understand them, or ask me a clarifying question about them, you'll see that overall there's a lot of agreement in our system presently with regards to how student growth is measured, as well as how we are measuring achievement, specifically with regards to change in our performance levels. And that's unique in California, and I do want to note that because all the other states, when they're presenting on how schools and districts are doing, they're sharing information about what happened this last year. We have this giant system where we equally value status as well as improvement or change, right? And that provides us this unique vision, and we encourage it, right, throughout the state, that moving up, even if it's a small move up, right, is valued in our system and rewarded within our performance levels. And we see that parallels significantly in the data that we see for growth. So there's a lot of agreement. Now, there is some small disagreement, right? And we're happy to be able to use the growth measure to be able to highlight that and shine that as well to walk through. And before I walk through everything else, I just want to, this is my disclaimer language. We're going to try it here as I continue to talk about growth. We are measuring typical growth. So what we are measuring throughout our system, remember, is how much growth is, I don't want to say normal, but typical. And so what 0, it doesn't mean 0 growth. 0 means typical growth. And even if you are below typical growth, your students still grew. It's just their growth wasn't typical to what the state of California saw in the last year. Or it's above typical from what the state of California saw last year. And that measure of growth will change year over year, because every year we're going to measure and see what typical was this year. So that's a really important thing for us to look at and think about, especially with regards to clarifying questions. We had a lovely discussion in March with regards to the options to incorporate growth, and we provided a little bit of additional information for your assistance in making determinations and discussions around how we would be able to incorporate growth moving forward, specifically with regards to differentiated assistance criteria. So throughout the course of our conversations around growth, we had identified the following options for incorporating it. We could make the ELA and mathematic growth scores into full indicators on the dashboard. We could modify the components of the existing academic indicators to include growth scores. We could modify differentiated assistance criteria in order to include ELA and math growth scores. Or we could adopt performance standards and continue to publish growth score data as additional information on the dashboard with no accountability implications. And finally, we could modify ESSA criteria to include ELA and math growth scores. So we asterisked a few of these, and the reason why was because, and previously we shared, that these options aren't feasible due to the timing of the release of the dashboard. And this additional information we provided both in the item as well as today's presentation hopes to clarify that a little bit more. So per statute and modifications in education code, the dashboard will be required in 2026 to be published on October 15th. And due to the flexibility of the instructional calendars in California, this does not align so precisely with that flexibility we provide to students to take the test. So LEAs have flexibility on when they would like to administer the assessments. We have recently shifted that opportunity, the window for when students can take tests by 2 weeks. Previously, it was July 15th. They were able to test and assess students in the current year through July 15th. That's been modified and changed and moved up by 2 weeks up to June 30th. So all students stop testing in the state by June 30th. The close of the student level data system, however, though, from CalPADS, which we utilize to get all of our demographic information about students in the past year, has also been moved up to accommodate this new October 15th change. So this year it closes on August 8th, 2025. And we continue, goodness gracious, do we, to evaluate whatever additional adjustments in the system we can to add efficiency to this process. We have been doing this for the past 2 years. We continue to do it right now as we look forward to 2026. I feel like poor 2025 is the dashboard that we're all going to forget because we're looking forward and over and really creating a robust systems within the department to be able to facilitate this information to be, as Cindy mentioned back in March, as valid and reliable as possible when we get that back out to everyone. So this is our timeline that assists you in seeing what all of this lovely magic that we do here at CDE looks like, and the conversations that different data systems and different processes need to have with each other for us to end up at the dashboard, and now to end up with a growth indicator. So as you can see, while testing concludes by June 30th, there's an additional process, and our friends from ADAD are here to answer any questions with regards to that, around validation for from CDE and ETS of those scores and of that testing process, right? They look through all of those results, walk through test questions, make sure things were operating the way they were supposed to, and they're not unable to begin that process until all students have tested, in June 30th. They can't look at everything until all of that is complete. Simultaneously, we are collecting all of that data in the end of year submission from LEAs, as again, specifically with regards for our needs in the academic indicator around their program variables and how those students have been enrolled and where they've been enrolled throughout the school year. So that process completes, as I said, this current year is August 8th. We'll see in future years as well. Once we receive all of that information, then, only then, can we begin processing the demographics that are necessary for the academic indicator. We try our best to get that done as quickly as possible. Every year there has been a hiccup of some sort, so that's why we say, I'd love to say it would take a week, 2 weeks. We're gonna cross our fingers, but data has fun hiccups and data collection has fun hiccups. So we anticipate that this process gets concluded and complete by September. Then our academic team, with the information from ETS and the information from the CalPADS data collection, begin their task. And it is a multi-week process involving many programmers and different programming teams that are able to combine that information and walk through. And per their deadline, right, for 2026, they need to complete that process by October 15th. So their process for completing things is sometime in September through October 15th. Only when that process is complete are we able to hand the data that ETS needs to calculate the growth model. So it is when that final step of the academic indicator processing, when that is complete, that the handoff can occur. And again, as we see here, even if we were looking at a fast timeline for that process of, say, I would say a fast timeline is 4 to 6 weeks, we're still landing after October 15th. And so for any opportunities to move things forward or up, we have to scoot that bottom line backwards. And as you can see, there's a lot of processes that are dependent as we move forward. So I hope that helps answer the questions that folks had in March, and happy to answer any other questions too. So again, to recap, next month, you will be charged with providing a decision on the total number of performance categories that are available, the names and labels for those performance categories, and the performance standards, AKA cut scores, that are assigned to each of those performance categories. And then additionally, we will, just in case you're like, whoa, that's a lot to do, we'll provide you with some suggestions for those, and then you're able to talk amongst yourselves as to whether those suggestions are something that you would like to go with or you'd like to have something else. So with that, President Darlene Hammond, growth.
It's like a mic drop. Are there clarifying questions? Remember, we'll come back and discuss this further, but do you have any clarifying questions for Kim? I think that was very clear. So thank you.
I will turn it back over to Cindy.
All right, hand the baton for the rest of the marathon.
Thanks, Kim. All right, we're going to move on to attachment 3, which is differentiated assistance options for long-term English learners. And for your July meeting, the task at hand is looking at modifying the assigned 5x5 for the long-term English learner student group on our suspension rate indicator for elementary schools. And then we are seeking today additional suggestions from the board around the long-term English learner student group. This was not discussed at your previous meeting, rather. We are going to share with you today a little bit of the analysis. You see that in the item already. And then we will take this to CPAG, which we're taking all of these items to CPAG, and then again with determinations in July. So going back to the beginning of the year, you asked us to look at the reasons that districts and county offices of education were eligible for differentiated assistance based on the results of the long-term English student group. This was a student group that was added by statute. It has a different end size than most of our student groups. It's 15 at the district level, like homeless and foster. And when we presented to you in January that they have now are the main reason why districts and county offices are eligible for differentiated assistance. This is how the discussion came to look into this a little bit more. So specifically, there is a table in your item that has the full combinations of priority areas. This is a table that we do at a larger scale every time we release the differentiated assistance determinations. We do that through a memo to the state board. So this is the top category in the combinations. So again, in order to look at how a district or a county office may be eligible, you're looking at the same student group over 2 different priority areas. So the top one is priority area 4 and 4 and 6. So 4 being pupil achievement and 6 being school climate, which is that 89 in the middle of this table, followed by priority 4, again, pupil achievement, and 5, which is pupil engagement. So just wanted to give you a glimpse into the data. There is a lot here, but overwhelmingly, priority 4 is the constant throughout each of these combinations. In terms of the suspension rate indicator in long-term English learners, the suspension rate is an indicator that has acted differently because we know about, first, there are limitations on the categories you can suspend kids for in our younger grades. And so we do see when we brought forward back in 2017, before this makeup of the board existed, just the variation between our high school settings, our middle school settings, and our elementary settings. So we have different 5x5s depending on the school type. So we have been thinking about and actually dug into the suspension rate to see where LTELs landed, because you will not see an LTEL student show up, of course, if you're a K-8 until they're probably sixth grade or even depending on whether or not they were enrolled as a TK student back then, 5th grade. So with that in mind, we noted that the student group may be falling into a 5x5 grid that was meant really for a true elementary grades, as opposed to LTEL students that are falling into those middle grades. That's the earliest that they can be identified. And that is really the gist of this slide is what I just said. So looking at that specifically that LTEL definition, because we're looking at they needed to be an LTEL student for a minimum number of years, they're falling into grades 6 through 12. So we do sometimes see, and I think this was provided in a chart, students that are lower grades, and that may be to retention in a prior grade or potentially a data reporting error on when the student first enrolled or many other things. And so in looking at the data, we do see that our LTELs are primarily enrolled in elementary schools, elementary and unified districts. We did quite a bit of analysis around this, and we took that initial analysis to the technical design group, who found that the analysis needed more analysis, right? It was inconclusive, and sometimes that happens, right? You go through iterations, you think out loud, and that is really the role of the technical design group, is to make sure we can pass go. If we don't have, if we can't get it on the technical means, we're not gonna bring it to you, because then it's not something that you can act on and that we can feel comfortable about the validity of the whatever proposal we're bringing to you. So we will bring this back again in July. We will have this information for CPAG in June, so that'll get its first public airing as to the intent. But I think that, that there is support in the field about getting this right. We don't want to have our LTELs show up, especially in the red, on something that we have, a decision that was made long before this student group ever existed in the dashboard. So just to give you a bit of an overview, we look at our long-term English learners, similar to our English learners for cumulative enrollment. So it's at any point during the year. And this is similar to all of our other program student groups, is we look at them at any point during the year. So cumulatively enrolled students. And then we also look at, for cohort, they act the same as our English learners. And then I just wanted to offer up for academic, for our demographics, our English learners, of course, because of our SS state plan, we are able to keep in students who were classified within the past 4 years within that student group. So that is one student group that acts a little differently. The same metrics don't apply for our long-term English learners. And so with that, I know there's a couple more slides, and I wanted to turn it over to President Darlene Hammond, because I think she has something she wants to share.
Yeah, thank you. As we've been looking and learning from our team about these data, there's a clear dilemma that we have to face that I wanted to raise for us. So if you could put the next slide up, Cindy, that would be great. I don't think I have a clicker to do that.
Do you see it?
Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Thank you. So if we have a hypothetical district that has a set of students, let's say they have 8 LTEL students, and we look at their scores in 1 year and the next year, and every one of these students increases their score by 1 level on the 4-level process. All the 1s go to 2, the 2s go to 3, the 3s go to 4. Their average goes up, they get a gold star. Everyone is progressing. So that's what we want to see. This is what we want districts to be doing. But the way that the averages are calculated is different than that. So the next slide shows what happens when the reclassified students no longer get counted. So they leave the group. So those scores are not going to be in the average, because LTELs, like ELs, are a changing group every year. Kids come in, kids go out. So we're not looking at the cohort score when we do the accountability. And this gets to the point that Cindy was making about why you see the achievement area in all of the differentiated assistants. They also get some new students. They get 4 new students. You can see my great artwork here. I'm limited in my capacities. But they've got 4 new students, and they're all coming in at a level 1. Then you've got last year's students who have the scores that they had progressed to, and then you've lost the reclassified students. So now their average score in 2024 was 2, but their average score in 2025 is 1.25. So their average has gone down, and they're now in the red. But actually, every one of their students that they had for the year went up. But the way that the group is constituted, and this was inherited from No Child Left Behind, edicts from the feds about how we constitute the English learner group. But, as you get reclassified, you move out, and, as new kids come in, they get counted. So the challenge we have is that for differentiated assistance, we want to help districts that have needs get help that addresses those needs. If we look at what they've actually been doing with their English learners, they've been succeeding in progress. But if they're placed in differentiated assistance and they have to do something to avoid this outcome, one thing they could do to avoid the outcome is to not reclassify students. But then that has other negative effects for students because they may not get access to the academic curriculum, and other things that, they should be recognized for and have. The other thing they could do is try to prevent new students from coming in. I mean, there's, who knows whether that's, even plausible, but certainly at the school level, that becomes an issue. And we've seen that in some cases where people don't want to have that newcomer program because at the school level, that's going to have this effect. So it's a dilemma we've kind of inherited by the way the groups have been constituted. And I think when we tackle the question of how to do appropriate designation for differentiated assistance, we might want to think about something more like the LP. If you go back to the previous slides, and if you don't mind moving us back. Basically, what the LP is doing is asking how many kids are making progress. And we've used, we in fact asked the federal government at one point to use, for federal purposes, the LP plus reclassification as a way of understanding whether kids are making progress, which is what we're asking districts to do, is to make sure that every student is making progress. So I just wanted to frame this, and I wanted to use this little picture because it's a hard concept to imagine in your head. But when you kind of look at it, you can see that we kind of need to think about, as we make these decisions, by July, what's the right way to identify districts or schools for differentiated assistance. Obviously it's districts that get identified, but then, we work with schools, they work with schools within the district. How do we make this a rational system that does not have counterproductive incentives built into it? So that's my little presentation. Thank you, Cindy, for sharing the PowerPoint with me. And we can move on to the next topic.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to pause and see if there was clarifying questions on this
On
piece.
this
But
whole
again,
topic.
we are ready, I think, for July, definitely on the suspension rate indicator, getting that 5x5 right, and then furthering this conversation as needed.
So clarifying questions on the LTEL. I'm seeing none. Ida, were you raising your hand or you were just saying no? That was helpful. Okay, good. Like my little avatars. Everybody's okay? Okay, Member Escobedo.
Just a clarification. So what we're looking at is the formula we're currently using is not coherent to what occurs, or we're not measuring actual growth depending on the redesignated changes.
Yeah, well, when we get the scores for students, either on the sort of average LPAC or on average math or average reading or ELA, we're getting the average scores for kids who are in that group, but the reclassified kids are leaving and the new kids are coming in. So that, I think the question is, that is the way we do report the averages. I think we will want to continue to report the data we report. But I think the question about all these accountability indicators is which ones ought to trigger differentiated assistance. And differentiated assistance has a purpose, to be sure that we are both supporting schools or districts that need to improve and not creating disincentives for them to improve. So we may want to consider, whether for that purpose we use something more like the LP progress measure rather than the measure that has this feature to it. And seeing no other clarification questions, are there any others for this topic? we can move on ahead. Thank you, Cindy.
Absolutely. Great. So let's move on to attachment 4. And we're again talking about differentiated assistance, but this time we're talking about it in the context of the science indicator. So for science in July, we are asking the board to consider where science will show up on the dashboard, where will it live. Right now, for 2024, of course, it had been informational. We had a teal color. And then determining the path forward for science regarding, again, differentiated assistance eligibility criteria. You have heard this item 3 meetings in a row now. So in March, just as a refresher, you adopted the science cut scores and status and change, as well as the color scheme for the 5x5 grids. We are talking about the incorporation or options to incorporate the indicator into the LCFF criteria. That'll be taken to CPAG, and then in July, you will make your determination. So in terms of, again, the indicator itself first appeared for informational purposes in 2024. In 2025, you adopted cut scores using science points for status and change and a 5x5 color grid, and we're talking about the eligibility criteria. Just a quick refresher, and I have Josh Strong in the audience, our subject matter expert and LCFF extraordinaire on DA eligibility criteria, as well as if you have questions around the LCAP process. So these are priority areas 1 through 3, again covering local indicators for basics or your Williams criteria, implementation of state academic standards being 2, and number 3, parent and family engagement. Where we pick up 4, what we just talked about, the bulk of our academic pieces is our English language arts scores, as well as mathematic. We also have the LP lives in this priority area. For pupil engagement, priority 5, that's where grad rate and chronic absence is. We just talked about suspension rate, that's priority area 6, as well as the school climate piece. As a local indicator, 7 and 8 are around our broad course of studies. 1 is access, 1 is outcomes, and then 9 and 10 is limited to our County Office of Education. So with that in mind, we have developed 3 options for you to consider for science. Adding the science indicator as a state indicator for one of the 8 state priority areas, so 1 through 8. Number 2 would be option 2 rather, adding it as a local indicator for one of the state 8 priority areas, or doing nothing, simply just reporting out on it for informational purposes, having a color there, at least in terms of accountability. We've seen a lot of different letters come through on this over the years, and I can still tell you that they're inconclusive. There is not agreement in the field on how this should be handled, and the department does defer to the board on where you want this to land, right? I think we've given you all of the analysis and policy implications, and we look to you for guidance on next steps.
Any clarifying questions? Yes, Vice President Glover Woods.
Cindy, does a state indicator have to trigger differentiated assistance eligibility?
No, this would be the first time. You have developed a set of accountability principles. That's what we're calling them. It's been a little bit, but you have there is nothing that dictates that you have to treat them a particular way.
Yeah.
The follow-up to that is there anything that prohibits requiring something to be addressed in the LCAP if it is not an area that triggers differentiated assistance?
I'm going to call my friend Josh to come up and respond to that.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, members of the board, Joshua Strong, Administrator of the Local Agency System Support Office. In answer to your question, under Education Code Section 52064, you all, as the State Board of Education, have the authority to adopt a template and instructions for the LCAP. Within that, there's nothing that prohibits you all from going above and beyond the requirements that are explicitly laid out in that section of Ed Code about what must be included in the LCAP template and instructions. So it's completely possible for the board to make a decision to include science or other indicators as things that have to be addressed within the LCAP, whereas it's not something that's considered for a determination in terms of differentiated assistance eligibility.
Clarifying questions. All right, moving on ahead.
All right, let's move on to attachment 5, the review of the dashboard alternative school status, application renewal criteria. So the SBE action for July on DAS is how we refer to these schools, is that we are asking the board to consider modifications to strengthen the validation of the DAS criteria. We did not bring this to you in March. This is something that you are exploring. In May, we will take this same information to the June CPAG meeting and then potentially for a decision in July. So according to Education Code 52052G, the state superintendent, with the approval of the board, has the ability to develop an alternative accountability system for schools that serve a large percentage of high-risk students. We refer to this as DAS. This program existed in the prior accountability system, but was called ASAM. And don't ask me to remember what the letters stand for. I have not, I actually never was part of that system. I came in as this new system was being implemented. But that education code section has existed in some form now then for over 2 decades. Currently, the dashboard alternative school status, we have 2 different categories. First, we have alternative schools that are defined in Ed Code, again, same section, 52052. And these look at school types. So for every single public school in California, the California School Directory collects a school type for those schools, for every school rather. And so continuation, county or district community day, opportunity, county community, juvenile court, CEA, so the California Education Authority, Division of Juvenile Justice, and then county-run special education schools are defined in Education Code, and the department is able to look at that information, and there's not an application that's required. So they're automatically part of the DAS system. When what we're talking about today, though, is category number 2, application-based dashboard alternative school status. And this is primarily for alternative schools of choice and charter schools. So in order to bring you up to today, because we did get some letters around this, and I want to make sure that you have an idea of the what it actually looks like as of 2024. In Category 1, for the statutorily defined alternative schools, we have 778 schools in operation. For our special education schools, in which we're looking at the taking of the California alternate assessments, and we're able to then automatically bring them in, we have 32 schools. The remainder are using the application, which is our schools of choice, 30 schools, and for charter schools, we're at 121. And just to go back to 2017, because I've been revisiting 2017 a lot already today, when we first looked at this criteria and presented an item to you in May of that year, we noted that there was 36 schools of choice that would be eligible and 69 charter schools. So actually, we are looking at a larger representation that have come under DAS in the recent years. The number, just coincidentally, for Category 1, that 778, was actually over 1,000 schools. So we have seen school closures, or we have seen our counties not operate as many in that statutorily defined alternative school space over the years. So in 2017, this was July, so moving from May to July, the board then adopted the criteria for the application-based DAS status for charter schools and alternative schools of choice. They leveraged the existing definition from ASAM, which was the 70%, and wanted to make sure that there was a process to verify over time that schools continued to receive that. It wasn't a point in time. It was over that they continued to serve our high-risk students. The board also adopted at that time a requirement that DAS schools that were again in this second category be required to recertify every 3 years for the alternative school status information. And I pulled the July item because I thought that it was also important to revisit that we had a very robust work group that was actually co-led by the Gartner Center at Stanford. And Jorge Velasquez de Ruiz had a lot of not only time, but he was able to get funding from philanthropy to bring this group together. And one of the things that they provided feedback on was that when they were looking at the current accountability system, they saw the DAS program as removing schools from the current accountability system. And that that is really high stakes. And removing schools should be limited to schools that only serve a large, high-risk population to be accountable. At that time, we were able to have alternative indicators. The task force also supported maintaining the percent of the high-risk students to be 70%. So that was really where this was the basis of the decision that was made back in 2017. For the last 5 or 6 years, from 2017 to 2023, we have asked charter schools and alternative schools of choice to go through an application process. And it is multi-step. So it's not the most efficient or user-friendly application process. We asked them to submit a survey sharing the unduplicated percentage of students as of the date of application that met the high-risk status. We then said that the survey had to be presented at the board hearing and shared with the department. And then the information that was used, we added them to the DAS list for the 3-year period, and we indicated that they needed to maintain documentation, that they were continuing to serve the criteria every year they were on the list. In response to concerns and questions from the field, we updated our process in 2024. We wanted to make sure that what we were able to do is actually start to verify what schools were applying under. And so in looking at the survey requirements, one of the things we asked is that schools look at cumulatively enrolled students. So if a student was enrolled at any point in time in that particular school. And this modification to the process, I think we believe adds integrity to a system that you said from the get-go needed to be, it was high risk, or it was high stakes, and so we wanted to make sure, again, that that the validity and the credibility of the system remained in place. So with that, we are able to look at the data, some of these data through the validation process, and I'll show a slide in just a moment of those pieces of data. In 2025, this last month, we also, again, set to look at this requirement to make sure that DAS schools continue to serve a large percentage of high-risk students, meeting that 70%. So we redesigned the process to make it more user-friendly and for the department to take on and use data we were already receiving from districts. And so the process is now that the charter school, alternative school of choice, if they're hitting their renewal period, they'd submit an intent to reply to DAS, and with an assumption that they were already serving 70% of their students rather meeting that high-risk status. They would present that intent at a board meeting and share that documentation or minutes with the department. Charter schools would also need to inform their authorizers because this puts them on a different track for renewal. So in making these improvements to the dashboard alternative school status application process, we've removed that data burden from schools to have to calculate or submit the percentage of students meeting the DAS criteria. We believe this will accelerate the identification process, will minimize the need for technical assistance on how to walk districts or other schools through how to look at their student level data, and relieves that calculation burden and potential external costs because some schools were actually hiring consultants to do this work for them. We also are able to leverage existing data within CalPADS, which has been certified by that school, that is accurate and valid, so that we can make sure that we're leveraging cumulative enrollment, which we look at for, again, all of our student groups from the prior year to evaluate and confirm that they're serving that 70% threshold. Once that all those different steps take effect, the school would then receive approval of the DAS status and the 3-year classification. The department would look annually to make sure that the school is continuing to meet the minimum thresholds of high-risk students. So in keeping all that in mind, the data elements that are currently collected in CalPEDS are on the left-hand side of this table, and the data elements that are not collected in CalPEDS are two of them, wards of the court and students who are credit deficient. And the credit deficient discussion took place back in July of 2017 again. So looking back at the item from that time, the task force on alternative schools provided feedback on the definition of students labeled as credit deficient being behind 1 year or more in credits was too late, and that students struggled to graduate on time even if they're 1 semester behind schedule. Therefore, the task force on alternative schools recommended reducing the time frame for the definition to be 1 semester. So that is partially what has been applied. We are in conversations with other agencies that do collect information about how many credits are needed to graduate, which is the California College Guidance Initiative, which is ramping up to receive data from every single school in the state under the Cradle to Career expansion. So that is one area where we're going to continue to explore. But in terms of the modifications that we're asking you to consider is to allow the department to leverage, again, the data that we are already collecting in the student level data system to validate that these schools can be eligible for DAS.
Okay.
Questions?
That was not a mic drop. It could have been.
No, it wasn't.
And we want to take a 1-minute break because Brenda's Zoom has gone down and we need to get her back on the Zoom. So we're not gonna get up. We're just gonna wait for the Zoom. Oh, there, I see Brenda moving. No? We can see her, but the room's not going down. I see, so she needs to see us. Okay, so we're just gonna talk amongst ourselves for a minute here. And see if we can get Brenda. Counting down. All right, we are resumed. I hope Brenda is able to get in. There she is, Brenda. We're glad to see you. All right, Cindy, you can go on to the sixth component.
Was there any question? Let me just maybe just finish a thought on the DAS piece, that these schools are set up by design to serve high-risk schools. You don't have students that just fall into high-risk status. We see schools that are set up to target these populations. Of course, there's a school in Los Angeles, for example, that it only serves pregnant and parenting teens. That is it's 100% female. They have a child care piece, so there is some schools that have been developed as a result of the DAS program that are doing some very, very great work. We also see some schools that have changed their population since 2017, and I think that's where you see some of the letters that come in. One of those schools lists on their website that they serve students who have fallen behind, but they also serve students who want to get ahead and students who simply want a non-traditional environment. So we know, and I know the superintendent started today talking about declining enrollment. We know there are pressures not only for districts and our alternative schools of choice, but also for charter schools in this space. So just wanted to leave you with those thoughts, and happy to respond to any questions around DAS before moving to the final attachment.
So are there clarifying questions about DAS before we move on? Member Oken?
I can't, I'm debating whether mine's clarifying. I think it is. If it's,
Go ahead.
okay, so
Clarify your
I
clarification.
just want to make sure this is clear broadly. So the on slide 56, it talks about the prior process prevented CDE from verifying or validating data submitted by the charter schools or alternative schools of choice on their applications. And I just wanted to make sure I understood, that we all understood why the new process would change that and make it so that it can be verified.
Part of the new process that would allow us to do that is the next bullet, that we're looking at cumulatively enrolled students at any time, which should, in theory, only benefit a school because you're expanding the population from 1 day to the entire 180 days or however many days that school is in operation. So that is the piece, the prior process, because the school determined what that point in time was. It was at that time of application. It wasn't like it was on census day, which is our other piece where we have the one day that we look at enrollment for all of our schools in the state. That's by education code. So this allows us, again, I think it should benefit, in theory, schools, because you're looking at the accumulation of the enrollment of students, even if they were there for a short period of time.
And just again I think this is the answer. Is it because that data would then be what's reflected in CalPADS?
Yes, so we have every single entrance and exit for a student in that system. That's what districts and schools are required to provide us. So we can see exits and entrances.
Thank you.
So when you look at your new process of validation, would that increase those numbers you just shared in one of the first slides? Will that increase the number of schools or decrease, or about the same, or?
I have no idea.
don't know.
I have no idea.
Just wondered. Thank you.
I can tell you we have talked to a couple of schools who thought that they were eligible for DAS, and when talking with them, they are serving students who may be new arrivals to this country, which does not meet the definition of our alternative school space, right? So there has been some misinformation, I think, in the field about what this program is intended to do, and then it's coupled with this is now puts a charter on an alternative path for renewal, and so there's also been legislation that was passed in 2020 that did that. So there's been things that have happened to this program since 2017 that are beyond the control of the program.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, let's go on to the last component.
All right, so we're looking at attachment 6, and this is priority 1. And what we are asking the board to consider for July is the adoption of modifications. Just like everything you've heard today, one of the things that the accountability system set out to do back under LCFF is that we're committed to continuous improvement. And so this is an area that we have heard from the field time and time again that there's interest in expanding what is currently captured in priority area 1 for teacher assignment data. This is the first time, actually I shouldn't have an NA for May, I apologize, that's a mistake. But for June, we will take this information to CPAG, and then for July, we will adopt priority area 1, or rather bring forward an adoption for you. And in terms of what we're looking at is under Education Code Section 52064.5, and this is the language that was added several years back. So when the state has access to reliable school-level data for all schools statewide, this particular code section says that to the extent practicable, be based on objective criteria, which may but are not necessarily limited to the extent of disparities across school sites. And so that's what we're going to be looking at today. Just to give you like a flashback to what actions you've taken in the past for 2022, Priority Area 1 reporting for the teacher piece was done through this narrative box in the middle. You're not meant to read any of these words in this image, but just know that there was a lot of narrative text and a link to our teacher assignment monitoring outcome reports on DataQuest. In 2023 and 2024, we shifted to this table where we brought in data from those teacher assignment monitoring outcome reports. We provided really that clear information about LEAs versus counties versus statewide, so you could look at those 3 data points for any given district, and then we can also see a percent of teaching FTE that are clear, and then compare that to the state. So the state is the foundation of what this comparison would be. In looking at expanding this out to schools for Priority Area 1, one of the considerations is to actually add a tile onto the front page of the dashboard for the school and call it teachers. So don't call it Priority Area 1, call it teachers, because this is really a component within that particular priority area. You would then be able to move into view more details on the second page. We could look at the count of schools. We could look at clear, highest clear, lowest clear percentage, and then percentage point gap is one thing that's been discussed. When I think about schools and listing schools, we always look at LAUSD. How do you see LAUSD schools on one page? You don't, right? It's a lot of scrolling, and so the count of schools is something that came to us, even locally with Elk Grove. I think we have over 60 schools, and of course Sacramento City as well, quite large. So in terms of next steps, we did start, we were able to get some of this going before May, and so that is why we were able to sort of add in the May conversation with you today, because we did have a couple of different sessions with educational partners, and the initial feedback, some of them really liked it, others have requested that we add an optional narrative box for this data set. So we currently have an optional narrative box just on the home page, but this data set, especially for county-run schools, thinking of community schools where we have lower percentages of clear teachers, that they be able to talk about their local context. We also heard concerns that this data is duplicate or redundant of the teacher assignment monitoring outcome data, which has richer information beyond clear. You can look at out of field, you can look at interns and such. And then to that point, these data are only limited to clear, so you don't get to see the full breadth of what a school or district may have. So we will spend the next 6 weeks or so continuing to engage, bringing this to CPAG, and then we'll bring forward to you some options for decisions in July. So open for clarifying questions, and then I can move it over to public comment.
Perfect. I have one clarifying question on that last point. When you say clear, does that include preliminary and clear?
No,
Just
only
clear.
just clear.
So that's a challenge too, because fully prepared beginning teachers are not being shown. Right? That's accurate as it stands now. Any other clarifying questions? So we're going to go to public comment. We're going to first thank Cindy for all of her.
I'll just run through the last, we did have one last attachment. There is no action on it, but it's always our way to just shout out the work of the team. You see Kim up here a lot. You don't see the other counterpart, which is Ryan Lamb and his team that do all the data work, but we've engaged a lot over the last couple months. We continue to. This is not a 6-month project. This is a 12-month project that we're working on every single day. So I hope you see that, and you'll see that through our outreach activities if you are able to ever come to one. But you did ask us to, I think the liaisons asked us to summarize, so I do have some summary slides about the actions, just in case you want to revisit them, and then this is our recommendation, and I'm happy to turn it over to public comment.
All right, thank you so much, and for all the work. It's really more than a 12-month basket of work. It's really been 10 years of work on this.
Has been 10 years, yes.
I do want to invite people to queue up for public comment on the phone. The phone line is open. If you want to provide comment, please call the phone number and use the public participant access code that is shown there. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to ask our liaison, Vice President Glover Woods, if she has any initial comments before me. I will then, after that, turn us to public comment. So,
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond. My initial comments are actually very brief. Just, again, looking at the many decision points that are in front of us, and just trying to be sure that we are looking at each of these areas in such a way that it provides LEAs with the information they need to support students, help them grow, without having unintended consequences on the other end where, in a sense, we're really not helping them. So I thank Cindy and her team for everything that they've done thus far. We've gotten a lot of data. I look forward to our conversation.
yeah, I want to just reiterate the thanks. I mean, the team has been doing incredible work, and we asked them for extra analyses, and they produce those analyses, and we get a chance to really think about it. And it's a critical moment. It's an inflection point for us. You know, we've had a system that was coupled with the federal system. We've understood that this may be a moment to think differently about that aspect of it. We've been adding indicators that are very important for information. We've been adding student subgroups that are also very important for information. At the same time, we want to think carefully about how we use all of this data, how we use these different indicators so that they are supportive. When we started with the federal, the federal requirements, it really was about identifying the bottom 5% of schools for comprehensive school improvement. California's had an idea that we want to think about districts because that's really where the management of the schools happens. So differentiated assistance was developed. But instead of 5%, we are now, in some moments, we've been up to 60% of districts in differentiated assistance when we had the chronic absenteeism indicator because of the pandemic. And now I think we're at about 40%. So that makes it then difficult to actually provide meaningful assistance to those districts in a way that is helpful. So we're at a moment of thinking about, as we add indicators, as we add student subgroups, how do we frame this in the way that we get the most thoughtful, supportive work done for the right reasons with the right districts so that the system is working well. So that's another part of why all of these decisions are very, very deep and important for us to be thinking through. With that, I think we want to open up to public comment, both in the room and then on the phone.
We have 9 individuals signed up in the room. We can have folks line up at the back, starting with Melissa Roberson, Matthew Kay, Brian Rivas, Nicholas Watson, Eric Premack, Rachel Murphy, Jessica Sacco, Manuel Bonestero, and Leangela Reed.
Please state your name and identification for the record.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Robertson.
I'm the Director of Accountability and Assessments for Highlands Community Charter School, and the reason I'm here today is to talk about the DOS. Highlands has been an alternative school for 10 years. So we first qualified as an ASAM school before qualifying for DOS. Our students qualified under 70% pregnant and parenting, and actually far more students than 70%. So based on the new requirements for alternative schools, our students do not qualify. Our students are 98% English language learners. We serve immigrants and refugees. They absolutely are high-risk students. When we met with CDE, we were told that we had no path forward and no option to appeal. Unfortunately, CalPADS does not provide an opportunity for all adult-serving schools to document pregnant and parenting students who are over the age of 19. So my request is that you please carefully consider and review the alignment of CalPADS to DOS. This is going to largely disallow adult-serving schools to qualify for DOS. It's also going to... Is it time? Yes. That's it? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Madam President, I'm Brian Rivas, speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. Want to make a recommendation to you about student growth. We appreciate the movement and all the work that has gone into getting us to this point, but we'd really like to get you, or we would like to see the board get to a point where growth is used to identify LEAs for differentiated assistance. We know that you face some barriers with regard to data availability and a statutory deadline for release of the dashboard. Our colleagues in the LCFF Equity Coalition have made some recommendations to you for how to overcome those barriers and go about building a standalone indicator for growth. We think it's one of the most important things you can do for equity. It tells us whether we're getting the accelerated achievement for students who lag behind their peers, and really that's fundamental for closing opportunity and achievement gaps. Thank you.
President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board, my name is Matthew Kay, and I'm here today as part of Cambridge, North America. As part of the University of Cambridge, we represent a community of learners worldwide that serves over 100 million learners in over 170 countries. The first high school in California to implement our Cambridge Advanced program did so in 2020, and since then, participation across the high schools that are doing it has grown rapidly year over year. Our students engage in college preparedness examinations that are recognized by over 1,000 institutions in the United States, and our performance-based assessments blend critical thinking and rigorous, innovative application of knowledge. I'm here today to recognize and send appreciation for continued work on the College Career Indicator and to express gratitude and also partnership with Cambridge as we move forward in that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the board. I'm Nicholas Watson, speaking on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. We respectfully urge the State Board to include the growth measure on the dashboard as a standalone academic indicator with a color designation. Given that the growth measure only covers grades 4 through 8, we recognize that this is only a partial solution in evaluating school performance, but where it exists, it is a crucial metric for assessing whether schools are accelerating student learning gains. This is important evidence that should inform charter school renewal track placement, which will only happen if it is an academic indicator on the dashboard. If the State Board were to publish growth data on the dashboard as an information-only item, some authorizers might choose to ignore this crucial evidence in making renewal determinations. We firmly believe that this data, even if only a partial solution, needs to be included in evaluating school performance in service of California's students. Thank you.
Good morning, Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now and the California STEM Network. I want to thank you, first of all, for all the support you've demonstrated in returning science to our accountability system, as well as for increasing transparency and improving access to teaching assignment monitoring outcome, or TAMO data. The inclusion of this information on the 2024 dashboard has already had an impact on local conversations and decision makings to increase and improve equitable access to science and fully prepared and properly assigned teachers. More should be done to ensure that these nascent conversations continue over the next coming years and not fizzle out. Today, I urge the State Board to take the next step forward in advancing these two equity issues by directing CDE to provide data and options for the 25 dashboard to include science as a state-level indicator in priority areas 4 or 8. And relative to the TAMO data, we ask that the board consider reporting data at the school level, report inequities across schools within districts, and options for improved data visibility and accessibility. Thank you.
Good morning, Rachel Murphy, Senior Legislative Counsel with Public Advocates on behalf of the LCFF Equity Coalition. As explained in our letter, we request that the board support amendments to the statutory dashboard timelines in order to fully integrate the student growth indicator into the dashboard and into the identification of students of districts in need of differentiated assistance. Growth scores are the gold standard for determining which districts are or are not continuously improving and closing achievement gaps, and we should not let timing issues be a barrier to improving our accountability system. We appreciate the department's analysis of additional measures for the college career indicator, including the potential replacement of AP and IB exam scores with successful course completion to demonstrate college readiness. However, we still recommend that the board and the department reframe the CCI to measure both college and career readiness for all students in order to assess the ability of our schools to prepare students for multiple avenues of post-secondary life. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and State Board of Education members. Manuel Buenrostro with Californians Together. And we align with the comments that we submitted in a letter and with the comments submitted in the LCFF Equity Coalition letter. We want to thank the department for the insightful data on long-term English learners and strongly support revisiting the suspension rate indicator calculation, especially considering grades 6 to 12. That's where we have most of our LTELs. We also request the opportunity to be part of the deliberations regarding the LTEL data before it comes to CPAC and the board in July. We also support adding the growth model to the accountability system as a dashboard indicator. In the meantime, as we think about growth data, we would like to encourage LEAs to use and analyze the growth data that's available when they're developing their LCAPs. To make this analysis meaningful, we reiterate our request for growth model outcomes to be provided for English learners and to be provided in time for LCAP development. Thank you.
Madam President, members, Eric Premack with the Charter School Center. We support the inclusion of the growth data, but we also would urge you to move as quickly as possible to address the fact that we don't have any growth data for about half or more of the grades, perhaps including allowing inclusion of verified data that we've been using in the charter sector for a while. Second, we have a lot of concerns about the fact that the DOS entry criteria were changed almost a year ago, and you're only hearing about it today. The implications for a number of our members are quite profound, and this process of changing the methodology without any vetting or discussion is profoundly disturbing to us, as much as we respect the work of CDE staff and the concerns that they have. We think there are some countervailing concerns that need to be vetted and discussed before this implementation, before these changes are implemented. Thank you.
I'm batting cleanup. Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. Want to thank you for this very robust conversation and appreciate the thoroughness and the work of the CDE staff to lay it out. We, on behalf of LEAs, and you have our coalition letter, I just want to reiterate that we would ask you to look at what's already possible. You can already add science into the LCAP. You don't need to change the LCAP. Conversations are already occurring about growth. We would ask you to move forward slowly, because that DA is an awful big ornament to put on the Christmas tree. And so when you add that in, you can topple the whole thing over. So we would ask that we just move forward cautiously, that we be really deliberate about what we think about adding in, and we stand ready to help and support the work as you move forward. Thank you.
There are 10 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4369. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Sally Fox, calling from San Diego on behalf of CABE, the California Association for Bilingual Education, and as part of the LCFF Equity Coalition. Along with bringing attention to the written comments submitted by the coalition, CABE reiterates appreciation for the important work achieved thus far to improve our California K-12 schools through a carefully designed authentic assessment and accountability system. I'd like to add, when we keep in mind the needs of multilingual learners who are acquiring and developing English at school, we actually benefit all types of students, including those with special needs, because well-designed bilingual programs result in higher academic achievement overall by grade 5. Although our state has many more dual language immersion programs than 15 years ago, English learners are less likely than native English speakers to be enrolled in these programs. Please continue to find ways to offer these world-class programs to all, especially our English learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 7732. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. This is Elizabeth Arona speaking on behalf of Alta Schools. At Alta Schools, our 8 hybrid classroom optional DOS charter schools in San Diego, Riverside, and San Bernardino County have supported more than 18,000 students over the past 30 years, the majority of whom enrolled credit deficient from their prior schools to successfully graduate. We support the work of the State Board of Education in continuing the DOS status criteria, maintaining a threshold of 70% of students served, and importantly, continuing with the current criteria, including students who are credit deficient, as this, of all the DOS criteria, best reflects high-risk students served by DOS schools, such as ours, as well as those not required to verify their status, such as district continuation schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 2363. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Patty Herrera on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. Regarding the College Career Indicator, Access supports efforts to provide the greatest opportunities for students to demonstrate preparedness, including through obtaining the seal of civic engagement and successfully passing at least 2 AP or IB courses. Regarding student growth data, Access supports displaying the data for informational purposes. And relative to the science indicator, AXA continues to explore ways to meaningfully incorporate science results into our accountability system. We, along with our colleagues, will be prepared to share our recommendations at the July meeting. Finally, with respect to teacher assignment data, AXA believes the information currently available on the dashboard is sufficient, as these data are already reported on local SARCs and available in DataQuest. Including school-level data about teacher assignments on the dashboard without appropriate context can cause confusion and complicate local discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendent. I want to uplift the letters we submitted, which outline our positions on each element of this item and spend my time elaborating on science. We recognize there are a myriad of approaches available to the board. Our coalition is in deep discussion as to which option we think will best support student achievement and capacity, and will share our positions at June CPAC and July board meetings. Regarding Dr. Glover Woods' question related to science and the LCAP, we would like to build off Josh Strong's response and add that currently nothing prevents an LEA from including science in the LCAP within the current template instructions adopted by the board. Finally, county offices do not wait for LEAs to qualify for DA to offer support. Through the Cal-MSDS partnership, we are actively building capacity to deliver robust science instruction across grades in all schools, regardless of DA status. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Robert Manry from Children Now. Children Now strongly supports the inclusion of a student growth indicator on the dashboard. According to the Education Commission for the states, student growth is the highest weighted indicator in a majority of other states. And for good reason. Growth is the fairest measure of education quality of a school. Every year, each student has an opportunity to succeed on growth, regardless of where that student starts. At the same time, for all of the student groups the Equity Coalition focuses its attention on, a larger percentage of schools score below typical growth. Targeted student groups of third graders are behind, and this growth data shows that they're falling further behind. Adding growth to the dashboard will lead to districts focusing on growth and closing achievement gaps. To this end, we recommend adopting a 5x5 color matrix for growth, designating it as a state indicator, and working with the administration and legislature to amend the budget trailer bill statutory deadline to allow a supplemental release of growth data on the dashboard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 1025. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Michelle Holcomb, Executive Director for California Association of Science Educators. On behalf of statewide science education organizations, thank you for your continued support, especially for adding science to the California School Dashboard. I urge you to take the next step and adopt option 1 under agenda item 2, making science a state indicator under priority 4 or 8. Without this, science remains optional and inequities in access continue to grow. I also strongly urge you to include science in the criteria for differentiated assistance in 2025. Waiting only delays progress. Including science now allows the system to evolve with science embedded from the start, ensuring that students in underserved communities are no longer left behind in a subject so critical to their future. And lastly, just as a reminder that CASE submitted a letter signed by over 800 individuals and organizations through our Make Science Matter campaign, urging full inclusion of science and accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 9052. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Henry Shimojo, and thank you for the board for all the support you have given to science. I am the representative of Logos Education System, an educational consulting firm that partners with school districts, county offices, and city initiatives. I'm here today to strongly urge the implementation of differentiated assistance, or DA, for science. Science is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It builds critical thinking, language development, and problem-solving skills essential for student success. Math and language are abstract constructs, but they take on meaning and relevance through science. Including DA for science on the dashboard along with the dedicated funding ensures accountability and equitable access to rigorous and real-world science instruction. This is how we can close the learning gaps and prepare our students for the demands of the future. The time to act is now. Let's give the students access to the power of science. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last four digits, 8945. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
This is Suzanne Cooey of the Charter Schools Development Center. The full 2019 and 2024 growth data sets show that agreement of change and growth falls apart the smaller the school or group size. An example of this clear pattern is Lazier Charter School, with 2024 change of 0, but 2024 growth of 26. That's 26 scale score points above average in the top 1% of growth scores of over 3,000 similar schools. Yet their color is orange and status is below the state, counting toward the so-called low-performing renewal category and differentiated assistance. The current indicators do not reflect school effectiveness. We've heard about past data processing, but not how to tighten the timeline, including a new contract with ETS. It's important. Growth data are key to a dashboard based on school effectiveness. This sends clear signals to teachers. We've heard of teachers who have quit because they can't see their effectiveness on the dashboard. So we encourage the board to prioritize this very important data. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4120. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Ben Murphy, Legislative Coordinator with Public Advocates. We have appreciated engaging with the department on its plans to modify the Priority 1 teacher indicator. We reiterate our recommendations that the legally required school-level data on the number of clear teachers should be integrated into the dashboard school pages alongside other school-level data from statewide databases like test scores and absenteeism rates. We are excited to see that improvement come to the board for approval in July. The indicator should also include an equity component that reports, as per Ed Code, the extent of any disparities across school sites within school districts to identify disparities in access to fully prepared and properly assigned teachers between school sites in the same district. Finally, the dashboard should provide greater clarity on a district's performance by expanding the range for at state average to plus or minus 5% of the state average, and by adding whether the district is well above or well below the state average of clear teachers. These improvements will significantly enhance transparency and improve quality of local LCAP conversations around ensuring all students have equitable access to qualified teachers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 1162. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Leticia Garcia on behalf of the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. We are part of an Education Management Coalition letter commenting on student growth and LATELs, but I'd like to focus our comments today on the science indicator. We continue to have local discussions on the most meaningful and robust way to incorporate the science indicator into the dashboard that we will share with you for the July meeting. As this conversation moves forward, we also ask that you consider the timing for triggering the accountability piece, the differentiated assistance, to allow for the field to plan and prepare and align those changes to the next 3-year LCAP cycle. Again, we look forward to being part of this conversation as it moves forward and as you take final considerations for the July meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 2.
Thank you so much. Obviously, this is an important item with a lot of good public comment that we appreciate. This is our opportunity to discuss. I think what we may want to do is take these one at a time so that we kind of can move through and see if there are particular kind of either additional questions or guidance we would like to offer to the department about what to bring back in July, okay? So the first of these is the College and Career Indicator, the review of new and existing measures. Are there either questions or suggestions that we want to make at this time about that? Yes, Member Escobedo.
No, just a suggestion. Are there other indicators beyond IB? You know, here we saw Cambridge, and there probably are other, perhaps, assessments. I know micro-credentialing, it has been increasing significantly for some high school students. Many companies such as Amazon and Apple, Microsoft have eliminated a college diploma from their applications, are looking at specific micro-credentialing certifications. So I just wonder if, you know, to what extent can we extend these college and career indicators? Just a suggestion.
All right. Allison, Member Yoshimoto-Tari.
Thank you. To that point, CD is asking for board input on whether or not we would like to continue to review additional measures, and I believe that we should, just to reinforce what my colleague is saying here. And I also just wanted to say thank you for including the civic seal of civic engagement.
Other comments or questions? Yes, Member Olken.
I think another one of the pieces you were asking for feedback on is related to the AP coursework, passing AP classes in addition to AP or IB courses, and just having my experience is that there are lots of students who are successfully completing those classes who choose not to take the exams, whether it's because it's too expensive or because they don't believe it'll be a good assessment of their knowledge because they're not great test takers. So I would support the idea of expanding what qualifies for students.
Offer a couple of other thoughts. To add to the comments that have been made, I think being open to adding indicators of, rich coursework is a good idea. I happen to know the Cambridge coursework because I've reviewed assessment systems. It's very similar to International Baccalaureate or Advanced Placement, even more similar to International Baccalaureate. So I think that's one, if we can figure out a way to verify what we know about it, we should be, open to considering things that can be verifiable. I think to your point, Member Escobedo, we might down the road want to be thinking about these other indicators I would love some advice from the department about what is a process by which we would be able to really kick the tires on, any other indicators of that sort that we would want to bring into the college and career that's analogous to International Baccalaureate or advanced placement, et cetera. Also appreciate the move to think about the course taking as opposed to just the exam passage. I do think Vice President Glover Woods raised some interesting questions about, will we lose some students who take the exam, and should we consider doing both, as an indicator? I don't know. You're saying yes? Okay, well, we'll do that. We'll get to voting in July, but I'm just offering suggestions for Cindy to help us get to some considerations in July. There's also the important point about what constitutes a dual credit course that's sufficiently meaningful. And we would, I think, benefit from some recommendations and information about, what might be a credit floor, like a 3 credit or something like that. You guys are looking at the data, so you know better than we do, like what might be the right kind of credit floor to consider, and then how we can help people who can't figure out how to get it into the categories still be able to use, reasonable courses, and so seems like a little bit of a dilemma that we could use advice on. The other piece is the career piece, the career indicators. We have a career master plan that was just released by the governor in the last few weeks, which does emphasize internships and also apprenticeships, which is not in our list. So I'm feeling like this is not a good time to eliminate that from our consideration. But I'm curious about, and ASVAB has been there for a long time along with the military science course. I'm curious about the value of the simulated work-based learning and the enterprise, whether there are really very many people doing that. And so we could benefit from some more information about and thinking about those, I think, in July. Those are the notes that I had. Anybody else have, questions or comments? Vice President.
Just a comment as it relates to considering additional measures. I know we were speaking of Cambridge or any others. I think it would be important, let me stop and let me ask a question first, Cindy. Did I understand correctly that for IB and AP, the department gets the data directly from those companies, or did I understand that correctly?
The data that is currently being used in the CCI is only exam taking. And we get the exam scores from directly from IB and directly from the College Board for free. We collect course taking. There are students who take the exam who do not take the course. So that's the other thing to keep in mind is if this is all about the school and the district helping a student prepare, when a student does a one-off, that's not something we've checked or validated or has been a requirement, just another thought. But we do receive that data directly from the vendor.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And to that point, I think as we consider additional test taking, that a similar process should be in place, that it's something that should be provided directly to the department and not a requirement of the LEA to gather who's taken the exams. Again, just thinking of if there are additional measures added in.
Yes, we would absolutely reach out to those vendors if that was part of it. Absolutely.
Okay. Have we heard all that we need to hear about that first area? We're going to move on to the growth model. If there was a horse race for the most popular indicator, growth model would be right near the front, but science would be right behind. So, but clearly we have a lot of interest in the growth model. Are there questions or comments that folks want to make about that indicator? Vice President Glover Woods, do you want to? No, go ahead. I'll speak after you.
I think the only comment that I have is I think it's important for us to elevate the importance of both of these areas, the science as well as the growth, and also do so in finding out how we can, for lack of a better way of putting it, ensure that that data is looked at and acted on in a tangible way, which may or may not be adding it to differentiated assistance eligibility criteria. So I'd like to know what other alternatives there might be to not just solely rely on the local agency to act upon the data, because the data is there now. But if the data is showing that there is a need for student growth improvement, what measures or what options we as a board have in front of us to be able to put in place, which may or may not mean adding it to differentiated assistance eligibility criteria.
So, okay. I didn't know if Cindy was going to respond, but it sounds like she's just taking notes on it. Okay, okay, great. So just to add to the enthusiasm on the growth indicator, and I know Cindy and Kim and the team have been working hard on this for many, many years, so it's very exciting to see it coming to fruition. So to help the board make some decisions around growth in July, I'd love to ask CDE to present some options that use the 5 categories for growth to maintain parity with our other indicators, and some options for the labels of the categories, such as, you know, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or minimal, moderate, and substantial growth, so that we can think about the way we want to be presenting this data to the districts and parents in the state, centering the scale, you know, in some way that allows us to understand that all growth is positive. So, you know, that would be, I think, more intuitive. So appreciate you've kind of suggested that would be possible. One of the commenters talked about, is it possible to have a supplemental release of the growth model metric for some kind of supplemental add-on to the dashboard after the required date? And that would be an interesting idea for us to hear more about when we reconvene in July, whether there's a way for it to be sort of, quote, added to the dashboard as an addendum or a supplement, not at the time that is impossible.
I would argue that's what happened in 2024 without having, you know, implications. That's exactly what we did, is we released it in January.
So we may want to hear more
precedent
about
for
that.
it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other comments on the growth model? Yes, Member Escobedo.
Very much like L tells, you know, how do we include the growth model and accountability, that perhaps utilizing a formula would make sense, knowing full well the limitations of the number of students who are involved. So looking at maybe a couple of options and how it can be used for accountability measures.
Okay. You're looking at me, but you're really addressing that to Cindy, because I'm not going to do that. But they are full of good and creative ideas and data.
So just to clarify, with regards to L tells and growth. So, and I know some of the comments regarded displaying all of the categories for growth. We did add an extra delay with regards to displaying the breakout categories for our current English learner student group of growth. The dashboard is fully complete now. We were able to catch up with that. So full data is available on the dashboard for all student groups, inclusive of English learners, inclusive of long-term English learners, and inclusive of the breakouts of the English learner student group from the academic indicator, meaning current English learner students, recently reclassified English learner students in the past 4 years, or recently reclassified students who are no longer English learners within the past 4 years, as well as English-only students. So all of those breakouts are available on the dashboard.
All right, moving on to the next category, which is long-term English learners. I'll just maybe start off by saying I hope that we can consider in July some ways to think about a metric that would be useful for differentiated assistance for the LTEL group in the way that we talked about, that would allow us to measure their progress and not be, inadvertently creating the problematic incentives or identifying the places that are the most successful at reclassifying students as the ones that, are looking like they're the most problematic. Any others on any other comments, questions on LTEL? All right, thank you. Science, the neck and neck most popular indicator. Any comments or questions about science? Yes, Member Orozco Gonzalez.
This has been quite all these choices, right, that we need to do. So Cindy, just thank you to you and your team. I just think as a classroom teacher, I'm encouraged to see science being recognized as a key part of our well-rounded education. I support moving forward with science indicator as a local indicator. This approach gives the districts the opportunity to reflect on their progress while continuing to build the instructional and systematic support needed for meaningful improvement. Across the state, we're seeing growing momentum, especially through professional learning happening in the county offices and district networks. That momentum needs to be nurtured and not rushed. In my own experience, sustained professional learning, access to high quality instructional materials, a strong site-based support like science coaches are essential for teachers to feel confident and equipped to teach science well. These systems take time to develop, and locally guided approach gives us the space to strengthen the capacity without introducing high stakes pressure too early. That's something that I came back and forth because I have always been a proponent of having science on the dashboard as something that we do need to measure. But I do know that where my district is and as where I am at as a teacher, happen to be a little bit more advanced only because I have a science background. But I know that my colleagues need so much support with instructional materials, coaching, professional learning before we get something on the dashboard that now is accountability statewide. So at the same time, we need to make sure that we ensure any accountability measure is interpreted in context. Each LEA is navigating different challenges, and the data we share should support improvement, not oversimplify local realities. So I appreciate the collaborative process so far and look forward to having a system that lifts up strong science education and instruction while still staying grounded in the diverse needs of our students, our schools, and providing the support that teachers need.
All right, thank you. Anything else on science? One more, okay. And remember, we don't have to make decisions today. Okay.
I just want to thank you as well for such a complete presentation with so much information. And as far as science goes, at the high school level, I do think it's very important that it appears on the dashboard, as also, to acknowledge that there are so many careers in science that are essential for our livelihood. I mean, just the bio, right? There it is, the words in it. But, we have aerospace industry in California, and this way, what we measure gets funded, and so it'll become a priority, just like many years ago it was only English and math, right? With the No Child Left Behind, and other content sort of, kind of got pushed to the wayside, and I would love to see science at the forefront and leading the way. Thank you.
Yes, Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Just briefly, on slide 47, it says CD will provide simulations on the impact of options 1 and 2 for the July meeting. And I would like to see if we could also be provided with a simulation that would show a phase-in approach from starting with option 2 and eventually moving to option 1 as part of the simulation or as part of what's presented.
And one of the things that the board that preceded us had tried to do was be sure that we see enough data over a long enough period of time before we make decisions about what indicators would be used in the dashboard. I think that's in line with that principle of, kind of how to make decisions over time.
Just to clarify, what you just said, you're asking that the department consider, or rather bring back some information around option 2, adding the science indicator as a local indicator for one of the state priority areas as a phased in, and then in future years shift to option 1, which would add the science indicator as a state indicator as opposed to local. So it would swap from local to state. It would sort of grow up to become a state indicator is another way. Is that what you're looking for?
Would that look like over time? And I think it also would help us as a board weigh in on that. And also from an LEA perspective, it's helpful to know if the state has a future vision to change something and when that might be and when the right timing for that might be. As opposed to just saying, oh, the state went to option 2 or option 3 and they're going to stay there forever. I think it's helpful to know that there's an intention to shift at some point.
I want to piggyback on that for a little bit, with a little bit of an adjustment. And one of the, I love the phase-in idea as far as when the indicator becomes something that's used for accountability purposes or eligibility criteria. My concern is going from local to a state indicator. Based on the criteria that we use now for a local indicator. If my understanding, if my memory is correct, with a local indicator, there is a process, the district presents the data to their board. As long as that has happened, they have met the local indicator. I don't think that, in my opinion, is sufficient enough for a science indicator. So if there was a way to have the science indicator looked at as the state indicators are with their 5x5, and being able to look at what the where the LA falls, having something attached where they do need to address it in their LCAP, and then phase it into perhaps I'm just saying at this point, some type of differentiated assistance eligibility criteria down the road. That might be a phase-in option as well. I'm just a little concerned about the local indicator part, just because of its not robust, if you will.
And to be clear, I wasn't advocating for that. I was just asking for that as an option.
All right, we're going to have so many options in July, and we thank you in advance for all the options you're going to provide us. Oh yes, Member Lewis?
Thank you. I was having trouble trying to find the icon to raise my hand, but I just wanted to add that, and they've already said it. I want to support the comments made by Member Orozco Gonzalez, and then Member Yoshimoto Tauri said what I was going to ask. I was going to ask, was it possible to start out as a local indicator for science, and then do we have the power to move it to a state indicator? And so with the comments that she made, you've already answered my question. I couldn't find my hand quick enough, but thank you.
Great to see it.
I feel it's important to have science we have it on the dashboard, and I think as Member Orozco Gonzalez said, it's important to go slow and give districts and everyone the opportunity to get it right, and districts to respond to the science, just respond to the science data, and how we can move forward with being it a strong indicator, just like we have for English language arts and math. So I support, bringing back information of what we could do to start out as a local indicator and move to a state indicator. Thank you.
I would just note that another way to think about the decision-making in addition to that is having indicators that may appear on the dashboard with colors, et cetera, and not necessarily be used for accountability purposes initially. So there's lots of different ways to be thinking about a phase-in strategy.
One other point.
You want to move us along.
Sorry, just one other point for 2025 is we'll add in the participation rate penalty. That was not in the data for 2020. It was separate. It was not included in the calculation. So we will see, especially in the high schools where we didn't see participation as high.
Yeah, and I think that what Cindy's saying, which goes to the other point, is, you know, seeing what the data looks like as we go along is very important before we, you know, make a huge leap, potentially. I do want to note that we are now about 45 minutes behind our planned schedule for lunch. And so I want to take your comment, but I want people to understand we're making decisions in July and just suggesting what we need for those now. Go ahead, Member Patillo-Brownson.
So my 15-second addendum is just to support the idea of a transition, and it would be really helpful to have a sense of what the expected timeline would be to go from a local indicator to a state one, so that there's a forecasting for LEAs to know what's ahead.
These will all be our decisions in July. Okay, can I move us to the last, no, we still have two more categories. We have the DOS school status criteria. Are there comments or questions on that? Member Yashimoto Tari, you took a breath. You looked like you might want to say something.
I just am concerned about some of the public comment that we heard and some of the letters we heard about the single. So I just wondered if there's any response to that.
Yeah, I had questions about that also. Something about the way in which using the CalPEDS data and the DOS count, you know, changes how things get counted, obviously. So I think I'll need more clarification on that, and that may be the question you're asking as well.
So I think if anything, we're trying to make sure that the data is verifiable, and when we take applications on face value, and then we go to check in CalPADS that you don't have any parent or pregnant teens, that is a decision that, you know, that you all asked us to hold up the integrity of this system. And as soon as we walk away from things like that particular data point, you enter into this system a level of uncertainty, and you can't validate that information. So data in CalPEDS has been reviewed, it's been submitted by schools and districts and certified as being accurate. So I'm a little, I guess I'm not quite sure what the argument would be if you don't want to use verifiable or valid data and take it on an application basis. That would be the alternative.
Sounds like this is an area we'll want to more deeply understand by July. The other area that I was a little unclear about was whether the new rules will continue to identify credit deficient students as part of the DAS count.
And I think that's something we'd like to, you know, hear more feedback from the board on interest around that, and whether there's a phased-in approach to looking at the credit deficient piece or another alternative.
Okay, so that we'll put a pin in that for July also.
Okay.
And then moving on to priority one teacher data review. Are there any questions or concerns about that?
I just have a clarification because I misstated something. The CLEAR does include preliminary. So an assignment monitoring outcome of CLEAR indicates all relevant attributes or dimensions of the assignment that were authorized by a CLEAR or preliminary credential. So I apologize for that misstatement, but got a clarification.
That's great, thank you. Any other questions or comments about that data point? Everybody okay? All right, thank you so much. We want to thank Cindy, Kim, and the whole team for all of this work and all of the patience that you have for all of our questions. We're going to resume this in July, but right now we're going to go to lunch, and we're going to be back here by 1:30. Let me see. Yes, by 1:30. All right? Ready, set, go. All right. Welcome back from lunch, and we are now going to move on to our consent agenda. I'd like to take up the regular consent items 5 through 8, and we'll open the phone line for the queue for public comment, and invite folks to call in using the phone number and the participant access code shown on this slide. Are there any speakers signed up to speak to the consent items in person?
We have no public commenters in the room.
All right. Take a minute and see, is there anybody who's shown up on the public phone line?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. So at this time, I'd wonder if I could get a motion on consent items 5 through 8. Member McQuillan? And a second? Member Yoshimoto Tari. Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Thanks. Yes.
You know, we go alphabetical, we're flipping it. So, yeah, I know. There we go. Member Rodriguez.
Yeah. Do you say yes? Yeah, aye?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the clarification. All right, people, let's take a moment. Member Patilla Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
No.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes?
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. We're moving on to item 3, which is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress and the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California. And the item is to approve the 2024-25 apportionment rates and so on. I am going to invite Deputy Superintendent Mary Nicely and Mao Vang of the CDE and Tony Alpert of Smarter Balance to present. Trying to save time here.
It's only my second time doing this, so getting here on these. So good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Ingrid Roberson, and members of the board. I'm Mary Nicely, Deputy Superintendent of the Information and Technology Branch. And I am going to start this off by acknowledging my favorite teacher, which was Mr. Mike Wiesner, my oceanography teacher when I was in 12th grade, who was the first person to teach me statistics and get me in front of a computer, and here I am today. So you can blame him for that. So to assist me with this item, I have Mao Vang, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division, and Tony Alpert, Executive Director of Smarter Balanced. The item before you today is an action and an information item. Today, the presentation topics will be a recommendation. We'll provide a presentation. We'll provide an overview of the California Department of Education's recommendation for approval. Then we will go over the next steps to support student progress document and assessment program updates. Finally, we will return to the CDE's recommendations to State Board of Education approval. Now I will hand the presentation over to Mao Vang.
Thank you, Mary. Chief Deputy Superintendent Robertson, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and our esteemed board members. As Mary mentioned, I'm Mao Vang, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division here at the California Department of Education. I can't go on without saying my favorite teacher too. I remember Mrs. Smith. Shout out to her. Many years ago, I came to the US as a 7-year-old. I was too old for kindergarten, and they placed me in first grade. I was too old for first grade too. But Mrs. Smith helped me introduce me to the English language. So go Mrs. Smith. I will begin by providing an overview of the recommendations that Mary mentioned. The CDE or California Department of Education recommends that the State Board of Education approve the following. The per pupil apportionment rates for the 2024-25 school year contingent on the availability of an appropriation for this purpose for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, tests administered as part of the CASP system and as provided in Table 1 of Attachment 2. And then the per pupil apportionment rates for the 2024-25 school year, again, contingent on the availability of an appropriation for this purpose for the English language proficiency assessments for California or LPAC tests administered as provided in Table 2 of Attachment 2. In addition, sorry, I forgot one, excuse me. In addition, the third action or recommendation is to approve the proposed revisions to the Level 1 Reporting Achievement Level Descriptor, or ALD, for the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments for English Language Arts, Literacy, or ELA, and the Mathematics as well, and the California Science Test, and that is to replace the second use of the word minimal with the word limited. So those are the three recommendations we're asking for. Overall, the proposed 2024-25 apportionment rates for CASP and LPAC are included, starting on page 3 of the board item, and as well as the attachments I mentioned. And then the proposed rates, these proposed rates remain unchanged from the prior year, which was 2023-24, the 2023-24 school year, excuse me. And then this part really is just quick and concludes our part on the apportionment rates. I'm gonna try to catch you up. So again, the proposed technical revisions that in addition to the apportionment rates, we are recommending a technical edit, as I mentioned, to the LEA, to the Level 1, Reporting Achievement Level Descriptor. So to reduce the redundancy and improve readability, the CDE recommends that the second use of the word minimal in the Level 1 Reporting Achievement Level Descriptor for the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessment for English Language Arts Literacy be replaced with the word limited, and it's highlighted in red what the change is. Please note that Item 3 was reposted on May 2nd because we noticed, and it is really to correct and reflect what the SBE approved, the language for the reporting achievement level descriptors in March. Specifically, somehow the word basic was inserted in there, so we removed that from the Level 1 reporting ALD because it was not part of the board's action in March. Just as background. Similarly, for the CDE also recommends the second use of the word minimal in the Level 1 of the reporting achievement level descriptors for the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessment for mathematics to be replaced with the word limited. Again, as highlighted in red. And then, in addition, the CDE recommends that the second use of the word minimal in the Level 1 reporting achievement level descriptor for the California Science Test be replaced with the word limited. So consistently replacing that. I will circle back to CDE's recommendations toward the end of the presentation, but at this time, I'd like to hand the presentation over to Tony Alpert, the Executive Director for the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, and he will cover the the steps to support student progress document. Excuse me. Tony?
Thank you, Mel. For the record, Anthony Alpert, Executive Director for Smarter Balance. So this is an item that you've seen a couple of times before, and it's just an update to keep you apprised of the progress on it. As you recall, I'm sure the focus groups and interest holders recommended to the CDE that the reporting achievement levels really address two pieces of information. A description of what knowledge and skills students demonstrated on the assessment, as well as suggestions regarding what actions educators, families, and students may take so that students might learn more. And there was an emphasis that there should be a call to action for students who did not demonstrate proficiency on the assessment. And so the following is an approach that attempts to provide some guidance while being mindful that each individual student's needs should be considered carefully when determining next steps. So for level 4 and level 3, we suggest that students focus on enrichment and on building on the strengths that they have available respectively as part of continuing their learning journey. For levels 2 and 1, a call to action is required, that students need to accelerate their learning towards proficiency so that they may leave high school with a full range of options available to them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Stay around. Just a few more. We did want to share a few updates with you in terms of the assessment program updates. We will cover the timeline of the release of our student level data. As students complete testing, we roll out the data to the LEAs as they become available. And we'll give you a timeline with that for the 24-25 summative assessment results. And then just highlighting the national and international assessments as an update. So this month, student level results from the CASP and LPAC summative assessments will start to become available to our local educational agencies in 3 ways. They go through the California Educator Reporting System. They go in the form of student score reports or SSRs. And then local educational agencies have student data files that they could download and import into other systems that they have. So the projected availability of scores vary by assessment. For the summative LPAC and summative alternate LPAC, student results were initially expected to be available next week or mid-May, but because we were able to speed up the quality control checks and they were completed ahead of schedule, we're gonna make those results available as early as tomorrow. So this is the first time I'm announcing this now so that you're aware. The Smarter Balance assessment for English, language arts, and math, and the science tests will be available. We are projecting that that will be available sometime next week or late May, a little bit later May, but probably as early as next week. So for the California alternate assessments, like for English, math, and science, those alternate assessments, the results are projected to be in early September because they're post-equated, so it's taking, all the testing has to happen before we can roll out the scores. And finally, the California Spanish assessment, those student score reports and data files are projected to be available in December, and then in the California Educator Reporting System in early 2026. So the later release of the California Spanish assessment results is due to the need to for you to approve those threshold scores. And we are planning to bring those threshold scores to you for action in September. So that's why there's the delay for that Spanish assessment. Sending out. And then, of course, there's the public release, but we'll come to that later in the fall. The national and international assessments updates, just to give you a quick overview, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, which is administered long-term trend assessments this school year. So these are age-based as opposed to grade-based. So, and they are administered as paper pencil tests and provide national level results only, which can be compared back to as early as the 1970s. So students age 13 were assessed last fall, age 9 was assessed earlier this calendar year, and the age 17 assessment planned for this spring was canceled due to federal spending cuts. So the national level results will be expected sometime in 2026. So NAEP will also administer a field test of its digitally based assessments in grades 4, 8, and 12 to measure the effects of using schools' equipment versus the NAEP equipment. I mean, currently NAEP teams go in and they bring their own devices. This year they were field testing how we could use the school's devices to administer these online assessments. So results from the NAEP 2024 grade 4 and 8 math and reading assessments were released late in January. You may recall that, or might recall that. And those results for California show no significant changes and remain relatively steady since 2022. So just a little blurb overview. So the program, so for international assessments, the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, is currently in the field assessing students at about 20 California public schools. So we are part of that sample with 20 schools, but they test, PISA tests students age 15 on math, reading, and science literacy. So the national results are expected in 2026 also. We only get national results. There's no state specific for that. And I believe that brings me to the end of the presentation. I'll hand it over to you, President Darlene Hammond.
Thank you so much. At this point, we're going to open the public comment queue. So if you could put the public comment slide up. Anyone wishing to call in for public comment can use the phone number and the access code shown on this slide. And while we're waiting for the public comment queue to assemble, I want to ask our liaison, Member Orozco Gonzalez, to offer some comments before me.
Thank you, Mal, and your team, and Anthony Albert for your presentation. I support the technical revision to the level 1 achievement level descriptor as we discussed in the previous meetings. Oh, notice it wasn't on. As we discussed in the previous meetings, this is just a thoughtful clarification that aligns with the intent and language that was already approved in March at our board meeting. It also reflects the careful collaborative work that has gone into making sure that our assessment communications are accurate and clear. I also want to just highlight the addition of the next steps to support student progress resource. As a teacher and a parent, I cannot overstate how important this kind of tool is. Families and educators consistently ask for more than just scores. They want to understand what those scores mean and how they can use the information to support their students. This guide helps to do exactly that. It's practical, accessible, and action-oriented, and it's what makes assessments data truly meaningful for parents and for teachers. So I just want to thank you for the work, for the clarifying language, and for creating these support tools.
Thank you. And I will just add that the first recommendation, which is around adding the word limited to the description of the achievement level descriptors, just to recall for you that in the achievement level descriptors, each of them has an initial label, and then it describes what it means using different language than what's in the label. So, rather than saying proficient means proficient, we say, proficient means, using it in a more sophisticated way, et cetera. So in our lengthy discussion about the labels in our last meeting, we did decide that the first level would be called minimal. We did not really take the time to think about how to describe it in words, different than what the label says. So just so that everyone's remembering where we are and why that technical change. But in the discussion, the term limited had been used multiple times, and that is what you are seeing before you. And I want to thank Mao and the team for all of the work on all of this and the further descriptions of what can be done for students that Smarter Balanced has worked up for us. So I think those are going to be very, very helpful. With that, I want to see if there's any public comment.
We have no public comment in the room.
And is there any public comment on the phone?
There is one caller in the queue. I will open the phone line now.
Okay.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and members of the board. Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendent. We support the technical revision to the Level 1 description, and we would like to thank Dr. Malvang, Chad Portney, and ETS for being responsive to our feedback related to providing clear guidance and communication tools for parents and educators. In particular, the regularly held assessment interest holders meetings have been a valuable forum for communication. Through the CISC Regional Assessment Network, county offices are actively following this item and are eager to support the CDE in the rollout of the updated descriptors. As resources are developed, we urge the CDE to continue offering meaningful opportunities for input so we can help ensure a smooth and effective implementation of the updated ALDs across the field. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 3.
All right, we're now open for board discussion. And we're now only a half hour behind. Yes, Member Patillo Bronson.
So thank you for the clarifications and the additional recommendations in here. I wanted to clarify on slides 11 and 12 around the next steps to support student progress. Is the suggested next steps language on the right-hand part of the charts the actual language that would appear in for parents and students reading their score reports?
On the left column, you mean?
On the right.
Suggested next steps. No, they are not included on the student score report, but they could be a resource that we could provide for them to refer to.
Okay. If it does make sense to go that way, I just would strongly encourage, as we're thinking about interacting with parents, to not sort of move into more formal sort of evaluation language. I'm just reacting to the idea of starting a clause with using additional performance information, which I don't think is terribly intuitive for most families. And also on level 1, I think the parent focus group really landed on this idea of wanting a call to action to clarify that there's work to be done, not optional, not possible. And I worry that the language around students may benefit sounds so open-ended that it does not register as a call to action or the severity of what it means in terms of actions required on the part of student, teacher, family, all together with the student.
Yeah, Tony.
Tony Elper from Smarter Balance. Thank you for the question. So the issue, especially around level 1, is we want the call to action, but we also need to be humble about what a statewide assessment can do. And a student may achieve a level 1 because they didn't care about the assessment, as an example. And so by asserting that they definitely need this redirection or removing their electives, whatever the consequence is, it would potentially disadvantage some students. And we, at the state level, we can't make that determination. That really has to happen at the local level. So if this is a work in progress, and by not putting it on the student reports, we have that option to adjust the language. And Mao and her team are going to come back in July with a larger communication plan about how this fits in with the larger process of rolling out the ALDs. But really interested in your suggestions about how we can better achieve that balance if we didn't meet it here.
Totally agree that we should not make it punitive, but it needs to convey some level of either consider the following push-in supports or take the test more seriously next time, right?
Well,
Whatever it might be.
But we don't know what it is. That's part of the problem. And we've had some legal advice too, that if you say something in a sort of more must fashion, then that suggests a commitment, and that may raise a liability. Yeah. So there's a lot of wording issues. Just to the question about the performance information, I will say I had a similar reaction to that. I don't think parents will know, what is that? Is that another test? And I think what it means, because we've talked about it, Tony, is, other classroom information, other, information from their work. So it might be useful as you're fine tuning this to find a few examples in there that will immediately speak to the parents.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So we could clarify that it's grades and other teacher assignments as an example. And so we'll work on making that more clear. But the goal is to make sure that a student's entire instructional plan isn't based on a single assessment that was given on a single day.
Right. I think I saw a hand over here. Was it Member Yoshimoto-Tari?
Just to Member Portillo Bronson's comment, I think also I would ask for language that is more explicit. I understand the legal implications, but terms like help them make meaningful progress or accelerate their learning journey can be very ambiguous. And I think if we were to find some kind of language that would be at least more explicit about demonstrating achievement of grade level standards, perhaps, would be helpful to families and educators in general, rather than leaving somebody's interpretation in the mix.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I have an additional comment.
Yes, please.
Just an overarching comment on the word limited on the technical revision. We've spent years trying to move away from describing students who are learning English as a second language as limited English proficient to recognizing their assets of being multilingual. And last month in our vote, we did end up with achievement level 2 with the term developing. But we did leave achievement level 1 at minimal. And I feel like the underlying values of our board come out in discrete decisions like these. If we really believe in asset-based approaches, to me, the term developing is an asset-based approach, and the term minimal and limited is not. So I do have grave concerns about the term limited, especially when paired with the ability, if we look later on in the descriptor. Because if you just Google limited ability, it refers to like a child's capacity. And then we're talking about success in future coursework. And then we often wonder, why aren't more students of color, more students with disabilities in AP and honors classes? And these are all connected. So I would just encourage us to really, to discuss what we can do. In the most recent assessment, 900,000 students, almost 1 million, fell into level 1, and 46% of them were Black African American students, 43% were Native American or Alaskan Natives, 67% were English learners, and 65% were of students with disabilities that took the test fell into level 1. So as a liaison for English learners and students with disability both, I just feel like these are students that are most likely to be underestimated, and the ALD language should never contribute to that. So I will pause there, but I just want to say I do not support the use of the term limited, and more importantly, would appreciate it if we could bring the entire level 1 descriptor back for discussion and review at some point.
Could you put that language up on the screen again, just so we have it as we're having conversation?
For the ALD one?
Yeah.
Is that it?
I want to encourage other discussion. Vice President Glover Woods, the author of the term minimal.
Exactly, and I promise we're not going to rehash March. At least I won't, and I definitely respect Member Yoshimoto-Tari's feelings and thoughts, and definitely can see her point of view. I will say though, I think again it's very important when a student's scores are showing a level 1, that it's very clear that this is not okay. And not only is it not okay, it is a score for grave concern. And I definitely believe in asset-based language. I also believe in clarity. And I think for all students, the message that we need to communicate to not just the student, but to the parents and to the educators is that a score at this level requires, a score at this level is showing that for whatever reason they made this score, it is not at the level where it should be. And so I personally obviously don't have an issue with the word limited, but I really, again, caution us as a board, soft pedaling language at a level like this, that it can come across ambiguous and not be clear that there needs to be immediate action. Scoring at a level 1, regardless of what student group you're in, is not okay.
I'm going to just make a comment in the middle, which is that I really appreciate the point about asset-based language. And, you know, we are still in a bell curve context where we label kids along a continuum and we decide what each, you know, point of the continuum means. But in the studies that were done in Washington State about what the actual levels predicted, yes, 80% of those at level 3 and 4 went to college successfully without remediation coursework, but more than half of those at level 2 did so, and a third of those at level 1 did so. So these are not absolute one-to-one correspondence predictors of what you can do. And I think Tony mentioned being humble about what a test score tells you. I think that's been a value in Smarter Balance to be humble about the fact that it's a single measure on a single day that does not tell you everything about a child. So I just want to say that I think that it is true that scoring at that level does show a minimal understanding of, and as we said here, a limited understanding of the knowledge and skills associated with the performance expectation. That's what it shows. If it said limited ability, I would be right there with you, Allison, because I think that is not what we wanted to signal. It is it's in the next line, but it is applied to the ability to apply. So I think, you know, we're in a framework where we have to figure out how both to be humble about what the scores mean and also be supportive of students in their efforts. And I don't think that minimal necessarily suggests inability to improve, nor does limited. I think it says you have some understanding of and ability to apply, but it is a limited understanding. So myself in the middle, I feel comfortable with the way it's framed, but welcome others. Yes, Member Olken.
When we discussed this last time, I was largely in the it's hard to be wordsmithing with the deadline directly in front of us position. And so I'm hesitant to jump back in, but I also, I do really believe words matter. And you know, to me, the difference between minimal understanding and minimal are actually very different, because one could be seen as describing a person and the other one could be describing a point in time in their movement towards standards. So that's actually I'm not recommending that we make the thing say limited understanding, but but the category itself is minimal, which I think for young people could suggest to them that we are considering them minimal. I think words and labels matter. Yeah, I know. Right. So that's why I was hesitant to jump in.
Let's say
But
that student demonstrates minimal grade level knowledge and skills. It does not say that they are a minimal person.
Yeah.
Francisco, do you want to get back in on this?
Again, my proposal obviously was emerging. I mean, when you look at rubrics created by teachers, and it just seems more coherent to utilize words that are accurate. By the way, emerging is, I think, more accurate than limited or minimal, because you're actually at a beginning place and you're building up, right? So labels do matter. Labels do matter, and I think coherence is real important, and clarity. And you get a different connotation when you talk about emerging and limited or minimal. So,
And I appreciate your point.
And
We were not able to move that motion last time, so I'm just, Member Yoshimoto Tari. And then I'm going to ask that we, express our values in our vote.
just in a point for clarification. So you suggested you were in the middle. My opinion is not opposed to what Vice President, I'm losing my
Glover Woods.
Glover Woods said. I firmly 100% believe we should be really clear with what a level 1 means. I don't want my comments to be misinterpreted that I don't believe we should be somehow soft with language. We need to be very clear what a level 1 means, and we also need to be humble. And when I was thinking about the humility that Tony was referring to, I was wondering too, like, why don't we put the ALD in the past tense? We state it like it's a fact. Like, this child has limited ability, and it is limited ability. Limited modifies ability in the sentence. Otherwise, ability would have no modifier.
Modifies knowledge and skills, limited knowledge and skills, and ability to apply. So anyway, just we should leave it up there so that everybody can see it.
And
I think it's still there.
and just this bit, I'll leave it at that. Just this larger concept that I think I wouldn't phrase it exactly that way if I were talking to a 9-year-old, and I don't believe state-sanctioned paperwork should speak that way of children, period, in that language, that tone.
It's, yes, limited understanding is what it's modifying. Just so we're all clear. I think at this point, we did have a long, robust discussion about this in the last meeting. So I think we should express our values in our votes and see where that takes us, particularly since we had such a long discussion before. And I appreciate all of the perspectives that are being voiced. Do I have a motion? We have multiple things, and we could take them one at a time, or we can take them together. Let's look at all of them.
You want to put that up?
So there are 3 recommendations for approval. We can move them together, or we can, take the technical revision to the language by itself if we feel a need to do that. I think that would be desirable since we've heard a lot of perspectives, that we start with that and then come back to the others. Can I have a motion? Member Orozco Gonzalez. We're going to go for each item, right? I was proposing that we start with the 3rd one, which is the one about the technical amendment to the language.
So I propose that we accept the technical revision to the level 1 achievement level descriptor.
Have a second? Okay, we have a second. All in favor, do you want to do the roll call? We have Brenda on the line.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
No.
Member Rodriguez. Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
No.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
No.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That was a squeaker for us.
7-4 for those keeping record at home.
Thank you very much. And, these are all really important issues. I so appreciate the way that everybody takes them so seriously. It's a very tough one to parse. So with that, we'll move on. We have two more recommendations to approve or to take up in a vote, and those are the apportionment recommendations. You want to put them back up?
I have them back. I think.
There they are. We've got them. So this is the per pupil apportionment rates for the 2024-25 school year for both LPAC and CASP. Do I have a motion?
I have to state the motion, right?
I want to state the motion.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I move that we.
My current favorite teacher. It's like,
I'm just saying.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I move so forward that we approve the per pupil apportionment rates for the 2024-25 school year contingent to the availability of an appropriation for this purpose, and the per pupil apportionment rates for the 2024 school year contingent on the availability, of course, for the English language proficiency assessments and for the California assessments of student performance and progress.
All right, and we have a second from Member Patillo Johnson. Patillo Brownson, please call the roll.
Taking the easy way out. Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez. Yes. Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Yes. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item 4, and thank you very much, Mao. This is the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant and the Literacy Plan approval. The department recommends that we approve the revised state literacy plan pending executive director approval of final revisions requested by the SBE or correction of any typographical errors. And this item will be presented by Cheryl Cotton and Monique. Okay. I'm just looking around to see who's coming to the table. Thank you. We'll start with Cheryl Cotton.
Hammond, I'm sorry? Yes?
Go.
Okay, I'm trying one more time. Oh, I can hear myself. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Roberson, members of the State Board. I'm Cheryl Cotton, Deputy Superintendent of our Building Educational Success Together branch. We've changed our name. There's changes afoot, but we have updated our name, and take a moment and think about what that acronym might mean. Building Educational Success Together branch. There we go. Sorry. I had to. I'm delighted to be, sorry everyone. I'm delighted to be here today with our Professional Learning Support Division Director, Monique McWayne, to present California's updated comprehensive state literacy plan for approval today. Our recommendation today is that the State Board of Education approve the updated state literacy plan pending correction of any typographical errors. To contextualize this, I'll share the grant objectives and what we've done at CDE for the grant thus far. So the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant gives us an opportunity for states to apply for federal funding to support literacy instruction birth through grade 12. It aims to improve student achievement in literacy by funding states to develop, revise, or update comprehensive literacy plans, and allow states to provide targeted subgrants to local educational agencies to implement evidence-based programs and high-quality literacy instruction based on their state's SLPs, or state literacy plan. California was awarded this grant in 2019 and again in 2024. So at this point, I will hand over to Director McWayne for the remainder of this presentation. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, and Chief Deputy Superintendent Roberson, and members of the State Board for your time as well today. I appreciate the opportunity to provide additional information on this important grant. To pick up where Deputy Superintendent Cotton left, the CDE is in the final months of our successful implementation of the 2019 Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. We were awarded that grant in August 2019, and it's going to conclude this September 2025. And in September 2024, so last year, we were awarded a new round of the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant funds in the amount of $38 million to expand and enhance our work. This new grant is anticipated to run through September 30th, 2029, and we have 4 objectives for in the 2024 grant. So the first 2 are on their slide. So projects that incorporate state education agency partnerships with institutions of higher education, projects designed to address the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic using evidence-based instructional approaches, and supports to meet challenging academic content standards without contributing to tracking or remedial courses. Did not go. Oop. Sorry, I'm trying to change your, oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Then the final 2 priorities are projects designed to promote education equity and adequacy in resources and opportunities for underserved students. We focus this grant work on addressing the literacy needs of underserved students, which includes multilingual learners, and to support screening for reading difficulties and evidence-based instructional approaches. And then the 4th is projects that support students and their families at key transitional stages in their education by ensuring coordinated, high-quality professional development for educators in these transitional stages. Sorry. If I can work the computer, we'll move faster. Okay, so now I'm going to discuss the state literacy plan itself. So the state literacy plan, the purpose is to line and integrate state literacy initiatives. So content standards and state guidance documents to support teachers of students birth through grade 12. It supports continuous improvement by connecting essential literacy guidance and focusing on age grade band goals for literacy achievement established in our standards in California and our English language arts, English language development framework. And then also to provide resources and research to support local literacy plans. On our next slide, we have the state literacy plan update process. So just as a reminder, the original state literacy plan was approved by this body in March 2021 after several rounds of public comment, a presentation to the state board in January 2021 for feedback, and then presentations to the Instructional Quality Commission. The approved state literacy plan was then disseminated statewide by our department and implemented via the Comprehensive Literacy State Development subgrantees. And the subgrants began for the 2019 award in September 2021. When the new grant funding was awarded, so our 2024 funds, a key deliverable was to update and revise the state literacy plan to reflect all that has occurred in literacy across California since March 2021. And this includes the work of our subgrantees. The process we have undertaken is reflected in the timeline on the slide. So in January 2025, we disseminated an updated comprehensive statewide literacy needs assessment to California local educational agencies. In February, we convened the state literacy team on 2 separate dates to review and provide input on the existing state literacy plan. And then in March, the State Board of Education staff reviewed and updated the state literacy plan draft as well. And so this is the draft plan that we are presenting to you today. Okay, audiences for the state literacy plan. There are several audiences. This plan is intended to provide information on a variety of levels, reflecting a systems approach. We have site, district, and county administrators, and they can use the state literacy plan as a resource for implementing statewide literacy guidance and initiatives in a coherent way through what we call a system-wide comprehensive and integrated literacy model. The state literacy plan also provides a model for local literacy continuous improvement processes and a preview of future statewide literacy and activities. Teachers, paraprofessionals of all grades and disciplines, teacher librarians, education specialists, English learner development specialists, educator mentors, literacy coaches, and reading specialists, and professional learning providers will also learn about the comprehensive and integrated literacy model. Sorry, did I change our slide? They'll learn about our model and how each of their roles in a collaboration with site and district and county administrators and is responsible for student achievement in literacy. The university faculty and teacher preparation programs will find the state literacy plan to be a useful resource for pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. And then parent and communities can use the state literacy plan as a resource to understanding the big picture of literacy in California, which includes, of course, our resources and guidance. Needs assessment findings. So we started to update the plan initially with a needs assessment. So the comprehensive literacy needs assessment, we made it available to all local educational agencies across the state from January 6th through February 10th of this year. We sent direct letters to each superintendent and principal, and we advertised it in the California Department of Education Literacy newsletter, the Curricular Improvement and Support Committee's ELA, ELD subcommittee, as well as using our social media available to us. We received 88 unique responses, and of those 88 unique responses, roughly 94% were from public school districts or county offices of education, and roughly 6% were from charter schools. We considered the results to be a small representative sample of local educational agencies statewide. We also mapped, which is on the slide, the respondents to make sure and to show the geographic breadth of California they represented. We started asking LEAs to tell us what they were doing well, and the responses showed that over half of the respondents have used grade level or department team co-planning and instruction and intervention. They've used common literacy screeners and or assessments. They've used small group literacy instruction. They've used curriculum and instruction aligned to our ELA, ELD framework. The teaching staff were trained in structured literacy and other evidence-based instructional practices. And then they used integrated and designated English learner development instruction for English learner students daily. Just under half of the respondents said that their California assessment of student performance and progress scores for English language arts literacy are at or above the statewide average. We also asked respondents about whether they have a literacy plan in place. Just under half say they do. Roughly 2/3 of the respondents reported that they have a literacy coach, reading specialist, teacher on special assignment, or other staff member whose role was to coach classroom teachers in evidence-based literacy instructional practices. We also asked about reading and literacy intervention programs, strategies, and models that the LEAs are using. And these included what they reported: walk to learn model, small group instruction by a classroom teacher or an instructional support person or aide, push-in interventions, not special education services, pull-out intervention, also not special education services, before or after school reading intervention, zero period, intersession reading interventions. And the state literacy team spent extensive time reviewing the data from the needs assessment to inform their input on the revised state literacy plan. So that leads us to our state literacy plan updates. So what we have updated, we have each section listed on this slide has had updates to support a better flow of the document overall. So in the section, California's approach to literacy instruction, each of the listed items has a fully developed explanation of what it does to serve California students, with supporting information cited in corresponding appendices. The continuous improvement process section has been updated with links to resources and research in each age grade span in the literacy planning toolkit. An explanation of each step of the continuous improvement process at the state and local level, outcomes and evidence-based practices from the 2019 Comprehensive Literacy State Development Subgrantees, and proposed updates to the state literacy priorities. And I'll talk a little bit more in depth about the priorities in a moment. And then the comprehensive and integrated literacy model section has also been updated significantly, and I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. So that brings us to, in the state literacy plan, we updated the logic model. We developed and updated the logic model to build on the success of the 2019 grant work, the sub-grant work, and leads towards short-term, mid-term, and long-term literacy outcomes to guide our work. This logic model guides not just the work of the department, but also the forthcoming work of the 2024 Comprehensive Literacy State Development Subgrantees, which we anticipate awarding in 2025, so later this year. In this section of the state literacy plan, each step of the continuous improvement process at the state and local level is now detailed, illustrating how the CDE and its partners assess statewide literacy needs and develop plans to leverage the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant funds to address those needs. We provide tools for local educational agencies to engage in a local process as well. We have added language and links to the literacy planning toolkit, which was reviewed extensively with the state literacy team. We've also moved much of the information that was in this section previously to the appendices on standards and frameworks to simplify this section. So in the 2019 Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, we had 7 literacy leads. Literacy lead agencies is actually what we called them. And we awarded them through a competitive grant process. The lead agencies have successfully implemented projects based on the statewide literacy priority for which they were awarded. And they represent 20 county offices of education and over 80 local educational agencies statewide. All 7 of the literacy lead agencies use the existing state literacy plan as a foundational document for focusing on their work for educator professional learning, supporting local educational agencies in developing local literacy plans, building statewide capacity around the 7 statewide literacy priorities, and highlighting evidence-based practices in literacy. So the work of the literacy lead agencies is now highlighted in the continuous improvement process section of the plan, and then our successful application for the 2024 grant funds was also built on the success of this grant work as well. So through the 4 years of implementation of the state literacy plan and subgrants, we have updated the statewide literacy priorities to streamline their focus and allow for more expansion and enhancement of the work over the next 4 or 5 years. So we are recommending in the updated plan to simplify our priorities that we've listed. So we are proposing for priority 1, we are proposing to update it to say birth to age 5 programs that support early childhood education, to build on their instructional capacity, to support early language and literacy skills, and promote literacy-rich environments and experiences, as well as to increase family support by developing knowledge and skills through family-centered curriculum and literacy activities with special attention to linguistic diversity. The purpose of updating this, or creating this change, is so we have an added focus on educators in the system and instruction. Also, to maintain the age-appropriate parent focus and literacy-rich environments and experiences. We're proposing as well to update priority 2. This is due to, over the course of our previous grant implementation, it became immediately apparent that division of subgroups and the priorities on the slide under the 2019 grant was not reflective of what really happens on school campuses. So we understood that there was an immediate understanding that we need to focus on building Tier 1 instruction for all students, and that attending to the needs of English language learners as well as students with disability were things that all projects would need to focus on. So with extensive input from our literacy team, the existing 3 elementary priorities were combined into one that encompasses meeting the needs of all students and educators in the system. And then for priority 3, we're proposing updating that similarly to the elementary priority. So we're combining the 3 secondary priorities into one that calls out the need for continued focus on Tier 1 instruction in middle and high school, as well as meeting the needs of all students and educators in the system. So the next item that we updated in the state literacy plan is the comprehensive and integrated literacy model. The model that we created the intention is to demonstrate how adults in the system use state guidance to support student achievement. It includes universal evidence-based teaching and learning at its heart. It's proposing best first instruction for all students, is guided by the California standards, frameworks, and other foundational documents. And it has the ELA-ELD framework is fundamental to the document for comprehensive literacy instruction. In the visual on the slide, the outermost purple ring of the comprehensive and integrated literacy model, that represents the California's greater multi-tiered system of support. The center of the model features, as I mentioned, the ELA-ELD framework, circles of implementation. The white ring represents the whole child approach that is inclusive and culturally and linguistically affirming, and the green and blue rings represent the people who support comprehensive literacy instruction. So our family and community partners, student voice, well-prepared educators. And in the plan, each of these items have their own section located in the appendix that provides more context. As I mentioned previously, there's more detailed information for each section of the state literacy plan in a very in-depth appendices. And this is our current timeline for our project. So today we're presenting the state literacy plan for your review and approval. Our goal is in June and July to develop and post a request for applications for subgrants available. In September, we hope to disseminate the subgrant awards. And then starting October 1, our goal is to implement the sub-grant, provide the funding and allow the sub-grantees to begin implementation of their projects. This is our link and information to our webpage, as well as instructions for joining our listserv, and of course our email address. And then I just want to recognize the California Department of Education team that led this work and was instrumental in updating this plan. And they're with me here today: Julia Gastinelli, Erica St. Andre, Jennifer Howader, and Eve Fabiacci. They led not just the update of the state plan, but our successful application to the federal government for the award. And they will lead our future RFA process, or request for application process. And then I also want to thank Aline Allison Zara, who led this work in 2019 and helped develop the original plan. And then she provided much guidance and support on our current plan. So thank you, Aline. And then just as a reminder, our recommendation is that the State Board of Education approve the updated state literacy plan pending any corrections of any typographical errors. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and we are available for questions when the time is appropriate.
Thank you. And I want to go ahead and put up the public comment slide so that we can allow the public comment to aggregate in the queue. I'll just note that in our item, there's a slight difference in the wording of the recommendation, which included any technical amendments or whatever, as well as typographical errors. So I assume we're voting on that statement, but we can double check on that. Meanwhile, let's see if we have any public comment. We don't have a liaison to this effort. I will say on behalf of the board that it's been exciting to both have the literacy grant from the federal government previously. A lot of great work was done under their grant. We have county offices doing literacy work for early learning, for primary grades, for middle school students, for high school students, for English learners, et cetera. A lot of that work has really paid off. It's exciting to have this, coming in again, and knock on wood, still on the way. And I don't have actual wood, but and I hope it will really be able to continue some of the great work that's been done before. So it's and we appreciate all the work that it went into both securing the grant and developing the plan. So with that, I want to see if there's any public comment in the room and then any public comment on the phone.
We have one person signed up in the room, Manuel Bonrostro. Please step up to the microphone in the back. You have 1 minute.
Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together. And we just want to say that we commend the Department of Education and this board for its excellent work on this state literacy plan, and we strongly support its adoption. We are particularly appreciative of the explicit inclusion of guidance within the plan for supporting the literacy development and multilingualism for English learners. This focus is critical for ensuring that all students achieve literacy. Furthermore, we want to sincerely thank the department staff for their ongoing engagement and their commitment to soliciting and incorporating feedback from English learner experts throughout this plan's development. This collaborative approach has significantly strengthened the plan. We remain committed to our partnership with the state board and the department to ensure that equitable and effective educational opportunities for all students, especially English learners, are available throughout their educational careers. Thank you.
And there are 2 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 5703. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute. Caller with the last 4 digits, 570.
My apologies.
Oh, no problem.
My apologies. I was looking to comment on, I believe it's item number 8.
Next caller with the last 4 digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. This is Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendent. I would like to start with a big shout out to Monique McWayne and the Professional Learning Support Division for providing many opportunities for many educational partners to provide input on the refined and updated plan. The California County Superintendents have been and continue to be strong supporters of the CLSC program. Since its inception in 2019, county offices have established a regional structure fostering collaborative leadership to provide and enhance high-quality professional learning and system support services. This included assisting every district and community in the state with the development of local literacy plans. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with the CDE to expand and enhance the great work that the 2019 CLSC grant began as we all work toward the shared goal of improving literacy outcomes for every student in California. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 4.
So we want discussion and then a motion. I'm just going to clarify. I think this is the language is even a little different than what. We're just clarifying the actual motion so that when we're ready to make it, we have it exactly the way that we were expecting it. Any discussion? Member Patella-Bronson?
Less of a discussion, more of a thank you for continuing to include the 0 to 5 as one of the pillars, and also in the language around priority 2. I was just appreciating the explicit call-outs around evidence-based structured literacy instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Rodriguez.
Yes, and I would like to compliment everyone who's worked on this. This is beautiful. Before I got to the comprehensive and integrated literacy model, I was going through the slides and thinking, this is so integrated. And then integrated, I was like, yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion? Oh, so Member Orozco-Gonzalez.
I just appreciate your comments because I think that that's exactly what I was thinking as a second grade classroom teacher when I know literacy is at the foundation of what makes students succeed. I just thought how firsthand foundational literacy is every part of student success. The statewide literacy plan reflects the real challenges and strengths we're seeing in schools today. I even wrote about how especially it focuses on equity and early literacy, the inclusion tools like the local literacy planning toolkit, and the alignment with MTSS shows deep understanding with educators what they truly need on the ground. So thank you so much for this report, for the work done on this literacy grant. It's very much needed, and I can't await what it does and the data that comes back from it. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to vote, or I move for the recommendation. The CDE recommends that we approve the updated state literacy plan pending correction of any typographical errors.
Okay, we have a slightly more elaborated version of that, which I think Vice President Glover Woods can read. It's very similar.
I move that we approve the revised state literacy plan pending the SBE Executive Director approval of final revisions requested by the SBE and correction of any typographical errors.
Okay. And do we have a second? I'll second it. Okay. I don't know if you're, then you have to, you can't first and second, I'm just saying. That's somewhere in Robert's Rules of Orders. Okay, so we have a first and a second, and any further discussion? Brooks, will you call the roll?
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez. Member Patillo-Bronson.
Yes.
Member Orozco-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olkin.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to go to item 9. We had expected to be at item 9 at 2 o'clock. It's almost 3 o'clock. I'm just letting you know because then there will be flights that people need to catch at a certain point. So I just want to keep you aware that we are going to move with all deliberate speed, as they say, maybe even faster. Item 9 is the California Community Schools Partnership Program. Approval of Cohort 4 implementation grantees, and I understand that Member Escobedo will recuse himself from this item. The CDE recommends that the State Board approve the CCSPP Cohort 4 implementation grant awards. This item will be presented by Deputy Superintendent Erica Torres. How are you? And Ahmed Razawi of the CDE. Nice to see you both. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is, I'm sorry. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Erica Torres, and I am proud to serve as a Deputy Superintendent of the Student Success and Career Readiness Branch. And I am so honored to be here with you today. I am joined by Hamed Razawi, Education Administrator for the Community Schools Office. And we're really honored to be here in front of our amazing State Board of Education to present our final Cohort 4 implementation grant on behalf of our Community Schools Office. I do want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, President Dr. Darling Hammond, our entire State Board of Education, all of our CDE staff, and our community partners for really joining us in this vision to ensure that we work collaboratively to transform schools on behalf of our students, families, and school communities. And so as we know, we're here today because the California Department of Education is requesting approval for the Cohort 4 Implementation Grant Awards under the California Community Schools Partnership Program. And so attachment 1, which is in our board item, provides the full list of local educational agencies and individual school sites recommended for funding.
I also wanted to thank each and every one of you for your collaboration, for your support. It is hard to believe that this is our last cohort, but indeed it is. So thank you so much. I wanted to give you a quick recap of the journey that collectively we have taken so far. Thus far, the CD has awarded 2 cohorts of planning grants. And planning grants, as you recall, were for the districts who did not have a community school. 2 cohorts, one in 2021, 2022 school year, and one 2022-2023, for a total of 419 grants to local education agencies for a total cost of $82,694,554. We have had 3 implementation grants so far, the 4th one and the last one being today, the 3 rounds. Each one, as you recall, is for 5 years. So the first one was for school years 2022 through 27. The next one, 23 to 28. The third one, 24 through 29. 389 grants have been awarded to local education agencies supporting 2,018 schools for a total of $2,672,066,000. Just a very brief overview of our process. Our request for application, implementation grant request for application, or RFA, was released on October 18, 2024. It was due February 7th. We preemptively, without their asking, give a 30-day extension for fire-affected counties, Los Angeles and Ventura. The CD received 359 complete applications. The breakdowns are as the following: 243 school districts, 8 counties, Office of Education, and 108 charter schools. the following chart. I'm sure it's very familiar to you. We have 6 categories from the very small of 10 to 24 students. For the first 4 years, as you can see, they received 75. The 5th year, slightly less. And the last column to the right shows the total amount from the very small to the very large of 2001, that is $500,000 per year.
So the California Department of Education recommends awarding implementation grants to 121 LEAs serving 458 school sites for a total allocation of $618,214,000. This will bring the total number of schools awarded a community schools grant and funding to over 2,400, which is about a quarter of our schools in California. All of the applicants are planning grantees, LEAs, and each school serves 80% or more unduplicated students. And I do want to just remind all of us that in 2024, the legislation was updated to prioritize LEAs that have received a planning grant. So the California Department of Education is recommending 121 LEAs for funding, which include 81 school districts, 3 county offices of education, and 37 charter schools. So this slide provides an overview of the 121 LEAs that are recommended for funding by region, and it is important to note that every California Community Schools Partnership Program region is represented in Cohort 4 implementation grants. So here is an overview of our next steps. Our Community Schools Office will host a webinar for our implementation grantees, and we will distribute the grant award notifications. Our Community Schools Office will also distribute the coordination grants to our county offices of education to support community school implementation for grant recipients in their county. And we're also preparing to collect annual progress reports for cohorts 1, 2, and 3. And throughout this work, we have been very intentional and very much focused on measuring student impact. We're also looking forward to our Community Schools Empower Summit on June 12th and 13th, which will convene parents, students, our grantees, families, community members, our regional technical assistance centers, our state technical assistance center. So the California Department of Education is requesting that our State Board of Education approve the California Community Schools Partnership Program Cohort 4 Implementation Grant Awards. Thank you.
All right. Those who'd like to call in for public comment, using the phone number and the public comment access code that is on this slide. And while we're waiting, I want to ask our liaison, Member Yoshimoto Tauri, if she has any initial comments before me.
Just to thank CDE for your significant effort that it took to calibrate, train all of the readers and review hundreds of the lengthy applications on a tight timeline, and especially with the extended deadline for the counties that had fires. Congratulations to the new grant recipients and to all those continuing to support community schools through the coordination grants, particularly through the county offices, the RTACs. The high volume of cohort or applications demonstrates the need and the interest out there and the strong demand for the program. And so I just also want to acknowledge that many LEAs that applied were not funded, and the $4.1 billion allocated doesn't yet come close to meeting the statewide need. However, as we move forward, we should continue to lift up what's working and why it's working and how to sustain it. Districts like Folsom Cordova, which spoke to us in November, is an example of implementing community schools beyond its funded sites, which I think holds some further exploration and opportunity in terms of sustainability. So with that, thank you.
And I will just plus one. It's been quite a journey, and we are well launched on, a process by which hopefully community schools will become part of the way we do school in California. And it's really a testament to all the efforts in the department and in the field, that we are in this place. So with that, let's see if we have public comment.
We have 8 individuals signed up in the room. Please step up to the microphone in the back, starting with Steve McDougall, Rachel Murphy, Maritza Bermudez, Frida Sanchez, Maite Reyes, Lucero Soto, Nora Barraza, and Angela Stiegel. You have 1 minute.
President Linda Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, State Board of Education, Steve McDougall with CFT, a union of educators and classified professionals. Just want to extend appreciation to the continued commitment for this program by the legislature and the governor, and of course implementing it with your staff here. And as far as the staff here goes, as far as CFT is concerned, we haven't heard any complaints about this process for any of our employer-represented locals that have applied and been awarded grants, and so well done there. But I'm going to continue to ask respectfully that the state board provide some direction through the STAC to the RTACs to ensure that the LEAs that are receiving these grants are honoring all the pillars of the community schools as required in the grants, including shared leadership. It's still an issue, it's still a concern, and I'd ask that you please provide that guidance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maritza Bermudez. I am a community organizer with OCO, a parent leader with both Anaheim Union and Anaheim Elementary School Districts, and a proud partner with the California Partnership. In Anaheim, OCO is working with both districts in different but aligned ways to deepen family engagement and leadership. In Anaheim Union, we've supported families in learning and participating in the LCAP process, equipping them with the tools to understand school funding, ask informed questions, and advocate for programs and services that directly impact their children's education. This has helped build a stronger bridge between families and schools, turning parents into informed partners in decision-making. In Anaheim Elementary, we are co-leading dual capacity trainings that bring parents, caregivers, and school staff into shared learning environments. These spaces build trust, foster relationship, and uplift parent voices. Families are taking leadership roles, co-facilitating sessions, and shaping strategies that create welcoming, inclusive school communities. This partnership is transforming schools, empowering families to lead, advocate, and actively support their children's success while building communities of belonging rooted in trust and strong relationships. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maite Reyes, and I am a sophomore at Anaheim High School, and I'm a youth leader with OCO. I participated in both annual STAC meetings and RTAC convenings, and will be attending the STAC Summit in Fresno this summer. Being involved in the community schools has helped me step out of my shell and become a stronger advocate for change. Knowing what a community school is and engaging in spaces where others across our region and state are sharing the best practices has shown me powerful and student voice and partnership. This year, receiving the Dual Language Academy Student of the Year Award, which reflects how I've been able to support my peers finding help that they need. Community schools do more than support us academically. They helped us grow, build the relationships, and feel empowered and lead in schools and communities. Lastly, I would like to thank my teacher, Ms. Allen, my counselor, Coach Cuellar, and as well as my loving parents. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, I'm gonna move that really quick. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Frida Sanchez. I'm a junior at Anaheim High School, a youth leader with OCO, and a proud member of the Community Schools Statewide Student Advisory, representing the Southern Coast RTAC. Because of the knowledge and leadership skills I've gained through the SSA and spaces OCO has opened up for us, my school leadership recognized the strong connections I was making and the change I wanted to see. Change that reflects what a transformative community school can do for our school community. As a result, they created a new position with our associated student body, the Community Schools Liaison. This is the first of its kind at Anaheim High School, and I'm proud that my advocacy has helped bring it to life. Community schools are about more than programs. They're about power, belonging, and transformation. Youth like me aren't just being supportive, but we're stepping into leadership, shaping our school culture, and helping create schools that truly reflect the needs and dreams of our communities. In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to shout out Mr. Chong, my physics teacher, and Ms. Carroll's my English teacher for always having their classrooms open, especially during lunch, and feeling like I can go talk to them for things other than school too. So this is what a transformative community schools are all about. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rachel Murphy with Public Advocates, and on behalf of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning, we thank the department for its work to identify awardees for this final cohort of implementation grant funding so that 458 more schools serving high-need students can implement this transformative approach to building inclusive and supportive schools. As described in our letter, we remain concerned that the demand far exceeded the supply, preventing many planning grantees and other schools serving high-need students from accessing this opportunity. Additionally, funding for the first cohort will soon either end completely or significantly decrease through a potential extension grant, threatening the progress achieved so far. We request a future update that explores sustainability of the program and how grantees are faring and braiding resources from other grant programs to support existing work. And we also encourage the board to advocate for ongoing funding in this proven approach. We also recommend that actions and spending related to community school efforts are reflected in LCAPs in order to understand the strategy in the context of a district's broader equity goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucero Soto, community organizer and parent with Sacramento ACT in the Elk Grove Unified School District and a member of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning, which is a statewide alliance of over 30 grassroots advocacy research and philanthropic partners advancing a shared vision of community schools as places of joy, belonging, and deep learning for every student across California. I have seen how Sac City Unified has created opportunities for community organizations like ours to become partners and creating spaces for families and students and learn how to make decisions together. We have built relationships with the coordinators, and I have seen how their role has truly transformed and allowed these relationships to flourish on campus. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Nora Barraza. Soy un padre líder de Sacramento ACT y en el Distrito Escolar de Sacramento. Soy un padre de Luther Burbank, que es una escuela comunitaria. Yo he servido como presidenta de ILA en la escuela y esto ha sido una buena oportunidad para trabajar en conjunto con el Comité de Escuelas Comunitarias. Es así como juntos tomamos decisiones para estudiantes más impactados como en el aprendizaje de inglés. Crear un espacio en ILA para coordinar de mi escuela fue una de mis metas este año. Esto es cómo seguimos el modelo de escuelas comunitarias. Crear espacios para familias y estudiantes impactan las decisiones tomadas en nuestras escuelas. Estoy emocionada de ir a una conferencia a Fresno en junio y de antemano muchas gracias por apoyar a nuestros estudiantes y aprendices de inglés y a nuestras escuelas comunitarias. Gracias.
You have translation?
Just taking some notes, sorry. Good morning, my name is Nora Barraza, leader parent with Sacramento ACT and the District of Sacramento and the community school Luther Burbank. In these last years, I have served as a president of the LAC in the school. This has been a good opportunity to work in conjunction with the Board of Community Schools. This is how we all together make decisions for the students more impacted, like learning English. To create a space in LAC as a coordinator in my school was one of my goals this year. This is how we follow the example of community schools to create spaces so that families and students impact the decisions taken in our schools. I'm very excited in June to go to the Conference of Community Schools in Fresno.
Good afternoon. I'm Angela Stiegel, a classroom teacher representing the California Teachers Association. CTA appreciates the work of the CDE and SBE staff in the implementation of community schools. The demand and need for community schools surpasses the availability of funding, and CTA notes that the required methodology to prioritize planning grant awardees for the implementation grants may have led to some unintended consequences for districts that already have an established internal capacity for community schools, and as such, elected to not apply for planning grants. Schools that have already established the conditions and capacity for successful implementation and could benefit from these additional investments are not given a meaningful opportunity to be considered. CTA believes that the demand for and early success of community schools speak to the authentic and deep-seated need for this strategy in our state. Thank you.
There are 6 callers in the queue. I will open the phone line now. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darlene Kim, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, Lindsay Tornatore on behalf of the California County Superintendent. We'd like to extend our gratitude to the CDE and board for their continued support of the California Community Schools Partnership Program. We concur with member Taori Yoshimoto's comment that the high number of applications for the Cohort 4 implementation grants is evidence of the importance of this program in communities across the state. We congratulate those who are awarded a grant and maintain our commitment as county offices to serving all grantees in their communities via the coordination grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 6991. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Evan Morton. I'm a community organizer with True North Organizing Network and a member of the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. In Eureka City Schools, the largest district in the rural Tri-County area of Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity counties, and a recipient of Cohort 1 and 2 implementation grants, community schools funding is driving real impact. With CCSPP support, the district hired a chronic absenteeism social worker who overhauled attendance practices through a multi-tiered support lens, resulting in a 60% increase in Tier 2 attendance at Grant Elementary, the first school in the district to fully implement these change practices. A transportation specialist now supports McKinney-Vento students, providing 800 rides district-wide annually and improving attendance by over 100% for over 15 chronically absent students. This progress is made possible through strong partnership between district staff and True North, uplifting student and family leadership to co-create effective community-driven solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 5137. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Nunez-Adler, and I'm the statewide coordinator with the California Partnership for the Future of Learning. As you've heard from students, families, and organizers across the state, the community schools approach is changing the outcomes for students who have so long been denied equal opportunities to learn. That's why we support the award of Cohort 4 grants. Additionally, as education leaders in our state, we urge the state board and the department to continue to communicate the importance of annual progress reports and presentations by shared decision-making teams, and to prioritize the capacity building necessary to make sure this happens. Presentations must be co-developed and co-presented by shared decision-making teams at a public meeting at the school site and district levels. This collective process of reflection on learnings and planning through the annual progress report is essential to continuous improvement in schools and across LEAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 18117. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Cervantes, and I'm the Regional Education Equity and Justice Director for Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County, and a member of the California Partnership. In the first year of the Cohort 3 implementation grant, Salinas Union High School, one of our biggest districts, has built significant infrastructure for lasting impact working in partnership with our organization to authentically engage in this and share decision-making power with students and families. In a community with a high population of migrant and immigrant mixed students and families that included undocumented individuals, the support system and wellness partnership embedded in a community schools approach has been critical. For example, all community schools coordinators have been trained on child safety plans to assist families completing critical documents so their students feel protected and supported and empowered. To enhance academic opportunities beginning next year, one of the middle schools, we have access to dual enrollment courses through a new partnership with Harnell College and integrating one-on-one digital tools for the 21st century learning through a partnership with Verizon Innovative Learning School Programs. Youth leadership development collaboration across 3 community schools grantee sites are helping students develop civic engagement skills that we need now more than ever to strengthen our multiracial democracy. The new grantees approved in Cohort 4 will be able to deeply expand this existing work and co-partner with community organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 9860. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Superintendent Thurman, and Board. My name is Jose Segura, and I am the Coordinator of Community Schools for the Santa Maria Bonita School District. I want to thank the Board and also our state legislators for their support, not only in legislative language, but also in funding for community schools in our state. We as a district are very excited to be CCSPP grant recipients in this fourth cohort. We're really looking forward to working with all of our educational partners in identifying and removing barriers to success for our over 17,000 students. Finally, I want to thank Dr. Darren McDuffie, Superintendent of Santa Maria Bonita School District, for his continued support and the work that we are doing and the work to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller with the last 4 digits, 8256. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Robert Manwaring for Children Now. We want to give our voice to follow with our other partners to support the awards for Cohort 4 and believe in the community schools approach and finding whole child solutions to address our students' needs. As we move forward, we could probably strengthen the state's role of effective implementation and oversight of this program, and also start to look at policy changes that could be made outside of education to make it easier for local governments to actually partner with our schools. We see some barriers at times in coordinating that partnership between education partners and other social services supporting the same state. So thank you, and appreciate you moving ahead with Cohort 4.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for item number 9.
Perfect. At this point, I think we want to put up the, we're done with, what is it that we need to pause for at this point? Okay. We had to get something in place, but it's in place. So we're open for discussion on the community schools, and then we need a motion. Any discussion? Other than yay? Yes, Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
I just want to express my appreciation for the work that has been going on with the community schools. We have a few in the school district that I work in. And I just thought there was a note that I wrote about the overwhelming demand for implementation grants in this final round is evident of the strategy of effectiveness and irrelevance. With that being said, I believe we should consider how the current prioritization structure may inadvertently disadvantage high-capacity districts that did not apply for a planning grant but are ready to implement. So as we move forward, I'd like for us to explore ways to broaden access to these funds and support both readiness and equity so that the promising programs are not left behind due to some procedural technicalities. I think of some of the schools that already had, I should say LEAs that already had a successful community school in place and didn't need that planning grant. And then moving forward, we're not part of the implementation grant because they didn't apply for the first step. So maybe thinking creatively for that kind of funding as we move forward.
Good idea. Other comments? Member Cloverwood.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how encouraging and exciting it is to hear of the positive impact of the Community Schools Partnership Program. Quite excited for the new cohort that is going to be awarded the implementation grants, and looking forward again just to hearing updates as to how the implementation is going and that continued support for the STACs and the RTACs. But again, overwhelming support. I'm quite excited for what happens now and beyond.
Thank you. Can I get a motion? Oh, I want to get a motion, but please go ahead, Member Rodriguez, and then Member McClellan.
Yes, I just want to also thank you for the
work vetting all of these applicants. And a shout out to 3 schools in my community, which is a high needs area. Brawley, El Centro Elementary, which feeds into our school, and Calexico. And I also want to stress the commitment to the shared governance. I think that's incredibly important because that is the crux of the community schools. And I want to thank the parents also who were here today in support of community schools and this model.
Member McCullen.
Yes, thank you. I want to say thank you for all the work on this and the support and those who came out to give comment to it. I also wanted to ask about the comments about strengthening that pillar of shared governance. Do you see ways we can do that to strengthen that?
Oh, definitely. That's always on our mind and our work, but we look forward to getting guidance from you. We will have a new STAC, so with Dr. Torres's leadership, that has been #1 on our mind as we are transitioning from Alameda to Sacramento and working with all our RTACs. Amazing point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add to that, that we're really excited to work collaboratively with all of our RTACs, our new STAC coming on board starting July 1st, and all of our grantees, really to ensure that we identify opportunities for shared governance, collaboration, integration of the work, braiding of funds, and then also reporting out on student impact and outcomes of these historic investments. So we're looking forward to that and to provide future updates to all of you. So thank you for that.
All right. Can I get a motion? Member Rodriguez? Work it out.
Motion, the recommendation that is on here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to move to approve the recommendation by the CDE requesting that we approve the Community Schools Partnership Cohort 4 Implementation Grant Awards.
All right, do I have a second? Member Patillo Brownson, thank you very much. Call the roll.
Member Yoshimo-Tari. Member Rodriguez. Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. At this juncture, thank you very much for all of that. Yay. We might otherwise have taken a break, but I'm going to encourage you to take a break as you need one, okay, over the next hour or two so that we can continue to make progress on the agenda before we lose people to their flights. Item 10 is the update on the California Educators Together platform and the impact of the high-quality online instructional materials investment. This is no specific action is recommended at this time. This is information only. This will be presented by Deputy Superintendent Mary Nicely and Cole Sampson and Edward Gonzalez from Kern County. We ask people to please keep it down. Thank you. We want to hear.
Ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Hello again. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, members of the board, and Chief Deputy Roberson. I am Mary Nicely, Deputy Superintendent of the Information Technology Branch. I'm excited to be here today to give you an update on California Educators Together and the High Quality Online Instructional Materials Initiative. As President Darling Hammond mentioned, I'm joined today by Dr. Cole Sampson and Dr. Edward Gonzalez from Kern County Office of Education and Allegra Alessandri from the High School Innovations Office and Initiatives Office from CDE. So for some background, I'm going to click this button. Okay, for some background, at the start of COVID-19 pandemic, I was tasked by the state superintendent to ensure students had devices and internet to continue their learning remotely, and was able to work closely with President Darling Hammond, the administration, internet service providers, philanthropy, and tech companies to receive resources. But we quickly discovered the need for educators to also be connected. Thankfully, with the support of AT&T and the Packard Foundation, I was able to leverage a donation to migrate legacy systems, OER systems, to a new platform with the support of One Learning Community. This was the birth of what I consider one of my babies, California Educators Together, a digital community of practice developed by educators for educators, leading the way nationwide in usage by educators. Though this was developed for California educators, educators across the U.S. have access to the platform and to high-quality open education resources. Sorry for the little map, but as an example, we have registered users from New York, Texas, Florida, Virginia, Georgia, and many other states. We have over 117,000 lesson plans in the system, 45,000 collections, 26,000 groups, and 200,000 total resources. And might I add, we have never actually had the time to market this system, yet we have 235,000 registered users. So in 2021, the Education Omnibus authorized $15 million for a development and curation of high-quality online materials. We were able to leverage our existing California Educators Together platform so that we did not have to create another website for educators to seek out, and we were able to make the platform not only an educator resource, but also have now the ability to download any of its lesson plans into any school's learning management system. I would like to now hand the presentation over to Dr. Cole Sampson and Dr. Edward Gonzalez from Kern County, our lead county, who have done a wonderful job leading the work over the past 2 years to develop these statewide standards. And I missed a slide. Okay, what was, I can't do these two things. So the omnibus bill stated that we would select a county office of education, develop a transparent process for vetting materials, curate easy-to-use resources for local educational agencies and educators, develop and maintain a repository of identified materials for use by local educational agencies and educators, provide guidance and resources for our local education agencies and educators, and report data to the California Collaborative for Educator Excellence. And now I will ask Cole and Edward to join us.
All right, good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Vice President Glover Wood. My name is Cole Sampson. I'm the Chief Curriculum and Instruction Officer for Kern County Superintendent of Schools. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon to share an update on the High Quality Instructional Materials Initiative that's been led by KCSOS in partnership with CDE over the last 3 years. Through this process in alignment to AB 167, this initiative has worked with teachers across the state to develop more than 5,000 vetted lessons across TK through 12th grade content areas and all content areas. So we are working with math, science, ELA, CTE, art, music, PE to help develop lesson plans. As well as we've brought in and curated more than 20,000 additional resources to the platform to support instruction in the classroom, and providing guidebooks that are subject specific to teachers on how to actually use these high quality materials they can now find on our platform, how they can actually use them in their context. Through this, we've had a number of series of professional learning opportunities for teachers. We've been recording video lesson demonstrations, creating a library of resources of what does this look like in practice so that teachers can see teachers like them serving students like they serve and know that they can do it as well, right? Looking for those pockets of excellence across our state. Whenever we had our very first meeting with the CDE and the CCE to onset this project, we asked, what does success look like 3 years from now? And they said they really wanted a bird's eye view of the various California initiatives and grants that are taking place across the state into one coherent model so that they can see the progress that's happening, as well as a one-stop shop for educators across the state to have access to all of those resources in one place. Because before this, everything lives on a different website, and you have to know the magic keys to find where those are. And so the goal of this work is to actually create a one-stop shop so educators can come and find all the great things that are being developed by county offices and LEAs across the state. But to do this work, we knew to meet the cultural and linguistic demands of a diverse California population, we also needed a diverse group of experts to serve as an advisory committee to make sure that we had expertise across content areas, but then also diverse connections to different organizations and projects across the state. So for example, we worked closely with Dr. Kendall Brown and Dr. Marisa Mani, who are executive directors of the CSU UC subject matter projects, so math and science, and really gleaned resources that are already being developed by those subject matter projects that very hard to find for some of our local educators. Now we're able to get those resources on the site. Working directly with Sharon Coyle, who's helping lead the UDL work across the state, because we wanted to make sure that our lesson plans, as we were working with teachers, we were training them on UDL practices, but making sure directly to practice what does that look like in instruction. In addition to that, partnering with Dr. Mike Torres and Monique McWing to making sure that we were integrating CD initiatives and grants, helping us connect us to other project leads across the state. So this, we can encourage them to make this a home for the resources they're developing. And in prior years, we've also had partnerships with Dr. Lori Olson, who's really helped us ensure that our resources were thoughtful and integrated to support multilingual learners across our state. Jennifer Yells really helped with the inclusive practices and really gave us a lens around students with special needs. And Sarah Neville Morgan really helped make sure that we were approaching and adapting our resources to meet the needs of our universal pre-kindergarten teachers and educator workforce across the platform. We really embodied a continuous improvement mindset throughout this work. So we knew that if we were going to scale a system that was going to support educators across the state of California, we were going to have to think systems and structures, and that's what we did the first couple of years through this work. We started by collecting statewide input from teachers and COE leaders across 8 of the 11 CISC regions in California. What are elements that you find the most prevalent in high-quality instructional materials? And through all of that feedback, really 3 core ideas came out: standards aligned, UDL considerations and informed, and supports for multilingual learners. And so from that point forward, working with our advisory committee, we really ensured that we were refining our practice to make sure that teachers had the necessary training and tools to build those lessons and then actually go and use those lessons in their classrooms and make them open source so other teachers could find them. We've gone through many iterations and processes with our rubric and lesson plan tools to help teachers and continue to refine that practice to make it easy and remove barriers for the educators engaging in our training. In addition to that, we also have discovered that we still have gaps in the capacity as we are rolling out some of this work, specifically as it comes to supporting some of the multilingual learners that our teachers are serving. And so this has led to the development of additional resources to go alongside our institutes and workshops, such as a multilingual math toolkit, which pulls all of the language strategies out of the California Math Framework that just was the 2023 California Math Framework, leads them through detailed how to take those into practice, as well as in designated and integrated time, and recording and capturing teacher footage across the state of what do those look like in practice, providing full vignettes supporting multilingual learners. We also have a toolkit similar to this to support science teachers. Just recently, in the last few months, we've worked with the RELs, the Regional English Learner Specialists, as LTELS was designated as a demographic or a group on the dashboard. We've had growing needs of how do we support these groups? When we're working with middle school and high school teachers, they're asking now, what other supports can I put forward? So we have worked with the RELs to build out a toolkit that now accompanies the work that we're doing through our institutes with teachers to give them supports and strategies for that student group. And lastly, one thing that I'm really proud of is as we were working with math teachers, really trying to get them to think about the big ideas and open tasks that are coming through in the new math framework. Our team has been working with educators across the state to expand all of the vignettes and snapshots, all 30 of them in the 2023 California Math Framework, into full lesson plans that have UDL considerations and integrated ELD based on unique class profiles of teachers across the state. And we are now in the process of recording all 30 of those vignettes and snapshots and hope to be done by the middle of June, which will be a kind of a launch pad for the Math Professional Learning Partnership Grant that starts in the next month or two.
Good afternoon, President Linda Darling-Hammond, Vice President Glover Woods, Chief Deputy Roberson, and the State Board. My name is Dr. Edward Gonzalez, and I'm the Director for the HQIM initiative at the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. And so a lot of the stage that Cole has set so far is the way that we've been able to partner with leads, the way that we've been able to cultivate interest by reaching out to different regions in California. But I think that for us, the most important component was when we settled early on with that integrated ELD, with that UDL component, because what that rooted and anchored all of our work in was that we really wanted lesson plans, units, resources that were going to support our most marginalized learners as well as traditionally underserved learners. And with that in spirit, as we went about this work, we intentionally reached out to communities, and we said our goal is to build out this contract with you all in it, and we don't want to come back here at the end and invite you all retroactively once you've had no voice. We really want your voices to be a part of this work. So what you see here in this first image is Tanisha Cotton. She's a teacher at the California School for the Deaf, and this is in a Deaf Plus classroom. So that means that it's kind of similar to what would be the mild to moderate classroom, because the students have an additional disability. So what's exciting for us within the demo video that we have recorded with Tanisha is that she's showing her rich literacy strategies, and we also have access to the lessons that she's created, and they're on the platform. These are not just Tanisha's lessons. We also have the rest of the staff from the California School for the Deaf who've added their lessons as well. And so as I'm sharing some of these, I want to make sure that I first share and showcase from our more marginalized and underserved populations to really anchor that this has been the underlying goal. We want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind as we do this work. In this next example, this has been, for us, one of probably the most beautiful events that kind of came together serendipitously, but through a lot of hard work and a lot of intentional planning, this was the great thing that emerged. So this is a TK dual student, and he created a fantasy drawing at his elementary school, and that lesson had integrated ELD and UDL. Then that teacher walked those lessons over to the advanced art classroom at the high school across the street, and then after a series of lessons that also had integrated ELD and UDL, those advanced high school art students created sculptures based off of the artwork. So once we were able to collaborate and coordinate with the teachers, we said, how far can we push this, or how far can this go? And these teachers from there created a gallery night. The gallery night brought in over 100 parents and community members to showcase, highlight the students. But for us, what this became was kind of a template for future work where we can showcase and we can highlight 2 other educators, because they all walked away super inspired, that these lessons that you all are creating here have the possibility to create this impact and this authentic audience within your local community. For us, that was one of the most exciting components, because when we were looking at this work, we were really looking at the whole child framework through the lens of we're entering here through instruction with the UDL, with the integrated ELD components. But then here, through the work of these educators who carried it further, you saw the community and the family aspect and the engagement, and it really was a beautiful experience for us. Here what we have is Buffy Schmidt. She's an Indigenous teacher in Ukiah, California, and she teaches 4 sections of Northern Pomo. If you're not aware, Northern Pomo is actually a dormant language in California. We had the opportunity to connect with Buffy, record a lesson, start supporting her with how we can amplify and showcase her work. And we are proud to say that we also learned just recently that 2 of her students graduated with the State Seal of Biliteracy as a result of the program. And so for us, again, really centering our traditionally underserved, our traditionally marginalized populations, for us it's about using this work to really amplify, showcase, not only the beautiful things that are happening in California, because there's a lot of great positive things that are happening, but events such as this that capture community, that capture cultural, linguistic heritage, and really kind of create a call to action. Now, in addition to these inspiring pieces, stepping back, we also have our traditional partnerships with really great organizations across the state. First one that you see there on the top left is with KCI, the Krause Center for Innovation. If any of you have been out in the Bay Area, you know that they're kind of the who's who in project-based learning with over 20 years of experience there. Working with KCI, we've hosted a couple of events that were well attended. We have lesson demos with one of their teachers. We also have podcast episodes where their teachers and their leadership talk about what the HQIM work meant for them, as well as what the type of work that they're promoting and expanding on in the Bay Area. On the next image on the right-hand side, we have the Global Education Project, one of the subject matter projects. We've had multiple events with them, so much so that we even had their executive director really buy in and go through and support us as a learning facilitator in different events across the state. We also have work with LAUSD CTE, super inspiring event where we were able to capture what it means to have that second calling, because these are all CTE teachers who had that first initial calling that brought them into the industry, but then they truly had another calling that pulled them from that initial calling to support their students and give them a leg up into being able to get into those industries. Really inspiring group. Working with them, we've been able to refine our process to really support high school, especially CTE teachers, and create some tools such as a UDL and an ELD strategy scaffolding crosswalk that was a really big hit with the organization. And then last but not least here, we have work with High Tech High. This was one of our biggest and best attended institutes. This was over 110 educators from the San Diego region who all came together. I also got to give a big shout out to our contract monitor who's sitting back here. Kyle, if you could wave real quick. Kyle, he's been amazing and instrumental in working with us to help some of these cross-organizations partnerships happen. Within this High Tech High Institute, we collaborated with Cal Kern to help them revamp some of their lesson plans. And then we also collaborated with the SSPs from here at the CDE. So we had SSP mentors, SSP mentees, and we were able to kind of thread the needle across multiple organizations to make something that was really impactful and successful. So I'm going to pass it back to Dr. Sampson, and as he showcases and highlight these numbers, I encourage you to recognize some of those faces and some of those stories that we mentioned, because the numbers tell one story, while the faces say a little bit more to the work that we're doing.
Thank you. Prior to us taking on the HQIM initiative 3 years ago, it was mainly high school CTE lessons that could be found on this open resource platform. So we made a really intentional effort to say we want to bring our TK8 educators into this work. And so with that, as you can see on the numbers on the side, we have more than 75% of the lessons that we've created over the last 3 years have been targeted to support our TK8 educators. That the go slow to go fast continuous improvement mindset can really be highlighted on the graph there on the right, as we are really wanting to make sure we had systems and structures in place early on to help accelerate the work as we went forward. And this has included the incorporation of more than 40 additional vetters outside of our office across the state to help us vet these high quality lessons. So they've been trained vetters, they've gone through the institutes a number of times. So we're really building a statewide infrastructure and support to live on, to let this work live on. We have been just about everywhere up and down the state to make sure to get people access. So we have been way down south, way up north with institutes, which are a day and a half intensive training and lesson creation. So we're asking teachers to leave those institutes with 3
recording in progress.
UDL, integrated ELD, that are standards aligned and connected. Our workshop model, which is a 1-day intensive, but there is some pre-work that happens so teachers are ready for what happens there. And our cohort model is an asynchronous opportunity for teachers to engage. So if they wanted to engage with the work, but they couldn't make it to one of our institutes, they could engage with us asynchronously with support. And then we've recorded demos around some of the lessons that have been developed and best practice or research-based practices up and down the state as well, because we really want to make sure this was a diverse representation of the excellence we have across the state. And this last graph that I have here is a heat map of the users of the resources in California right now. And I just wanted to highlight and kind of call out that there are, across these district boundaries, there are very few spots that don't have at least somebody kind of engaged in some way with these resources.
And then to wrap up our part, we really want to highlight some of the HQIM participant voices, people who have been through all the work. So this is Donna Leon from Temecula Valley Unified. She said, I've had over 2 weeks of training in UDL, and what she did in 45 minutes was better than anything I've ever had. It was absolutely outstanding, and I could take it back to my district and do it tomorrow. This was at the Educating for Career conference, a lot of CTE-specific teachers, and we were able to dot those I's and cross those T's and make sure that we gave them work that could make an impact. This is Cherie Shapiro up north in the Arcata area, and she says, I have harvested lessons, submitted lessons, vetted lessons, and recently led my first workshop in Humboldt County. Through these processes, I have gained a rich understanding of how beneficial this program is. Dr. Jennifer Elliman says effectively educators are upskilled and resourced to teach and reach each student to the highest levels of academic achievement with such phenomenal results. It would be a great investment to continue this program. Natalie Wilson, as part of the CDE Mental Health Institute that we partnered with, says, I have a completely different understanding of standards now, as well as a greater respect for what teachers have done to, or what teachers have to create and adhere to as they educate our youth. And then April, down in Kern County, our hometown, she says, I use the platform regularly to supplement my core curriculum. It made my job so much easier because I didn't have to create everything from scratch. And then last, but definitely not least, being able to save teachers time without sacrificing quality means they can focus on differentiating, building relationships, and meeting students where they are. This program has provided a place where teachers can go that they trust, and it's had a huge impact.
Thank you.
And now we turn the podium over to the amazing Allegra, who we've had the pleasure of working with for 3 years now. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Are we still in the afternoon? Almost good evening. President Darling Hammond, Vice President Glover Wood, Chief Deputy Roberson, and Board of Education members. I'm Allegra Alessandri, the Education Administrator in the Career and College Transition Division here at the CDE. And I just want to acknowledge the hard work and the depth and the breadth of the work that Kern has done. I think another name for this initiative, instead of high quality instructional materials, could probably be everything, everywhere, all at once. It's breathtaking, the scope of the work and the impact they've had around the state. As you heard, High Quality Instructional Material Initiative grew out of a need during the pandemic for teaching and learning to pivot online to address disruptions by providing free online high-quality instructional materials. This investment continues to fill a need, providing online material when education is disrupted, which seems to be regular and seasonal here in California. High-quality instructional material has been investing in and empowering our teachers. The investment is training teachers to create culturally responsive, standards-aligned materials which are vetted and freely available and ready to use lesson plans online. As you heard, saving teachers time and effort. And Kern's LDIs, the Lesson Design Institutes, are building capacity and training our teachers in implementing UDL and ELL supports embedded in every lesson. This is amazing professional development for our teachers, and it's impacting teachers in classrooms and serving every student in every classroom. Not very good at this. The LDIs are building confident teachers and stronger classrooms, increasing confidence and instructional excellence. Students across all backgrounds benefit consistently from high-quality, accessible, and inclusive materials. As you saw, very moving, the POMO language lessons, the lessons from School of the Deaf, which are now freely available throughout the state. In order to continue building the system, we need to continue engaging our teachers, continuing to keep this curriculum alive and current through the Lesson Design Institutes and designing high-quality instructional material for all educators to access. Another shout out to Kyle Kesselman, the consultant here at CDE who supported the work, and to our big team at Kern who's made this possible. Really breathtaking, the depth and reach of this program. We invite you to connect with us for a virtual tour of the platform to experience all of the amazing material that's been generated by this endeavor. We thank you for your time and hope to see you online to experience this material.
Brava, bravo.
I'll say thank you on behalf of the amazing team.
That was great. Nobody else is popping up at the podium right now? Okay. I just wanted to be sure. That was great. Thank you. Some of the most exciting work that we have seen. So thank you, thank you, thank you for that. I know we're going to have some questions, but we're going to put the public comment slide up, I guess. Members of the public who want to comment on this item can do so by calling the phone number and using the participant access code mentioned on this slide. And yeah, I just want to reinforce how exciting the work is that you're doing. I love it. I do get to ask our board liaisons, Member Lewis and then Member Glover Woods, to offer some comment before we get our public comment. Member Lewis.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank Deputy Nicely, and Cole and Edward are not strangers to me. And I got to sit down with them, I believe it was last October, and they gave me an introduction to the California Together Educators platform. And I'd just like to say, even sitting down listening to them then, it was just amazing to hear about all of the things that were going on to provide these high quality instructional materials for teachers. But seeing it in the presentation, there's just so much to it. And I think this is a great resource for our teachers. It's amazing, all of the experts that have come together to make this possible, and appreciate all the intentionality that went into the lessons that were developed to really focus on our marginalized and students with the greatest needs, and just reaching teachers all over the state to be able to have access to these supports for them to use in their classrooms for students. And I think it's equally impressive that there are so many other states that are taking advantage and using these resources. So just a great shout out to the both of you, the staff at Kern, and all of the experts that have brought their resources and knowledge to the table, all the teachers and everyone who went into vetting the lessons and really making this possible. All of those testimonials from the classrooms, the teachers who are actually putting the resources to work to improve outcomes for students. And I look forward in the future to hear more outcomes like the one from Ms. Schmidt about how one of her students was able to earn the biliteracy seal by her having access to so many resources. So I'm sure there are a lot of other success stories out there from regarding student achievement as a result of the teachers being able to have access to these lessons. So I look forward to hearing more about that in the future.
Member Glover Woods, do you want to offer a comment?
Yes, I'm just going to piggyback off of something Allegra said when she came up. Everything, everywhere, all at once, for everyone. And I just piggybacking off of Member Lewis, am just excited for what this does for everyone, all educators, all students, and just wish more knew about it. And I think as this work continues, it's absolutely phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And as this work continues, it needs to be widespread. We need to see those little purple squares on the heat map throughout the state of California. I wish it was a resource I had when I was a classroom teacher, even as a principal. So thank you so much for sharing. Outstanding presentation and outstanding work.
I mean, there's so many brilliant parts of it. It's not only the high-quality instructional materials platform, but the ways in which educators are working together to do all of the design and vetting and, transmission, but also the notion of bringing together UDL and supports for English learners and making that a coherent, integrated whole in every classroom is, something that we want everyone to be doing, but boy, you really have to support it and scaffold it, so we appreciate it. Now, we could spend the next 2 hours saying how much we love this work. We're back to being an hour behind. So I hate to do this to my fellow, I know everybody's sitting here saying, I want to say how great this is. If you want to do that in one sentence, you may have the floor. Yeah, Member McQuillan.
And now I'm trying to limit my words. I appreciate you pointing out Ms. Schmidt's use of this platform. I come from the territory where Tolowa language is taught up north, Yurok language, and my grandchildren are Pomo, right in Ms. Schmidt's area. They're pretty young yet, but thank you for pointing that out. It makes me want to get on the platform and check it out. So thank you.
I think you'll see a big blow up in people on the platform this evening. So this is, Member Escobedo?
Just a quick
You can have your
suggestion.
sentence.
Excellent, by the way. Just wonder if there are plans to reach out to our CTA partners, because when I go to their website, they have a lesson generating platform through AFT. It would be great that we're part of what they, to enhance, the footprint throughout California. Thank you.
Yeah, share your lesson. Yeah, that would be great. All right, well, this is not anything we get to vote on, although I think we'd all vote yes if there were. If we had a motion, I think we just want to thank you so much, and we will all go check out the platform and disseminate. Thank you. Moving right along to the exciting next item, which is waiver consent calendar. Woohoo! So I'd like to reconvene the board and take up the waiver consent items W1, 2, 4 through 8. And we'll open the phone line for public comments, so I need help with the public comment slide. There we go. And if you want to comment on these waivers, the dial-in number and the participant access code are on this slide. And let's find out if there's anybody signed up for comment in the room.
President Darling Hammond, we did not do public comment on the last item. Could we do that quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry, we did not. I was so worried about the time. Yes, now we have to change the public comment slide because the one that's up here is for the waivers. So we're going to do public comment on the last item because I neglected to do that.
The item was at 10.
All right, this is public comment for item 10. Rolling back. If you want to comment on item 10, the dial-in number and participant access code are on this slide. Do we have public comment in the room?
I don't believe there's any public comment in the room, but we do have a couple callers in the queue.
All right, let's hear them.
Caller with the last four digits, 1333. You are now live. Please start your public comment for item number 10. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Valerie Shea. I'm from Monrovia Unified School District in Los Angeles County. And for the past 3 years, California Educators Together has created a community of practice that empowers educators. I've had the good fortune to be one of them. And the impact that we're seeing is the ripple effect of this empowerment in our classrooms. Many students are more engaged, more confident, and better supported. The English learners are participating more actively and accessing rigorous content with scaffolds that empower them to shine. In fact, one teacher shared how a student who rarely spoke in class is now leading small group discussions because the lesson design finally made space for her voice. So these shifts are real, and they start with empowered educators designing with intention. Kern County isn't creating a platform or a program. They're developing people and building a statewide culture of collaboration and excellence that's centered around high-quality lessons that are directly impacting student success. I thank you, CDE, for supporting this initiative.
Thank you. Next caller with the last four digits, 4894. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Cherise Shapiro, a middle school humanities teacher in Arcata School District, Humboldt County. I came to this program through my fellowship with the California Global Education Project and have since helped California teachers submit high-quality lessons, many through a global ed lens. And despite how great a teacher is at addressing all the components of good teaching, it takes years to be able to fill a year with high-quality curriculum that provides scaffolded support to ELD, all learners, with UDL components to engage everyone, and relevant assessments that ensure clear learning goals are achieved, and that the platform helps meet this need efficiently and expertly. My transition from lesson submitter to vetter and workshop lead was very smooth because of the expert professional development the Kern team offered and because of the layered, well-structured supports they built into the program and the platform, which was constantly evolving. The program supports teachers supporting teachers with quality, vetted, inclusive, current, relevant lessons, and the program's impact could deepen through so many avenues and result in an even more inclusively highly educated California. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4301. You are now live. Please start your public comment. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Tornatore with the California County Superintendents. On behalf of the California County Superintendents, we applaud the Kern County Superintendent of Schools for their outstanding leadership in advancing the high-quality online instructional materials initiative. Truly enjoyed the presentation, especially the qualitative and quantitative data that demonstrates how the California Educators Together platform is providing thousands of educators across the state with free access to high-quality, standards-aligned instructional materials and professional learning that supports equity and excellence in every classroom. This is a clear and powerful example of how California's statewide system of support is working as intended, expanding access, breaking down barriers, and building capacity to improve student outcomes across our state. We commend the leadership of Dr. Cole Sampson and Dr. Gonzalez, along with the State Board, CDE, and CCE for this strategic investment and collaborative effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment for item number 10.
And now we will go on to our exciting item on waiver consent. All right, let's maintain our enthusiasm. This item is for waivers 1, 2, and 4 through 8, and we will now open up the phone line for the public comment queue. If you want to comment on these items, please use the phone number and the participant access code shown on the slide. Do we have any comment in the room?
We have no one signed up for public comment in the room.
All right, and do we have any comment on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Then at this point, I'd like a motion on consent items 1, 2, and 4 through 8.
I move that we approve consent items 1, 2, 4 through 8.
1, 2, 4 through 8, that's right. Thank you very much, Member Escobedo. Can you please call the roll, Brooks?
Member Yoshimoto Tauri.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez. Yes. Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken. Member Olken.
You made the motion.
Yes.
Thank you. Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Vice President Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item W3, which is the request by the Los Angeles Unified School District under the authority of California Education Code to waive Education Code sections 46207B, 46208, and 47612.5, the audit penalties for offering insufficient instructional minutes and days during the 2022-23 school year at Los Angeles Unified School District's non-charter schools and 4 of its charter schools. And this item will be presented by Elizabeth Deerstein of the CDE. Elizabeth, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond. Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darlene Hammond, Chief Deputy Shapira, and fellow members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Deerstein. I'm the Director for the School Fiscal Services Division here at the Department of Education. I'm here today to present you the staff recommendation for the request from Los Angeles Unified School District to waive the $98 million instructional time penalty it has incurred for the 22-23 fiscal year. Statute permits the State Board to waive an instructional time penalty if the local educational agency provides instructional time equal to the amount lost and in addition to the amount otherwise prescribed for twice the number of years that it failed to maintain the prescribed minimum at the effective schools. CDE has reviewed the waiver request and finds it meets the conditions necessary for the board to approve the request, which are outlined on attachment 1 of the item. Los Angeles Unified Bargaining Units have been consulted and are in supportive of the request. And based on this information, the department recommends approval of the waiver request on the condition that Los Angeles follows through on its plan to offer the required amount of additional instructional time at all effective district sites and 4 of its charter schools in school years 23-24 and 24-25. And that compliance is verified by its independent auditor as part of the annual audit requirement for those years. For context, instructional time requirements are checked during the annual audit each LEA is required to perform at the conclusion of the school year. If requirements are not met, the auditor issues a finding, and the associated penalty is calculated in accordance with the statutory formula. There are 4 ways an instructional time audit penalty may be resolved, which are outlined on this slide. As mentioned previously, the Los Angeles Unified School District proposes to resolve the finding through the second method, in which they will make up the time in the 2023-24 and 2024-25 school years. The reason for the instructional time shortage was due to a 3-day teacher work stoppage in the spring of 2023. Schools were closed for those 3 days, leading to a shortfall of instructional days at all K-12 school sites in the district, and a shortfall of annual instructional minutes at the district's comprehensive high school sites and 4 of its charter high schools, resulting in an instructional time penalty. All Los Angeles Unified K-12 schools were short 3 instructional days, and its comprehensive high school sites were also short 631 annual instructional minutes. Additionally, 4 of its charter high school sites were short in annual instructional minutes ranging from 533 minutes to 631 minutes. The combined cost of these penalties is about $98 million, which was calculated in accordance with statute. The district proactively added the missed time to its bell schedules in the academic calendars at the effective schools for the 23-24 and 24-25 school years. The district has provided documentation supporting its request and compliance with the conditions of the waiver. If completed at the end of this school year, as planned, the district will have provided all the additional instructional time required during the 2-year period. I want to briefly touch on the impact of the Los Angeles wildfires in January 2025 on meeting the conditions of the instructional time waiver request. The wildfires resulted in all schools in the district closing for 2 to 3 instructional days. An approved request for allowance of attendance due to emergency conditions, commonly referred to as the J13A request, will allow the district to claim the emergency closure days as days of instruction to meet the conditions of the waiver. The department received, and on April 21st, approved the district's J13A request for the wildfire school closures. As stated previously, the Department of Ed finds that the request meets the statutory requirements and recommends approval of the waiver request submitted by Los Angeles Unified on the condition that they offer the required additional instructional time as specified on Attachment 1, and that the offering is verified as part of the annual compliance audit. I'm available for questions at the appropriate time. There's also a representative from the district available to respond to questions from the board.
We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in on waiver W3 can do so by calling the phone number and using the participant access code shown on this slide. And let me just see, are there is there anybody signed up for public comment?
We have no public commenters in the room.
All right. I'll just wait a hot minute here to see if there's anybody commenting on the phone line.
And
all right.
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. In that case, at this point, we are open for board discussion. I know. And our liaison is Member Lewis to give us an initial set of comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. And also thank you to the LAUSD representative that's in the audience there today. This is a standard waiver with requirements that are set forth in statute. The reason that we are hearing this today is because of the scope and the magnitude of the waiver. It involves a waiver of $98 million penalty due to a district-wide teacher work stoppage of 3 days at the district sites and several of the district's dependent charter schools in the 2022-2023 school year. This penalty is almost double the penalty that was the subject of the waiver the board considered last year for Sacramento City Unified School District, which was almost $40 million. Statute specifies that the time has to be made up 2 years in a row, and based on CDE's recommendation, the district has presented information that shows that it made up the time in the 23-24 school year, and it's on track to make up time for the 24-25 school year. I support the approval of this waiver with the conditions that are recommended by the CDE, and please keep in mind that without this waiver, the district would face a $98 million penalty, which would have devastating impact on the students as districts and schools try to navigate in these challenging budget environment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no public comment, right? So we can move right on ahead to any board discussion and a motion. Discussion, do I have a motion to approve the recommendation?
I move to approve the recommendation set by CDE.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Brooks, will you call the roll?
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez. Member Patillo Brownson.
Yes.
Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. And we're going to move right on ahead to item W9. This is the request by Hanford Joint Union High School District to waive the California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 3051.16C, the requirement that educational interpreters for deaf and hard of hearing pupils meet minimum qualifications as of July 1st, 2009, to allow Gabriela Lara to continue to provide services to students until July 30th, 2025, under a remediation plan to complete those minimum requirements. And we are recommended by CED to approve this request. And the item will be presented by Julie Rems-Mario.
Yes, hello. I am Dr. Julie Rems-Mario from the State Special Schools and Services Division here within California Department of Education. I'm an education program consultant focusing on deaf education. I'm here in lieu of my supervisor, Dr. Nancy Leibuk-Amen. This subject is a request from Hanford Joint Unified High School District. They want to waive California Code for Regulation, Title V, Section 3051.16C, for the interpreter by the name of Gabriela Lara. They want her to continue providing services to students until June 6th, 2025. The summary of the issue is that Hanford Joint Union School District and Gabriela as an educational interpreter has been hired as their sign language interpreter in August of 2023. And her interpreter score was a educational interpreter performance assessment of a 3.0. That test was taken in September of 2023. The assessment overview, according to the EIPA rating system, Gabriela Lara, her most recent and only score is the 3.0, and she needs continued supervision as she is required to participate in continuing educational interpreting units. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, it's hard to sign and click on the computer, so thank you. Thank you very much to Deputy Superintendent Cotton for helping me with that. Hanford Joint Unified School District, Gabriella Lara, again, started interpreting in August 2023 without an EIPA score. In September of 2023, Gabriella Lara took the EIPA performance assessment and obtained the score of a 3.0. The Hanford Joint Union School District requested a waiver the following year to CDE, and that was in September of 2024, and that included a recommendation resolution plan for 2024-2025, that school year. Now, CDE has received limited documentation from Hanford School District to show that Gabriella Lara is in compliance with the recommendations, with the remediations. And Hanford Unified School District has not provided any other documentation indicating that Gabriella Lara has taken another exam since she was hired in August of 2023. Because the district did not provide sufficient documentation on how Ms. Lara has made progress as an educational interpreter, CDE originally recommended that, recommending rather, that the state board approve the request by the school district with conditions. And those specific conditions are California Department of Education, as seen on the slide, recommends that state board approves the waiver requested for Gabriella Lara at Hanford with the following conditions. Number one, Gabriella Lara must take one of the assessments described in the regulation by June 30th, 2025. And Hanford Joint Unified School District must provide documentation to CDE of the assessment having been taken by, and the results by June 30th, 2025. No later than August 6th, 2025, Hanford must provide that documentation of Gabriella Lara receiving a weekly mentoring from a qualified educational interpreter beginning in May 12th, 2025 through July 30th, 2025. Number three, Hanford Unified School District must provide Gabriella Lara at least 2 professional development trainings by the EIPA and by the RID by July 30th, 2025. And HJUSD must also provide documentation to CDE about those trainings by August 6th, 2025. Thank you. Number 4, HJUSD must demonstrate that they are actively trying to recruit a qualified educational interpreter, and HJUSD must also provide any support and evidence, including documentation of this recruitment effort to CDE by July 30th, 2025. Number 5, HJUSD will collect resources and support from the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services Center, DHHSC, in Fresno, California, and provide them to Gabriela Lara. And do that by July 30th, 2025. And HJUSD must provide documentation to CDE to show that they have provided these resources. Sorry, I lost my place. And supported by August 20, and support of that by August 6th, 2025. And last but not least, 5.6, should HJUSD to submit any future waiver for Gabriela Lara for regulation Title V, Section 3116C, they must provide that by CDE, to CDE by June 30th before the period of request start date. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's our recommendation to the board on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, oh, I see. You're just translating. I thought he was telling me to stop. At this point, I think we want to post the public comment slide. Anyone wishing to make a comment on waiver W9 should call in using the phone number and the public access code shown here. And is there any public comment in the room?
We do not have any public comment in the room.
Okay. I will take a hot minute and give it a pause for the lag. Is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue. That concludes public comment for item W9.
Okay, and then I think this is one where Member Lewis is our board liaison and may want to make a comment.
All right. Thank you, CD, and thank you, Julie and Shelby, for your presentation. I'll just be very brief with this item. This is the first waiver request from the district for this type of waiver. And I agree with the CDE's recommendation to approve the waiver along with the recommended conditions, which are focused on ensuring the interpreter's skills develop to facilitate her ability to receive the required test score and allow her to complete her assignment through the end of the school year so that we minimize any disruption to the students. Interpreters are necessary for the deaf and hard of hearing students to ensure that they receive accurate information in the classroom and can participate with their classmates in discussion with their feedback, and that their thoughts are shared accurately with peers and teachers who are not able to use sign language. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the board? Do I have a motion to approve the recommendations of the department? Member Yoshimoto Tari?
Move that we approve the recommendations of the department as stated.
And is there a second? Member Orozco Gonzalez, I think it's your turn. So we will now, if there's no further discussion, we will take roll call vote.
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez. Yes. Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darlene Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. We are reopening item 1, which is to take action on the preliminary report of actions and our draft March 2025 meeting minutes, and to report on our liaison assignments. And if you are able, Member Escobedo, to stay a little bit, I will ask you to do your liaison first. Yes. Okay, great. But wait, we have to do the minutes first. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. The preliminary report of action minutes for the March 2025 meeting. I think we need the public comment slide again. And If you have comments on our minutes, you can call that number and use the participant access code on the slide. Is there any public comment in the room?
There's no public comment in the room.
Any public comment on the line?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Now, we are going to give our liaison reports. And oh, we do vote, yeah, roll call. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you, second. Thank you very much. All, can you take the roll?
Member Yoshimoto Tari.
Yes, yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Roscoe Gonzalez.
Yes.
Member Olken.
Yes.
Member McQuillan. Member Lewis.
Yes.
Member Escobedo.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Clausen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Now we're going to do our liaison reports, and I'm going to start with Member Escobedo.
Thank you. Also want to recognize this week, May through 9th, is California Student Mental Health Week, and just grateful for our community schools and all our work, right, in supporting mental health throughout California. I'm pleased to report my role with NASB. I'm now the chairperson of the conference that's scheduled for October 27th through 29th in Austin, Texas. It will be held actually at the University of Texas. They have a hotel and conference center there. And our work first is developing the program agenda and selecting session topics. The topics of these sessions are going to focus on evidence-based approaches to literacy and math instruction, huge focus on innovative models for a high school transformation. I know President Darling Hammond is assisting in that effort. Strategies for addressing chronic absenteeism and technology integration in educational settings, especially in the area of AI. My second liaison responsibility I have is West Ed. They're going through significant reorganization due to some federal cuts. We had a board meeting just this past month. We're looking at really focusing on how to best look at the services we provide, and some of the implementation measures is maintaining those core operations while scaling back certain research initiative and finding alternate funding sources from state and philanthropic partners. There will be some reassignments, and they're in the process of developing contingency plans. And I'll be meeting with the CEO on a one-on-one meeting with every board member. Will be meeting with the CEO later. My specific meeting is later this month. So, any advice, I'm very open to hear to provide some information to the CEO. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. And we're going to go to student member Clausen.
Yeah, this past month, I had the pleasure of furthering my collaboration with the National Association of State Boards of Education on their Student Advisory Council. I've enjoyed collaborating with fellow state student members to develop policies to innovate secondary school systems, focusing on making high schools more engaging. I was able to virtually present a very brief proposal idea regarding competency-based learning to a network convening. And then regarding the statewide Model Curriculum Coordinating Council, at our May meeting later this month, we will hear updates on the Orange County Department of Education's rollout activities for the three Southeast Asian model curricula. They just hosted an event for the Hmong model curricula in Fresno last week, and a webinar series is taking place this month covering strategies for implementing the three curricula. In late July, they will be hosting a 4-day summer institute on all three curricula in Irvine. They will also host a Vietnamese American Experiences event in Garden Grove in September and a Cambodian American Studies event in Stockton in October. These and more professional development activities are listed on their website through the Model Curriculums Projects landing page, and additional information is available on the Model Curriculum Projects webpage on the California Department of Education website. I would like to acknowledge the governor's appointee to be the next student board member, Vanessa. Not only is Vanessa very impressive, but she is also exceptionally thoughtful and kind. I really look forward to see how she shapes this position that I have had the privilege of having, and I know that she will make great contributions to her community and her state. I would also like to briefly congratulate my fellow members of the class of 2025 as we are graduating this month and the next month. I know that our class, like those before it and those who will come after us, will enter the world prepared by the state to be innovators, change makers, creators, and advocates. Across the state, as seniors are preparing to graduate, many of us are taking part in traditions that remind us of where we came from, such as returning to our kindergarten classrooms. This time of reflection inspires gratitude for the teachers and educators who have shaped us. And so for Teacher Appreciation Week, I would like to acknowledge the best math teacher I've ever had. He passed away last year, Mr. Sargent. The best teacher I've ever had. He's amazing. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Member Lewis.
Okay, I'll give my report on the IQC meeting. The CDE facilitated a one-day meeting for the Instructional Quality Commission on March the 20th, and the main focus at this meeting was the approval of the reviewer and facilitator panel assignments for the upcoming math instructional materials adoption. And those approved individuals participated in a one-week intensive training in Sacramento in April. And the training was facilitated by a team from the CDE and all of the very dedicated IQC commissioners. The deadline for publishers and content developers to submit programs for consideration in the math materials adoption is actually today, May the 7th. And the panelists are beginning to receive materials and to review their assigned programs and convene again in July for 2 weeks of deliberations, which will again be facilitated by the CDE staff and the IQC commissioners. The IQC will then meet in September to review the panel reports, the findings, and again in November to recommend programs to the State Board for adoption in January 2026. Additionally, at the March meeting, the commissioners heard an update on the California Math, Science, and Computer Science grant as an informational item, which was co-presented by Santa Barbara County Office of Education, who are the math lead, and Count Play Explore, formerly known as the Early Math Initiative, leads from the San Joaquin and Fresno County Offices of Education. It was an engaging presentation and was appreciated by all who heard it. For the upcoming ICQ meetings, the meeting for May has been canceled due to a lack of agenda items, as the focus right now is on the upcoming math instructional materials adoption and preparation for the July deliberations. The IQC will also convene on July 2nd to hear an update and provide input on the personal finance curriculum guide currently under development. And that concludes my report.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Member McQuillan.
All right, thank you. To continue the report on the statewide Model Curriculum Coordinating Council, we did not meet since our last report, but we did have a chance to review the Orange County Department of Education's guidance that accompanies the supplemental oral histories for the Vietnamese American Experience Model Curriculum. This guidance will be reviewed by CDE for posting in the Model Curriculum Online Repository to accompany the Vietnamese Model Curriculum. This council will meet for the last time later this month and to give input and updates on the Native American Studies Model Curriculum, which will be reviewed over the summer for finalizing and posting in the fall. So, since we're shouting out for teachers this week, I'm thinking of 3 retired teachers up north. One is Lauren Baumlin, who was one of the first teachers to teach the Tolowa language in the public schools up there, and he's retired, made a big impact on me. A second is Carol Lewis, who was one of the first teachers to teach the Yurok language up at Hoopa High School, who's also retired now. And the third is my sibling, Barb McQuillan, who was the first teacher at Del County High School to teach Yurok language, who's recently retired. So a shout out to those 3 warriors who doing some great things and are being replaced by some newer teachers teaching those same languages now. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. It's been a theme in this meeting. It's been very nice. Member Olkin.
Thank you. I am reporting on a variety of topics today, but I do want to first start with the shout out to teachers as well. You know, I guess I would just say that anyone who's spent any time in a school, and that means all of us, knows that the real magic that happens in schools happens in the classroom. And I love that we, at the end of the school year, really take this time to honor teachers, because it is a hard, incredible, creative, important job. So I just want to thank teachers everywhere for what they do. Okay, so a few things to report on. First, in the world of charters, I want to make sure that I report out on the fact that the CDE has released the request for applications for the 2024-2025 Public Charter Schools Grant Program, which is to support the planning and implementation of new charter schools, as well as the replication and expansion of high-quality charter schools. This is a significant grant in our state, and deadlines are coming up quickly. The intent to apply is due May 16th, and the actual applications are due June 24th. So for anyone who is, this sounds like a good fit, there's information on the CDE website, or you can email pcsgp@cde.ca.gov. I would just go to the CDE website and find it. And along a similar line, if that sounds really exciting to you, but you're not in the position to be starting or replicating a high-quality charter school, they are seeking experienced charter school developers, governing board members, operators, and authorizers to evaluate these applications. So if you are interested in reading the applications of potential new schools for our state, the application is due May 23rd. And so there, you have to be available for a month this summer, but it promises to be very rewarding. Moving on. Member Escobedo mentioned that in the NASB conference that's coming up this year, one of the focus areas is on generative AI in education. And that's one of the areas I'm focusing on. I recently joined the NASB work group in this area, so I'm meeting with members of other state boards of education across the country, looking at best practices, looking at opportunities and risks related to generative AI in the classroom or in education as a whole. And there's so much out there at this moment. California, we are starting a work group ourselves. I recently attended a really interesting meeting that was co-sponsored by the Stanford Graduate School of Education, the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and Teachers College, called Transforming Education with Generative AI. And just one piece I'm going to pull out of that is thinking about AI as a tool with at least 3 distinct purposes. One is around efficiency. How do we give teachers time back? How do we save administrators a few hours each week? 2, outcomes. How can we improve student outcomes in math? How can we, or ELA, social emotional learning, create better opportunities for differentiation, et cetera. And then 3, how can we reimagine school more broadly? Could AI help us change the way the school day looks, how students interact with teachers, et cetera? And all of that is within thinking about I started by saying the importance of teachers, because that's where the real magic happens. And so always thinking about AI as a way to support teachers to keep so that they can do the things that really only they can do. And so there's just a lot going on in that area. I look forward to reporting out more here and elsewhere. And then the third area I'll touch briefly on is environmental literacy. Since we last met, we celebrated Earth Day. I celebrated Earth Day by going to USF, University of San Francisco's Earth Day celebration. But shortly thereafter in the state, we honored 29 schools, 7 school districts, and 3 county offices of education with the California Green Ribbon School Award, which is for those that demonstrate exemplary achievement in resource efficiency, health and wellness, and environmental and sustainability education. The Green Ribbon Schools Award is part of our broader effort in California to reward schools who are doing great work. And there were 5 LEAs who achieved the highest distinction of Green Achievers, and I just want to give a special shout out to those 5. Laguna Beach Unified School District in Orange County, the San Mateo County Office of Education in San Mateo County, Bella Mente Montessori Academy in the Vista Unified School District, San Diego County, McNear Elementary School in the Petaluma School District, Sonoma County, and St. Francis High School, which is a private school in Santa Clara County. And I could say a lot more about environmental education, but I'll hold for there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Member Orozco Gonzalez.
Well, the work of the assessment committee was thoroughly discussed in item 3, so there are no additional updates to report, but in celebration of Teacher Appreciation Week and the reflection on the impact of great educators, I want to recognize someone who's truly special to me. It's my colleague, my mentor, and fellow second grade teacher at Montebello Gardens, Diana Estrada. She is retiring this summer after 38 years of dedicated service. Diana has taught me so much about inclusive practices, meeting the needs of all learners, and what it means to be a true advocate for all students. She's a maven in education, and her legacy will leave a lasting imprint on our school community, and she will be deeply missed, especially by me, because as you know, if you're a teacher, you know the bestie at work is the most important person at school. So I will truly miss her. She really is a huge asset to our school.
That's lovely. Thank you. Member Patilla Bronson.
Yes. So I will, I'll cover a couple topics. The California Summer School for the Arts had its record high number of applications for the summer program, yet another sign of post-COVID recovery that all things are coming back to numbers and levels of interest as in the before times. They just notified applicants last week and are preparing for the summer program to launch July 5th. Also just flag that there are actually now a couple of vacancies on the Board of Trustees, so we'll be looking to broaden membership both geographically as well as in different fields of arts. On the early learning front, I'll flag 2 items. One is there was a webinar with, I'm looking around the room for colleagues from the Department of Education that CDE hosted earlier this week about the importance of diverse educators and particularly the importance of Black educators and administrators in early learning settings to both cultivate student success in pre-K and TK3, but also to create spaces of belonging and welcome and acceptance particularly for families who have not always felt as welcomed as they could in our school system. The second item I wanted to describe on the early childhood front is the NASB ECE network meeting, which is a learning community that is bringing together state reps from a growing cadre of states, and there are a number of common threads around teacher pipeline, mixed delivery, evidence-based reading instruction that very much connects to our earlier conversation around literacy, and early math and science inclusion in the P3 space. For Teacher Appreciation Week, I will first start with a thank you to Constantina Seferis, who teaches Algebra 2, Calc A, B, and BC to my kids, who has made it accessible, relevant, and always really focused on rigor and support together, and a welcoming environment for everyone to succeed. It is a great pleasure when you have your kids say, this math class feels fun, which is an incredible feat that he accomplishes year after year. And then I'll lastly name a thank you to my own high school English teacher, Rani Draper, who introduced me as a kid to the same semester included Beowulf and Toni Morrison. And he taught us that the classics and the canon is a living, breathing, evolving thing that belongs to us, to all of us. And I continue to take that with me. So I am thankful for all of those teachers.
Awesome. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Darlene Hammond. Board members and members of the public, I have two updates, one from the CTC and the other is a CTE update. First, the Commission approved the teacher supply report for transmission to the legislature. The report documents an increase in the issuance of credentials in the 23-24 school year compared to the 2 years prior. Increases were documented for multiple subject, single subject, and education specialist credentials. At the same time, there was also an increase in substandard permits and intern credentials. While we may be seeing the state's investment in the educator workforce pay off, there's clearly additional work needed to support all students with fully credentialed teachers. Second, the Commission reviewed the recommendations of the work group to review the design and implementation of the teaching performance assessment. There are 5 categories of recommendations, including modifications of the current assessment, how to embed the TPA into educator preparation, and how to strengthen CTC's accreditation of programs to support this integration. The final recommendations will come before the Commission in June, so stay tuned. And then second, regarding career technical education, the CTE has begun updating the CTE model curriculum standards to better prepare students for today's evolving workforce. The work is being done in collaboration with educators and industry leaders across the state. The process is already in motion with the arts, media, and entertainment sector leading the initial phase. We appreciate the AME Institute's leadership in setting a strong foundation. The CDE will be sharing more details with us with a memo also planned for June. I'm starting to see a theme here. I also want to acknowledge not only a teacher who was very memorable to me, but also a student, Jackie, who named me her teacher to throw out the first pitch and wear her jersey yesterday, but I couldn't be here because I was flying here. So Jackie, thank you. That is very touching. She'll be graduating this year and joining the Coast Guard. She's already signed. And second, I always think about Mrs. Burrow, who was my preschool teacher. It was very formative years for me. And she caught me being inclusive. And what she did is there was a student who was being picked on and laughed at. And I took the student under my wing and became her friend. And so Mrs. Burrow rewarded me by appointing me. It was kind of like a political position because I was representing like Dippy Duck and going around and telling kids not to swim in canals, and I had all of this like swag, and so she really gave me a position of status because I was inclusive. And when I look back on that, when I reflected when I was in my teacher prep program, I thought about how important it is for us to acknowledge students when they do that and reward them in ways that's important to them. Because I do believe that left a lasting, well, obviously it left a lasting impact. And meanwhile, I just have to say, I was preaching, please don't swim in the canals, but my brother was doing it. And I will leave it there. Happy Teacher Appreciation Month, and thank you to all the educators who make a difference.
That's awesome. Member Yoshimoto Tari.
All right, so for our English learner updates, Francisco and I are the liaisons for that. Our regional English learners group across the state recently met, and they're continuing to strengthen partnerships with the geographic leads because there's a higher, now that the LTELs are on the dashboard, there's a higher focus, more visible focus, and so I expect that these partnerships will continue to grow and expand. And at the Bilingual Coordinators Network the following day, BCN, the RELs shared the LTEL toolkit. So if you haven't seen that yet, you might want to, we can look at that together, let me know. And this was also focused on the OPTEL, the observation tool implementation as well. And CD also has a 3-part series on expanding dual language education. So it's been well attended, called Options for Today to Support Opportunities Tomorrow. And then in regard to civic learning, I just thought it was interesting that since the High School Education Voter Week started in 2016, we've registered 1.1 million 16 and 17-year-olds, pre-registered, 1.1 million. And so again, that's 2 full weeks in April and September. And so we look forward to the next one in September. Also, the Civic Learning Award recipients were announced in May. So if you're interested to see the winners, go to the Power of Democracy Civic Learning Initiative webpage. And that's co-sponsored by our State Superintendent, Tony Thurman, and Chief Justice, Patricia Guerrero. And also next week, the 12 LEAs for the California Service Program for the 2025 school year will be posted on the California Service website for more information. And then lastly, for special education, at the last AXI meeting, there continued to be a lot of highlighting of statewide efforts to strengthen inclusive practices that improve student outcomes and expand supports for students with disabilities and their families. In particular, Pathways to Partnership is California's lead for the alternative dispute resolution process. So you could visit pathwaystopartnership.org for more information. And our family empowerment centers, you could visit the seedsofpartnership.org website for more information. And then CCE provided an update on the statewide system of support to all of the AXI members as well. So the last thing I want to highlight is that outside of AXI, I'm very excited for the California, that we funded the California Center for Inclusive College, CCIE. And so we have 2 county office leads, SCOE, Sacramento County Office of Ed, and Los Angeles County. And they are working with UC and CSU campuses to really uplift what it takes to have inclusive pathways in college at the university level. And so we're excited to see how that develops as well. And finally, I just want to celebrate Adela Garcia from Alhambra Unified. She was my 2nd grade teacher. And she co-authored a book called Read, Write, and Publish, Making Books in the Classroom that I used when I was a 2nd grade teacher.
Oh.
So she was poised, creative, and really understood young children, and I still kept my art projects from her classroom. And then finally, congratulations to Board Member Clausen and the entire class of 2025. We wish you all the best, and we're so proud of you.
Yeah. And I feel like, Member Escobedo, if you want to acknowledge one of your teachers, we started doing that right after you spoke. So I don't know if you're sitting here thinking, oh, did you want to? Of course. I thought I picked up that vibe.
Well, I think I appreciate my son Pablo Hernandez, who's a new teacher, second year. And my goodness, the rigors of being a new teacher, we all know it. And I just really appreciate his effort and his love and passion for his kids. My goodness. And of course, I have to go back. Miss Cooper, my second grade teacher, okay, this is true. Believe it or not, Frankie the student was very different than Frankie the board member. Parent parent teacher conference. She told my mom, "You better do something with this kid because he's gonna end up in jail." It turned my life around. So instead of jail, went to Yale. You know? I mean, no, but that real tough talk really helped my mom get a tutor, work with me, find avenues of my, constant energy. So, Ms. Cooper, thank you. Thank you. I owe my life probably and my whole future trajectory because of that singular parent teacher conference.
Oh, well, I'm going to round us up with my quick report just to say that a lot of us have been working with National Association of State Boards of Education. We are a team. We are a California team for the high school redesign, as Francisco said earlier. We had a meeting last week, which included myself, Chief Deputy Ingrid Roberson from CDE, Deputy Secretary Abby Snay from the Department of Labor, Sonia Christian, who heads the community colleges, and her deputy, James Todd. Cynthia Glover Woods was there for part of it, beaming in. Brooks and Katie Hardiman came for parts of it. So we were well represented. I think we were the star team. We came out of it with an action plan, which includes, completing our portrait of a learner/graduate, creating an opportunity for sort of a cross-sector partnership of the sort that we took there to really look at the changes we want to make across the higher ed and K-12 and labor sectors, developing our career pathways further with experiential learning and dual credit. Much of this is in the career master plan from the governor, establishing some pilots and some assessment and accountability reforms with other states that were there that are working on things similar to us with performance assessments, and developing and communicating some way of recognizing competencies, Julia, to your point. And so we're now seeking some private funding to get that ball rolling. You may know that we had a center, a comprehensive center, used to be Wested, and before that, and after that, it was AIR, and that money has been discontinued from the federal government. So, but we've already got a nibble for us to be able to continue on and really staff and do that. I want to recognize Mrs. Bowen, my kindergarten teacher. I loved kindergarten. It was the happiest thing that had ever happened to me. I want to recognize my grandson's teachers, Miss Hannah and Miss Ramarino. I hope they're listening. They're probably busy, but they are just doing incredible work. And then two black teachers that my children had, Faye Freeman in third grade for two of them, who was transformative in just setting a table that was so supportive for every student and just really helped them be able to succeed in school. And both of them had some challenges before they met Faye, and she was amazing. And Eleanor Jenkins-Gunn, who was a 10th grade teacher who had detracked an entire school in Westchester County, and that enabled my daughter to have experiences she would not otherwise have had. So on that note, I think we have to have public comment one more time. Francisco, I know you've got a plane, so I want to be acknowledging of that. I know you're a little anxious, so I want to let you do that. And we're going to put up the public comment slide one more time. This is for general public comment. And this is for any item that has not been on the agenda. So public comment on matters not included in the printed agenda. Members of the public who wish to provide comment can use the phone number and the access code on this slide. And is there any public comment in the room?
Yes, we have one person signed up. Arjun Kushwana? Thank you.
Go right ahead.
PD staff during January 15th meeting regarding the use of automation to reduce disproportionality through ITAP system used by South County SELPA. I repeat, ITAP cannot and cannot be used by any LEA to prevent proper and timely identification or be misused in any manner. It rather determines with a very high degree of precision in real time and predicts where an LEA will end up against California School Dashboard at the end of the year. Schools using ITAP are trained throughout the year to identify instances where they should reduce over-identification using their own local plan or through any other technical assistance provided by the state. In effect, it measures whether any assistance is making any impact at all. ITAP is being part of the solution which the state seeks by creating avenues which reduce chronic absenteeism, suspensions, improves college and career readiness outcomes, graduation rates, and by predicting CASP and LPAC levels by informing LEAs about students who are at risk up to 1 year in advance so they can take corrective action now rather than being late later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, there are no callers in the queue.
No callers, no other public comment in the room? That being the case, I will adjourn the May meeting of the State Board of Education at 5:04. Thank you very much.